It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, January 11th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the program. Another Wednesday show. Second Wednesday show of 2023, but the first normal one of the year. Of course, last Wednesday we had the award show. People still buzzing. People still debating all kinds of takes, but we're moving forward, all right? We turn the page. We move forward. Big weekend coming up. Return of the UFC. The regular schedule kicks into high gear. What an off season it was. A full, 4 weeks or so? Obviously, a lot going on, as always, in the world of MMA, and I am very excited about today's program. Another eclectic mix of characters, a lot of fun characters, some breaking news right off the top rope, bang, on a Wednesday. Usually we start with on the nose, but not this time. This time we're going to break some news right off the top. So a lot to get to, a lot to discuss, a lot to dissect, digest, all those things and more. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC and, more importantly, this program, the MMA Hour. Please do download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use the code THEMMA. That's very important. If you're signing up for the first time, if you use that code, that lets them know that you're one of us. And that's very important. So use that code when you sign up. We appreciate it, and we appreciate them very much. GC is on cloud nine. His Georgia Bulldogs have gone B2B, back-to-back, as they say. Did you get lit on Monday night?
Yes, got very lit.
Crazy. How, if you can compare the celebrations second time to the first time? Subdued second time?
Oh, very subdued. I mean, the way that we won the game, just a blowout from the start. And we were ending a 40-year drought last time, and I was there in person. Very different.
Right. Oh, yeah, you were there in person. Of course, that was a big one. Yeah, it was kind of a nothing of a game, right? Like by the end of the first quarter, it was done, right?
Yeah, which was great for us. It was like, all right.
No tension, no anxiety.
Fantastic.
Fun times.
We had all the tension in the Peach Bowl in the semifinal game.
Yeah.
That's all we needed.
Man, I'm so happy for you and Herschel Walker.
Yes, sir. Boys for life. Got the signed helmet.
Any chance three-peat, or is that impossible?
I mean, we're the favorites for it next year.
Really? Wow. I mean,
the first time since 1934 to 1936 Minnesota Golden Gophers. So pretty historic stuff on the line.
Also worth noting, it appears as though Georgia is immune to the T-shirt curse, right?
They're just that good. That's what it feels like. They're just that good.
It's weird. It's like the one thing that hasn't been affected. Even my beloved Buffalo Bills affected to a degree. We'll see by the end of the year.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, what's going on with your mouth right now? What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, you got
a mouthful here?
Yeah,
what?
Mouthful of carrots.
Mouthful of carrots. Show starts. Best time to eat carrots, top of the show?
I think you're going to hit like a long intro. You know, I'm getting in.
Everyone's got to be on their toes. You got to be ready.
Vitamin K, need the eyesight, whatever it is in these carrots. And yeah,
couldn't have done it at 12:55, or
I look like a chipmunk. I mean, I got.
Let's see how you look.
Cheeks full of carrots on each side. I mean, it's like, we're really tucking through. I feel like I got my wisdom teeth taken out. That's how bad it is.
Are you gonna choke?
No. I mean, they're chilling, but I'm.
You got to get those carrots in. You're running a half marathon.
Exactly. That's why I'm eating carrots and
not snacks.
Yeah, not chips or something.
Are we trying to lose weight or just not gain weight?
Wow.
Not gain weight. No. Yeah. Not
just keep it healthy.
Need to lose weight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep it very healthy. Keep the body running smooth.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll let you do your thing so I can.
No, I think this is good stuff. I mean,
Thanks,
it's a great
Bugs
start.
Bunny.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that. More in a bit from GC. Great show today. Back end, we'll hear from GC, get his picks for the weekend. Also, Parlay Pals. 3 of us, of course. Frank's still not in because we continue to roll.
Thanks for the reminder.
Without him. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by AJ McKee. You may have heard yesterday via press release. Tuesday afternoon press release. AJ McKee has re-signed with Bellator. Massive news, massive W, massive dub, as the kids like to say, for Bellator. We'll talk to AJ McKee, who's in England to help Pretty Boy Taylor, Anthony Taylor, who's a big part of the crossover boxing scene. He's competing on that Misfits boxing card on DAZN this Saturday. We'll talk to him from the UK, from jolly old England, about the decision to re-sign with Bellator. Looking forward to that. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Brandon Moreno, who, of course, meets Deiveson Figueiredo next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend in Brazil for the 4th time. He's already in Brazil. He'll join us from Rio de Janeiro. Looking forward to that. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Ryan Garcia, obviously one of the best boxers on the planet. And we hope that we can get some clarity on the Tank Davis fight. Tank Davis, a victor this past weekend. Are we going to see it on April 15th? And prior to that, Casey O'Neill is going to join us. She is back in action later on this year after the ACL surgery. So looking forward to King Casey, of course, proudly represented on the set, on the desk right over here. Prior to that, we'll answer your questions on the nose. You know how we do it on a Wednesday. A litany of questions to get to. There's been a backlog, of course, because we haven't done this in quite some time. But like I said, some breaking news off the top of the show. Usually on a Wednesday, we go to on the nose first. But big news, joined by the president of Bellator MMA, old friend of the program, diehard Niners fan, the one and only Scott Coker. Hey, Scott, how are you?
Did you forget my name? Or you had a little pause there.
No, this is called dramatic, pause. This is called building it up. This is important stuff. I like to, pause, get people. No,
it's all good, man. I'm happy to be here, man. Excited about what's going on with Bellator.
Scott, are you in a hotel room right now?
I am. I am in a hotel room.
You travel
in Honolulu for 2 days.
Scott, Honolulu, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning over there, no?
Yeah, no, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, but this is the one show that I would, wake up this early and do. Wow. So here I am.
I appreciate it. Wow, I'm so jealous of you being in Honolulu. That is incredible. And I'm sorry for taking you away and for making you wake up early, but I do appreciate you being here. By the way, how confident are we in the Niners? I mean, I know my Bills are going to be there in February, but will your Niners be there as well? What are you thinking?
I think that's the Super Bowl right there.
You think
buddy.
That's it?
The Bills. I think that's the Super Bowl.
Oh my!
I think that's going to be the game.
Wow.
I think the Bills are going to beat the Chiefs in the championship game, and then it's going to be the Niners and the Chiefs in Phoenix in February. That's my prediction.
That would be incredible. And you'll root for the Bills, right? Because we're such good friends, longtime friends. You want to see me happy.
I want to see you happy, but this is the one thing I can't just cave on because come on, it's my team. It's been my team forever. So. Got to root for the Niners because these opportunities, we lost the last two, and really those are just gut wrenching losses, and we got to get one.
All right, fair enough. Like I said, let's not beat around the bush. You have some breaking news, Scott. Like you said, exciting times. Of course, February 4th, back on CBS. I want to ask you about that. We haven't talked since the big announcement. Fyodor Emelianenko against Ryan Bader. The return of Johnny Eblen, the middleweight champion. After that, you're going to Dublin. But things are happening. So hit us. Frank, we have some breaking news music. What is it?
Great. Listen, we have an exciting tournament coming up. We've talked about the lightweight division being the next tournament, and we're officially announcing it. And the participants are the breaking news. And number 1 slot is going to be Usman Nurmagomedov. Number 2, Patricky Pitbull. Number 3, Tokiev Masayev. 4, Benson Henderson. 5, Alexander Shabley. 6, Sidney Outlaw. And last but not least, we have 7, AJ McKee will be in the tournament, which I'm really excited about. And then number 8, Mansour Barnouet.
So there it is.
That's our 8-man tournament. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be really a fantastic tournament, and it's something that we promise the fans. And if you look at our lightweight division, it is really stacked. And excited for those guys to all get it on.
Okay, so we're showing the audience right now the 8-man field. The champion Usman Nurmagomedov is in there, of course. Benson Henderson, former UFC Bellator champ. AJ McKee, former champ as well at 45. A lot of recognizable names. Am I correct in assuming that winner gets $1 million like the other ones?
Yeah, so they get their pay throughout the year, which is pretty sizable for most of these guys, and at the end they get $1 million bonus check. So there's a lot riding on the line. I know these guys are going to fight their hearts out, and everybody has something to prove.
When does the tournament kick off?
Well, we're going to kick it off. Well, that's something that. Well, I'm just going to tell you, Aaron.
Okay.
It's just I can't hide from you.
Thank you.
But we're going to kick it off. The participants are still being worked out, but we're going to kick it off on March 10th.
March 10th in San Jose, correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Your home base. So the matchups are still being worked out.
Yeah, matchups, brackets, things like that are still being worked out. We're having some more meetings today and tomorrow, and then we're going to figure all this out in the next couple of days, and then we're going to have a new announcement, and it'll have the brackets and who's fighting who and when they're going to be fighting.
Can I ask? Is it possible? I don't know if it's possible. You tell me. Do you think we can crown a winner within 2023?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I mean, these things are kind of a fluid process because, as you know, injuries happen, right? Scheduling, conflicts, things like that. But mostly it's just we want to make sure the fighters are healthy and really ready to fight and can give their 100%. And so that's why some of these things have taken so long. And then COVID hit when we had our featherweight tournament. There's a lot of, those issues. But really, we really want the fighters to be 100%. And if that's the case in 2023, then we'll finish it this year.
I love it. Are you a soccer fan?
A little bit, yeah. I'm just like an average soccer fan. Like the World Cup, I'll definitely tune in. But I'm really a football guy. I love football. It's like the Niners are my team. But even if it's not the Niners playing, I'll watch two good teams play. Love college football, and love sports in general.
So the reason I bring that up is, and it might be too late for this tournament, but maybe for the next one, I feel like you can do something really great, whether it's on the Bellator YouTube, Showtime YouTube, Paramount Plus, whatever, where you have the 8 participants in little balls, and then you have maybe you or someone else show up. I don't know, maybe it's Chael P, and then you open and it's completely random, and you make a big spectacle out of it and be like, this is going to be the 8-man lightweight tournament Grand Prix draw, and you open up the champion Usman Nurmagomedov is going to fight AJ McKee in the first round. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Like let's do this up. What do you think? What do you think? Like they do with the Champions League and with the World Cup draw.
Yeah, you know what? We've actually done that for one of our tournaments, and the last two we haven't. But when I was working for K1, that's how they did it. They went to Fuji TV studios, and they had a drawing, and it worked out the way it worked out. And then sometimes fans want to see certain fights, and certain fans don't want to see certain fights. And so when we did it both ways, and maybe we'll go back to that way. But I think for this fight on the lightweight tournament, I think that we're going to sit down with our team and pick the brackets I think the fans want to see and make some great matchups.
I know you're not ready to announce the matchups, but the biggest name on the card, or excuse me, in the field is AJ, and I want to ask you about him re-signing. That's a huge deal for you guys. To me, he has to fight either Usman Nurmagomedov or Patricky Pitbull off the bat. Obviously, the history with Patricio makes sense, or the champ off the bat. Can you say whether or not his first fight will be against either one of those guys?
You know what? I can't say right now, but Errol, I think that you should join our matchmaking team. We're having a conversation later today at 4 o'clock.
I'd love to. Okay.
And your input would be greatly appreciated. So,
can you send me the Zoom link or what? How do we join?
I'm going to send you. I'm going to have Danny and CJ send it to you within the hour because I think you're thinking we're thinking along the same line.
Okay, perfect.
Let's put it that way. But there's like I said, that there's certain fights that the fans really want to see. And regarding AJ, listen, this is a kid that when I came to Bellator, I actually went to one of his fights. I think it was his last amateur fight, and I said, "Oh, this kid is going to be special." I saw something in him, just like some of the other fighters that we've signed that have become pretty big stars. And I said, "This guy has got that X factor, and he's got the little swagger." And I think he was, God, he must have been like 20 years old at the time, and he's fighting at a recreational center, and it was Quentin Jackson's promotion, and he fought and I said, look, when you're ready to turn pro, come see me and let's do something. And I'm so glad that I did it. And I've watched this guy's career just flourish and grow. And he's just getting better and better. And he's still young. And when I think about mixed martial arts in a company, you got to have great fighters. And he was our top priority to re-sign. And I think we made him a great deal. And I think he's happy. I think we're happy. And we're all going to move forward. I really wanted him in this tournament because I think that the tournament would have been great without him, but now it would be really special with him.
What I appreciate about AJ is that he kind of marches to the beat of his own drum. And last year, Well, I don't know if he or I may have upset some people at Bellator. I know our mutual friend Mike Hogan wasn't very happy with me when he had some things to say before his fight against Patricia Pitbull. I mean, I got an earful from Mike. It was something else. But the point is, I'm wondering if the relationship is obviously better, I would assume, because he re-signed. But like, how intense was this to keep him around? Because I know there was interest from other promotions, right? He had one fight left. He's a huge deal. This is a massive win. I mean, I think this is one of the bigger wins in the last, year or two for Bellator. How close did it get to not being a reality?
I was never really worried because, fighters, with young fighters, right? Come on, they'll say things and, of course they're going to be, it's not always going to be the best relationship, but we've always had a good relationship with the camp and the father and even AJ. And really I think that we are like his family. He's like part of our family. I mean, when I met Pops McKee, he walks into the Bellator office and honestly, 5 hours later, he's still talking. And I'm like, man, I got to get out of here. Jesus, what's this guy? In fact, when we came back from Tokyo, I ran into him at the airport and there's Pops McKee and we started talking. And then it was an hour later that they finally left baggage claim, right? So I'm like, hey, let's talk soon. But I just said, look, this is the guy. This is the guy that we're going to invest in. And so just like we've done some of our other top talent. And that's really what makes Bellator special. If you look at the roster today, I mean, it is really stacked. And I'm so proud of this roster. It's taken a long time to build because, as you know, it's not like you can bring in a fighter from wrestling or jiu-jitsu or, martial arts, and then a year later, you're going to have this phenom. It doesn't work like that. It takes 3, 4 years, 5 years to really get to that point where they have like 10 fights even. And so we've invested a lot in AJ, and he is really a special kid, man. He's down to earth and really he's just really a chill guy, and when it comes time to fight, man, he brings it, and he's fearless and he puts on a great show. I thought he did a great job in Japan, and buys this $100,000 samurai outfit. I mean, that was crazy, right? I mean,
it was incredible. He's a showman.
Incredible. And I just said, the only thing I felt like was when you put the sword back in the sleeve, please don't cut your hand. That's what I was worried about. But no, in all seriousness, we're really proud of him. I thought he performed well, and so did all of our guys. I mean, to go 5-0 in Tokyo, that had a great feeling.
What a night!
It was a great feeling. It was just fantastic because it just it validated all the hard work that these guys put in, and some of those guys had a tough fight. Even AJ had a tough fight. I mean, that kid's no joke, man. That Souza kid, he's no joke, man. I thought there was one time where he might have caught AJ, and so I was a little bit worried, but maybe AJ feels differently. You should ask him that question.
I will ask him about it. What a night for you guys. Like you said, going 5-0, some of your biggest names in action victorious. And I think, and I wanted to know for you, like you have deep ties to the Japanese market. You have been there for so long. You have been a part of K1 in the past and doing so many events. Could you tell me, as someone who has only been to one show at Saitama Super Arena, and that was a New Year's Eve, it's like a bucket list thing for me. I would love to do it. Does it feel like maybe, from watching it on television, it felt like a great scene? I don't want to say it's, Bob Sapp days, but I mean, it felt pretty damn special. Is Japanese MMA coming back? Like, is the market heating up again?
Yes, absolutely. And I've been watching Sakubar for the last 5-6 years over there do his thing. And it's very impressive for him to come back, get to the point where he was just starting and had, mishmash of fighters and trying to work with different people. And then eventually started developing his own fighters. And it's really been impressive to watch the growth of his business. A lot of people don't know it, but this guy is just crushing it over there. I mean, where else on the planet are you going to go and see 26,000 fans on New Year's Eve? Anywhere in the world, right? Let alone, like on New Year's Eve, right? So, for him to do, he did a gate in July where he had a tension fight, a kid named Takero, and it was a kickboxing fight and some MMA fights, I believe, but mostly just martial arts, different types of martial arts. And they did 49,000 people at the Tokyo Dome in 22. New Year's Eve, they did 26,000. The Mayweather fight, they did 26,000. I mean, he's just crushing over there. And it's great to see. And I tell you, what you're feeling is correct, because I was there in the days. I went to the Pride shows. I used to go to the K1 shows. I saw all those great World Grand Prix finals at the Tokyo Dome. with Ray Sefo and Jerome LeBanner and Peter Arts and Hoos. And I probably got to go to eight of those for 8 years. And I could feel the rise of the fans now again in Japan. People are excited. It's taken this long for Japanese MMA to come back, but the answer is yes. I think the fans are excited. I think they're pumped up. It's got a good TV business over there right now, and he's able to pack arenas. They got good sponsorships. I mean, these are all the elements of a great promotion company.
I love it. I also love, the whole Bellator versus Ryzen thing. And I saw you guys tweet, who should we go after next? I saw KSW chime in, PFL chiming in. Could this be your thing? Like, why not go after these other guys? Why not do it? Or is it just too pie in the sky? Is it too tricky business-wise to co-promote with the other guys?
No, personally, I would love it because really this is like the martial arts way, right? Is to compete and to fight and test yourself, right? So on that sense, I would love it. On a business sense, I think it's going to be tough to work with some of these guys, and including the UFC. It's been their policy not to do these types of events. But man, wouldn't it be amazing to see all the leagues combine and do like a worldwide tournament like the World Cup, and everybody comes in, brings their best talent, and let's get it on. If that could happen, we would definitely be on board. If all the players and working with independent players like Sakibara, we've worked together for so long that it's really. I mean, I wouldn't say it's easy, but it is doable, right? When you start talking about doing with other promotions that you don't really know that well, and they have other agendas, and how long of a relationship we're going to have with these people, and it's like what is the agenda? If the agenda is to work together for many years, and we could create a circuit where we had a tournament like this, maybe for the next 4 or 5 years in different weight classes, I would be all about it, man. Or team versus team. I mean, that would be a lot of fun to promote.
I would love to see it. You're back on CBS on February 4th. First time in a long time, over a decade since CBS has aired MMA action. And of course, we remember some of the events of yesteryear, Elite XC and whatnot. This is a big deal, but for right now, would it be fair to say this is a one-off, or can we expect multiple CBS shows in 2023 or one a year? What is the plan with CBS?
Well, listen, we've as you know, it's the parent company is the same that owns Bellator, so it's all in the family here. And we were talking about trying to get a 3-fight series with CBS, and as we were talking, this date popped up and became available. And so when I got a call from Kelly saying, "Hey, this date's available. Would you like it?" I of course, you never say no to CBS, right? So I took it. The other talks of multi dates are going to be are still ongoing, but I'm excited. I think that this is something. I think I'm being cautiously optimistic about having a big successful show. But that's my goal is to get at least 2 or 3 fights a year on CBS. But those conversations are still ongoing.
Okay, yeah, and Kelly Call, in my opinion, one of the unsung heroes in the history of MMA, an executive who really championed the cause of this sport. I mean, before it was really mainstream, right? And it's unfortunate he's no longer with the company, but I'm glad to hear that he was a part of bringing MMA back to CBS, as you just referenced. He was a huge deal. I mean, like, without him, I don't know if we ever get MMA on CBS, dating back to the Elite XC days, right?
Yeah, I think that he was a big supporter, and I'm going to miss him and his energy. But I know we've talked that he's going to be at the fight. He's going to support the event, and he's going to come with his buddies and maybe his wife. But one thing I'll tell you, as we start working with the departments inside CBS, everybody's excited, and it's not just CBS, but it's Paramount Plus now. So this will air on Paramount Plus as well, and a lot of familiar faces on the Paramount Plus side. We worked in the past with Bellator on Paramount or even Spike TV back in the day. But it just seems like there's a good momentum and there's good conversations, and there's good synergy right now going into this event. So I feel really good about it.
It's all very promising. You've got the return on CBS on February 4th. You're returning to Dublin, which is always a great scene later in the month in February. This March 10th event kicking off the Grand Prix. The finals of the Bantamweight Grand Prix coming up as well. A lot to be excited about, but I'd be remiss if I don't ask you about one piece missing, which I think is a huge one for you guys. It's almost the size of a crater. I mean, all these things are great, but if you ask me, until we see, the massive superstar that is Dillon Danis back in action. I don't know if Bellator is really fully back on track. What could you tell us about the highly anticipated return of Dillon Danis? I mean, one of the big stars in combat sports right now.
I tell you, that's actually pretty funny. But we offered him to fight in London on the show coming up.
Yeah, and
I guess they accepted and they made a deal and we basically said okay. And so when this thing fell apart, I was really surprised. And he's reached out to me saying, "Hey, I want to fight," and so we're going to try to get him the rotation, but. It's been a long time. I mean, it's been a long time since he fought, and so I hope he's been training and I hope he's been doing his thing. But at the end of the day, it's really going to be up to him and how bad he wants to fight and does he really want to compete at this level? It's going to be something that only he can answer.
Is there ever a point where you're like, I'm not really interested anymore? Go do something else. Go bother someone else.
I'll tell you we have a contract with the guy and we're going to honor the contract. Right. But, it's like I said, it's going to be, do you want to really fight? That's really the question for me, to be honest. That's the question. If you want to fight, come back in here. Not that you start from ground zero, but you're going to be in some tough competition, test yourself, and then let's see what happens.
Do you think he does?
TBD, to be determined.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No, I don't. I mean, if you withdraw KSI, I don't know how much you know about KSI, but he's not a high level fighter. Massive respect for him for stepping in the ring. I have respect for anyone who does it, but like if you're withdrawing from that, how could you book him in an actual MMA fight against someone at his level? You know what I mean? Like if you're withdrawing from that, I know boxing isn't his thing. Maybe the best thing for him is to just go do some jiu-jitsu, get back on track, just get his confidence back, do what he's best at, and then reconsider things. But this was a pretty bad look. And by the way, I said from the moment the fight was announced that it was never going to happen. I never believed that he was going to take the fight.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the record.
Well, listen, I think it's a great game plan, Errol. I think that we should call Audie right now, tell him the new plan, and start.
He'll hang up on us if we call him. He'll be like, "Please don't bother me with this." By the way, what about this Keith Lee? Have you heard about this Keith Lee story?
No.
Keith Lee, who fought for Bellator, I think his contract expired. He last fought for you September of 2001. He's become one of the biggest things on TikTok. I think over 8 million followers, and he's a food critic. And he's doing incredible things for the community in Las Vegas, helping out small business owners. I mean, he's in a Chipotle ad online. The kid's like a huge star. You remember Keith Lee, right? Kevin Lee's younger brother.
Yeah, that's right. He used to fight for us. I remember.
Yes, let's bring Keith back. I mean, he's a huge star. You've got something on your hands here with Keith. I'm just giving you these free ideas. You can take them or leave them.
Well, no, I love it, and I always appreciate it. But my question is, if he's if he's so busy, is he going to really have time to come back and be a fighter? I mean, that's a full-time commitment.
Yeah, in his handle, it's still Keith Lee 125. So to me, that makes me think that he still wants to be a fighter. Just throwing it out there.
Either way, I'll go check it. I'll go check it out. Go check him out.
All right, a lot to be excited. Any other news you want to break for us before we let you go?
No, listen. We got a great slate of fights coming up here, CBS on Showtime, and really excited about this lightweight tournament. And excited about AJ. So a lot of great things happening for Bellator, and looking forward to 2023.
I think it's going to be a great year. A lot of people jockeying for position in 2023, but I feel like the OG Scott Coker has to, like old school, get a rebound, put the elbows out, box out, and be like,
yes, yeah,
we're not
Detroit
going
Pistons.
Anywhere. Yeah,
we're talking Detroit Pistons right here.
Bill Lambier, Rick Mahorn. You know,
yeah. No, I feel really good about it, and this is at the end of the day, you're about your fighters and your company, and I feel really good on all fronts right now, and I'm excited about this the tournament, the lightweight tournament, because as you know, we pick our tournament based on what we feel is the best division of our league, and right now I think lightweight, including AJ, is going to be something that fans are going to want to watch.
Last one, a fight I'm very much looking forward to: Rafion Stotts against Patchy Mix, the finals of the Bantamweight Grand Prix. Stotts has become, for me, must-see, and Mix's win in December was fantastic. Any idea when the finals might be?
Yeah, we're gonna try to fight them at the end of the first quarter. So we're gonna have something to announce really soon. Just trying to work out a few details on the venue, and then within a week or so we'll have something to announce on their date.
Scott, appreciate it as always. Mahalo, as they say over there. Aloha. Good luck. Thank you for coming on, and looking forward to February 4th on CBS. Nothing bigger than CBS. I mean, home of the AFC Championship game. Bills Chiefs. Previous weekend. Hopefully, we'll have Jim Nantz and Tony Romo read a little promo or two for the fight on February 4th, and then I'll see you at the Super Bowl.
You got it, buddy.
All right. Thank you so much. There he is, Scott Coker.
Thank you.
President of Bellator MMA, with some breaking news. Frank, how about that?
That was great.
I mean, that is something. Do we have any lines out there yet, GC? I don't know if you're finished your breakfast yet, but they have any lines broken on best fight odds?
No.
Nothing?
For the lightweight tournament?
Yes?
No.
Okay. Just thought, I thought they moved quickly.
Yeah, I don't think that quickly, especially because did he confirm a single matchup?
No, he didn't confirm a single matchup. That's true. But maybe this
futures. Here's where we do the futures.
This is where we do the futures. Hey, this
How
guy.
long did you have to sit on that?
This guy is plus 500 to win. This guy is plus 400. Like in golf, right? Isn't that how they do it in golf?
Yeah, any futures. That's how they do it.
They got to go with AJ versus Usman or AJ versus Patricky first. I kind of feel like you do Patricky first. Build up the rivalry with the brother and hope that he prevails, and then maybe Usman in the second round. But I feel like those are the two big matchups.
Or do you go opposite sides of the bracket and hope they make it to the championship?
I feel like anytime that happens, you're
playing with fire.
Wait, with Usman and AJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you do Patricky first. You got to do Patricky first, right?
Tricky opening round.
Yeah.
And then third round to the finals.
That's not the worst idea. That's the biggest fight. And he'll be on a winning streak at that point. I feel fairly confident Usman's making it. I don't see anyone in that bracket that's going to give him trouble. He's incredible, and that would be huge. And then AJ beats Usman, and then you get the big trilogy fight against Patricio. Amazing stuff. I wonder if anyone's asked us about that. Probably not, because it just broke. But nevertheless, time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A.
By the way, I was going to...
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's twice this week. You're like, hey, we're going to do it at this point, and then we just go right by. That's fine.
Wait, what was the first time?
On Monday.
What did I do?
You were like, we're going to do it after so-and-so, and then both Andy and I looked at each other like, oh, that's ship sailed.
By the way, ship didn't sail. Watch this.
Ariel Helwani.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much to Mike Heck. A reminder that this week's segment, On the Nose, everyone's favorite segment of the week, is brought to you by our good friends over at Whoop, the 24/7 personalized fitness and health coach. Whoop is a sleek, screenless fitness wearable that tracks your sleep and daily activity, creating a detailed breakdown of what's going on with your fitness and health. Lots of professional fighters are using Whoop to track their workouts. Our own GC started wearing Whoop, and guess what? He's running a half marathon now. I mean, any truth to the rumor that once you started to see your information, you're like, you know what? I'm fit enough to run a half marathon.
It is not a rumor. It is 100% truth. The only reason I'm running this half marathon is because of Whoop. I just signed up for a second half marathon in May because of Whoop.
Where's the second one?
Brooklyn. I'm doing New York, and then I'm doing Brooklyn.
You mean New York City?
Yeah. NYC.
Wow. Who knew there were so many half marathons?
Shout out to Whoop.
Is there a half marathon in every borough? Like, is there a Staten Island? Is there a Bronx?
I don't know. But maybe I should run all 5.
That'd be cool. Yes, shout out to Whoop. Try Whoop for yourself today, and maybe you too can run a half marathon. That's over at whoop.com, WHOOP.com. That's whoop.com. And please use the code MMA to save 10% today. When you check out, put MMA, you'll get 10% off. You could be like GC, you could be running half marathons. All right. Thank you very much to Whoop. Please support them because they support us. Let's get to the questions because, as I said, it's been a while. And of course, thank you very much to our good friend, moderator Lewis, for putting them all together. Taco Enthusiast. Hi, Ariel. Thanks for sticking up for what's right. unfortunately, the ongoings of the past couple of weeks have really put a sour taste in my mouth to start 2023. Quote, Dana White is a good fight promoter, but he also physically abused his wife in a public setting, fails to give fighters long-term health care, pensions, or fair pay for their very risky jobs, slanders the integrity of MMA journalists, his contractors, his competitors, and others, verbally harasses people and lies for personal gain, turns the other way when American fighters take money for photo ops with a Chechen warlord. My question is simple. How did Dana White craft such a bubble of invincibility that Endeavor, ESPN, UFC colleagues, and many fighters do not speak up when something like this happens? How can he continue to get away with things without any repercussions? Thanks, Ariel. You the man. And PSA, shame on Ari Emanuel and Endeavor. Shame on the rest of the UFC brass. Shame on ESPN and Stephen A. for being soft when they could have shed light on the issue. And shame on those of you defending a man who abused his wife. Men don't ever lay hands on a woman. It's not okay. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And most importantly, rest in peace, Victoria Lee. Prayers and love up for her family. Wow, a lot there. And obviously, I echo the final sentiment. The Victoria Lee story is truly heartbreaking. With regards to Dana, Dana has been lucky enough to surround himself with business partners who, A, enable him, B, support him, it seems unconditionally, and C, take on the approach of, all right, we're paying you to just run this whole ship. Because you have to remember, the UFC has a tremendous deal with ESPN. They had a tremendous deal with Fox. They had a tremendous deal with Spike, all of them, right? The three main broadcasters that they've had over the last 15 or so years. Where unlike the NBA, unlike the NFL, unlike Major League Baseball, NHL, they produce all the content. They produce everything. They produce all the shows, the pre-shows, all that stuff. It's one of the reasons why when the deal kicked in January of 2019, I wasn't doing pre and post shows anymore. I got the boot because it was all them. It's their guys. Their broadcasters, the ones that you see on television, work for them. They don't work for ESPN. Now, they might have side deals, like DC has a side deal with ESPN to do his podcast. But when he is doing a UFC broadcast, it's all being paid by the UFC. The network, ESPN in this case, pays the UFC a massive sum of money, and they do the rest. And so the approach is always like, this is yours, you do it, we're not going to meddle. Now, ESPN meddles a little more than Fox, but I'm talking about like that much more. It's not a big difference. It's not very impactful. And so because of the fact that he just kind of runs the ship, they kind of let him do it. And because of his personality and because he is prone to picking up the phone and chewing you out and is a, 800-pound gorilla and is very intimidating and is an alpha male, people don't want to rock the boat. And he's been able to be surrounded by people who just don't want to rock the boat. Now, the Endeavor thing and the ESPN thing are two completely different things. He works for Endeavor, but he's also been represented by Endeavor. Endeavor were his agents. They represented the UFC for many years. They got them deals and whatnot. And so they're programmed to protect him. They're programmed to represent him. So what are they going to do? I could tell you this, though. I have heard at this point from people within the company who are disappointed, who are frustrated, who are upset, who have told me that, listen, it's a tough thing. I don't envy them. You work for the company, you get paid. You're going to speak out, you're going to probably get fired. Or maybe not fired because that would be a bad look in the interim, but you're not going to get opportunities, you're not going to grow. So I don't begrudge anyone who doesn't do that. I don't even begrudge like the broadcasters who aren't doing it because they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. What are they going to do? Speak out about the guy who's going to rule with an iron fist and end their career if they do so? But there are people within those walls that have souls, who have hearts, who have consciences, and say to themselves, you're not even going to say anything? You're not even going to put out a statement? You're not even going to say a word about any of this? There are women there who are saying to themselves, like, what is our stance on this again? What if this happened internally between me and a colleague? What would happen then? So it's a tricky spot that they have put themselves in. I think that they have hoped that this would go away. I think they hope that him speaking out right off the bat, once the news came out, would, squash any backlash, and it hasn't. Things are still popping up. Now, an article here, an article there, that doesn't seem to deter them, but I do think that this is going to do irreparable harm to his legacy and to whenever he needs to have a stance on a situation like this, because I can assure you something is going to happen over the next year or so, and he's going to be the president. He's going to have to answer to it, and his words won't mean anything. You can't sit there anymore and say you can't come back from hitting a woman. You can't. When you did it and came back, you did it, and there were no repercussions. You did it, and there was no accountability. And again, I will remind the people who say you should move on. I will remind the people who say you should not care anymore because he apologized or his wife doesn't seem to care and there were no charges, etc. I will remind all those people to say this is bigger than that. This is the message that you have sent to your employees, to your fighters, that this is okay. This is the message that you have sent to your fighters who are defending you, that this is okay, that this type of behavior is okay. And I am not brushing under the rug, sweeping under the rug. I am not trying to create any sort of lumpy rug of like, hey, she hit him first. No, she did. We saw it on camera. She did. But now you're telling your employees and your fighters that if this exact same situation happens to you, it's okay. And more than likely, if it doesn't even go down in those, in that sequence of events, it's still okay. Nothing has happened. Not a thing has happened as of right this second. As of 1:40 p.m. Eastern time, not a thing. Not a statement. Not a, hey, we're going to look into this. Not a, we've talked to him. Not a, we condemn this. Not a, we don't accept this. We don't support this. Nothing. That to me is unfathomable. Again, I didn't expect anything major to happen. I didn't expect him to get fired. I didn't expect him. And I have never even said that. I have never even raised that. But you want to know that they have a pulse, that they have a soul, that they care about this sort of thing, that it's not just glitz, glamour, fights, front row tickets, Yahoo, sell pay-per-views. A little bit of a soul, because I would like to think Ari Emanuel and Patrick Whitesell and everyone who works at the UFC and Endeavor don't support this sort of thing. So what's so bad, as Taco Enthusiast is mentioning, what's so bad about speaking up and saying we don't support this? I don't know. And I don't really look to ESPN as an entity to say they don't support it, because the UFC is not owned by ESPN. Certainly I'm disappointed in some of the personalities there. Can't look at them the same. Can't look at them the same when you are apologizing and defending this type of behavior. When you have more fire, more intensity, more panache, speaking about, whether the Bengals should have a home game in the second round of the playoffs than this, something's wrong. You need to check yourself. When you're more fired up about, the NBA lottery and tanking than this, we need to maybe check our priorities. But you laid it out, Taco Enthusiast. The legacy speaks for itself at this point. And as I said last week, he is who we thought he was. And I've tried to tell you. Now, people are going to believe what they want to believe, but it's just a long line of things that, are disheartening, disappointing, hard to defend, impossible to defend, dare I say. And this is at the top of the list. But they claim that they have this this like code of conduct. There is no code of conduct. There is none. There is absolutely none. I mean, could you imagine any other sport where like the stars of the sport are taking pictures with a dictator or warlord and nothing happens? Consider this. You will get in more trouble. Consider this. I mean, how crazy is this? You will get in more trouble in the UFC right now, if you're a UFC fighter, if you are training with James Krause than if you are hanging out with a dictator. How crazy is that? I mean, just consider that. You take a picture with James Krause right now, you're in trouble. You take a picture with Ramzan Kadyrov, it's like, cool. When's your next fight? We'll send over the bout agreement. I mean, what is going on? It's a crazy world. Sainty, hey Ariel, my mother and sister are survivors of domestic violence, and on behalf of them, thank you for speaking out against Dana White's actions and the lack of accountability from the companies that employ him, and speaking out against the fans that encourage such behavior. I don't have a question. I just wanted to express my gratitude and tell you that you and the MMA Hour team have done a great job of cultivating a safe environment for all MMA fans, regardless of gender, race, religion, or sexual orientation. It is extremely appreciated in this divisive time. God bless and thank you for all you do. I want to remind you that I'm not picking these questions. There's a ton of them. I do appreciate that moderator Lewis picks these, and they do really mean a lot to me. And the people who have texted or DM, I've read them and they meant a lot, but I'm not trying to like sit here and pat ourselves on the back. We're not trying to do this to curry favor or to virtue signal or to be white knights. This to me is like the easiest of all decisions. How could you support this? You can't. I'm sorry. You can't. And you're all a bunch of clowns. You're all a bunch of Neanderthals if you are trying to support this. Every single one of you, including the fighters. Very, very disappointing. Extremely disappointing. There is no defense. And if you're going to look at that video and say that it's tit for tat, it's not. It is absolutely not. Just look at it. You're a fool. And by the way, I was taught long ago that your true colors come out under the influence of alcohol. You're gonna use alcohol as an excuse here. That is as whack as can be. No, you're a grown person. You make decisions, okay? And who's to check? Who even knows? Like you're oh, there was alcohol. Okay, well then it's okay. Oh, she hit him first. Well then it's okay. No. And when you're in a position of power and you are that influential and you're a quote unquote leader of men, as they said, no. You should act accordingly. At least that's what I believe. Leo, hola Ariel. I'm struggling with my UFC fandom with everything in the MMA news cycle lately. I believe moving forward, I will not be buying every pay-per-view as I have been for the past 4 years. I'll be watching prelims and reruns when I can. I can no longer stand to drive home from a friend's house at 1 a.m. or have my friends do the same for an organization that won't condemn domestic violence. I don't think this is being hyperbolic, by the way. They will not say anything. Think about that. They will not say a word. They won't even put out a 2-sentence statement. And I know to some of you that's empty and that's hollow. It's not to me. The fact that they would go out and do that, like, all right, okay, fine. You're at least telling your public, and maybe they've seen enough tweets and enough commentary where they feel like they don't, but I could tell you in the orbit that I live in, it would mean something. Anyway, back to Leo. Or will now charge $80 for their product while not supporting their legends and fighters. My question is, do you believe there's a time where ESPN Endeavor will pivot to prevent more fans like me and others from no longer watching, or will they instead put effort into gaining other viewers that better suit their ideal customer? My opinion is that the UFC is now becoming a detriment to themselves and will never be the next NFL, NBA, MLB if they continue on the path they're currently on. They were never going to be the next NFL. I mean, there's always going to be a group of people that don't like fighting, and there's always going to be a group of people that don't like cage fighting. That was never going to happen. I'm sorry, but it was never going to happen. Extremely lucrative, extremely valuable, all those things, but no chance. And again, I'm not looking to ESPN. I'm looking to ESPN if we want to say like, hey, I want to see them cover this the same way they cover an NBA scandal, an NFL scandal on all the different platforms, on all the different shows, podcast, TV, digital. Not quite seeing that, but fine. Trust me, I was there. I know how it goes, and they're shackled as well. You're looking for the owners. You're looking for the parent company. You're looking for the parent company that has spoken out about other controversial things, like I've said, Saudi Arabia, Kanye West, etc., to have that same energy. When it comes to domestic violence, I mean, who in their right mind is divided on this topic? You want to sit back and be like, yo, Kyrie was just throwing out a link. Kanye is just doing this, that, or the other. Saudis are just... Domestic violence? Domestic violence. Hitting the mother of your children, hitting any woman. I don't know how you could be divided on this one. Honestly, I don't know. And I don't know how people are defending this. Blaine Miller. Ariel and crew, hope it's a great day in New York for y'all. Recently, Francis Ngannou posted a picture and it looked like his mother was wearing a PFL shirt. Is Francis making the move to PFL? Surely the $1 million tournament winnings will be much less than a fight with John Jones. Thoughts on this? No. Francis, as of right this moment, isn't going to the PFL. I don't know why his mother was wearing a shirt with the PFL logo on it. You know, the story is still evolving. I still believe at the end of the day, he goes back to the UFC, in large part because he's not represented by CAA, and that was a big stumbling block. CAA, Endeavor, they're, you know, not the best of friends. But as of right this moment, There's no deal in place for him to, re-sign, and there's no deal in place for him to fight on March 4th. And that's going to be the real interesting one. It's January 11th. Who's fighting on March 4th? I've told you they wanted John Jones versus Francis. Here's the really interesting thing. If John Jones is truly ready to fight on March 4th, you got to get him a fight on March 4th. The ideal scenario would be Francis, but we were told he was also truly ready to fight on December 10th. You can't delay. There's only going to be so many John Jones fights left. And so if Francis Ngannou is not ready to return, and there's a possibility he's just not ready to return, that'll be a year or so since the knee injury. It's not a crazy thought that he won't be ready to return. If John Jones is ready to return and Francis isn't, you have to go to the next guy. And I would imagine the next guy would be Stipe. And if for whatever reason Stipe can't fight, you got to go to the next guy. And I would imagine the next guy would be Ciryl Gane. And if Ciryl Gane's not ready, you got to go to the next guy. And I would imagine that's Curtis Blades. You got to get John Jones a fight because you don't know when he'll be available again. Ideal would be John Jones versus Francis. Number 2 would be John Jones versus Stipe. But if he is ready and willing to fight on March 4th, if he wants to, if he is prepared, ready to go, training, feels good about fighting at heavyweight, you got to get him a fight. As of right now, no deal for Francis to re-sign or to fight on March 4th. That's what they want to do. And I think as of right this second, it ultimately gets done. I don't know if it gets done all in time for him to fight on March 4th. That's TBD. Chris, Ariel and friends, how are we? We are doing great. By the way, big Forest match coming up. 2:30, I think, against Wolves. Carabao Cup. The more prestigious of the cups. Compared to FA Cup, of course.
Yeah, we still don't care about the cups.
We don't care. We don't care, but I would rank Carabao number 1 than FA. Like, FA Cup is like the biggest jabroni cup of all time.
For sure.
Chris Williams says, when will the UFC announce the headliners for the March pay-per-views? Oh, wow. We were less than 2 months from 285, and there doesn't seem to be any traction on Francis Jones, Cejudo, Sterling. For 286, if Usman's hand isn't a big deal, then what's the holdup there? Yeah, I'm not sure about the latter. And we'll see. Maybe there's a reason why they didn't go to Cardiff or to a bigger stadium. I just spoke about 285. Not sure what's going to happen there. Hearing some chatter that, well, I've already told you that the pay-per-view in April is going to be at the beginning of April. And I have heard, this is not me, I've heard that Brooklyn is in play for the beginning of April. Now, does it ultimately go to Brooklyn? I know they talk to a lot of different venues and, they can change on a dime. But Brooklyn is in play, and they have gone to Brooklyn in April in the past, so it's not the craziest thought. Do you want to have Jones fight in Brooklyn? Not a bad idea. And then Sterling announcing yesterday that he's injured and he's going to be out. What's going to happen then? So, yeah, a lot up in the air. Logan, hello, Ariel. I hope you are doing well. I was wondering what you and the boys are doing for your New Year's resolutions. Happy New Year's to the crew. Can I tell you what's my biggest pet peeve? It's no longer being told or getting, the Happy New Year wish post January 4th, 5th. I don't want to be that guy. Look, you see someone for the first time, on January 16th. All right, yeah, you're nice. Happy New Year. Can I tell you what's an even bigger pet peeve of mine? Happy New Year's. Why do people say that? Happy New Year's. What is that? That's horrible English.
I think it stems from New Year's Eve.
I know, but isn't it annoying? Happy New Year's. You see people write that on social media. Happy New Year's. What? It's Happy New Year.
I mean, you're not wrong. It is annoying.
I'm trying to rack my brain how many times I've said New Year's.
Oh, I hate it. It's a huge pet peeve. I've already said what my resolution is, and that's no more Apex events. But then on Monday, I had the whole thing. I'm not going to harp on it. What about you guys? Any resolutions? And also, is that a resolution or is that more of a wish? I don't know. I guess the resolution would be not to harp on it.
Right. Is that your resolution? Are you confirming that?
I want to think about it. What about you? Do you have one, Frank?
Big surprise here. I don't really subscribe to that whole thing. I don't like making declarations and then feeling bad when they don't work out.
Like anything you're hoping to accomplish?
It's just silly.
Well, you're in control of accomplishing them.
Yeah.
But no.
No? Okay.
No, I really don't. Yeah, just silly.
What about you, GC?
Half marathon.
Oh, yeah.
2 hours.
Is this part of like a New Year resolution thing?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Clean up the eating. Get in shape.
Then start training for MMA.
half marathon.
I love it.
Yeah, then post the 2 half marathons, then we start bulking season over the summer. We get huge, start taking some boxing classes.
That's what I'm talking about.
Menace to society.
Might take
Wow.
a future on TV.
Yeah, 2027 champ in Shamrock Fight League.
What about you, Rick?
Rick, you there?
I'm here.
Oh.
No resolutions. Don't need the calendar changing over to get me to do things.
Yeah, there we go. High five.
Both of them
buddy.
not having resolutions might be the least shocking thing of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
I
it's
will-
silly.
When I have a resolution, I do it. I don't need it to be January 1st.
Yeah. I like that mindset.
Can I tell you another thing that kind of irks me a little bit? It's
People
that
don't have resolutions.
no, it's like when people are like, man, I can't wait for the end of the year. Like, I can't wait for 2023. And then all of a sudden 2023 starts. It's like, man, what a tough start to the year. It's like, you know what? This is just a week, okay? It's no different than July 1st to July 8th, all right? Stop
Not
putting
gonna
like
lie, I hate
so
that
much
too.
pressure
While we're
on.
piling on here, when
Yeah,
people
please,
are
yeah.
like,
Keep it going.
when
Keep it
they're
going,
like,
Frank.
oh, with the holiday shuffle, I lost track. No, you didn't. You
come
were
on.
winding down. This is the time where you actually can answer everything.
I hate can we just put 2022 in the rear view and finally get to 2023? It's going to be the
Yeah.
same thing.
Nothing's gonna
I'm with
change.
you on that, Rick. We're just turning the calendar. Nothing is going to change.
This is so close to my heart. This is all very special to me. Arbitrary dates and timelines and things, get them out. Arbitrary resolutions, get them out. Although I will
do like
say,
resolutions.
Helwani,
I do like resolutions.
Yes, please.
New Year's
Is annoying.
from New Year's Eve, from New Year's Day, that is the name of the holiday, right? So if somebody says to you, Happy New Year's, they are omitting the day, but that is the name of the holiday.
That's stretching.
They can wish you a Happy
No.
New Year. They can wish you that your 2023 is going well, but there is a holiday that they can
like
be
this,
referring
Rick.
to.
That
Just,
is-
I like
just
this.
you know,
It's a
just something
stretch.
out there for you to.
Don't love
for you
it.
to-
As
I don't
someone
think
who
they're thinking
definitely
on that
said
level.
Happy New Year's, I
Hate
like
it.
that, Rick.
Hate it. Happy New
Totes.
Year's. What does
Just
that even
saying.
mean?
Legit
Just say
don't
happy.
like
It doesn't make sense. It's grammatically incorrect.
No, there's
That's
I
okay.
mean,
That's all right.
And they
Fair
do it
enough.
everywhere,
Just a
like
nice
Barnes and
sentiment.
Nobles. Like, there's no S.
Also,
at the
can I
end of
tell
that.
you another thing that gives me
I like those.
great stress? People are like, man, 2023 is going to be my year. So, like, you ever go back and do a deep dive on someone's social, and it's like 2020 or 2020 is going to be a great year for all of
Every
us. It's
year,
like, oh
yeah.
yeah, want to make God laugh? Tell them your plans for the future. Stop putting so much pressure on yourself to make this your year. To just go out and win the day. Wake up.
it works well though.
It doesn't work well.
Because when you do become successful, and then you can put it on Instagram and talk about how at the beginning of the year you said you were going to make it your year, and then these amazing things happened. It looks prophetic. It looks incredible.
Can I tell you about something else that annoys me? Yeah, thank you. It's when people do those like reels at the end of the year and be like, look at all the shit that I did, or
Alright.
okay, enough. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wow.
that brings
We
us
are really
to the
pooping
end
all
of
over
the
this.
2022 season, and then corny music.
Like,
and
what is
the
this?
And then
highlight.
the quick cuts between everything.
0.5 second highlights of everything you did to make it look all crazy.
Enough. By the way,
I feel like a lot of people listening right
Didn't
now
we
are
have
like,
something like that?
wow, I feel exposed.
Yeah, it's almost like we did a 3-hour show celebrating the end of.
no, we were
the
celebrating.
entirety of
By the way, we were
2022.
celebrating other people's accomplishments.
Didn't you have a
hypocrites. We're
reels on your
Sure.
Instagram showing the end of the whole year in a flashback?
Me?
Yeah, didn't Spencer do something like that?
How dare you speak of Spencer like that?
I'm just wondering. I mean, we're now
No, it was
guilty.
it was it was a that is so rude. Call up Spencer right now. Have him defend himself. That was so rude of you. That was showcasing all the people who came in studio. That was gratitude. That was being thankful. That wasn't us being like, oh, look at me. I went on a trip. And you know what? It just makes people feel bad. It makes people feel like, oh, my year wasn't as good. It wasn't up to snuff. Not a fan. Not a fan of any of that, to be honest.
Facts.
Not a fan of Happy New Year's. Not a fan of those end of the year things. Not a fan of putting pressure on yourself. Just win the day. Go out there, win the day. And by the way,
Man.
New York
Happy
Rick.
New Year's. Here's to a big 2020.
My resolution.
Yes, talk to me.
I was talking to Coker about this, and I know you're the social. Have you seen this Keith Lee? What he's been doing on TikTok?
Nah, missed it. Never heard of him.
Could I tell you?
Rick is the founder.
Can you
of Keith
pull?
Lee.
Can you pull back the count? I'm the number one Keith Lee fan.
in our group chat, Nick has been championing the Rick has been championing Nick. I was thinking of my guy Nick Khan. Rick has been championing the Keith Lee cause for what, months
Yeah.
now?
Yeah, I was a early adopter.
Never
I'm
clicked
early
on any of the
stock
links.
on-
Now I can't get enough of him. I have to admit,
He's tremendous.
in a sea of negativity on social media, I've already told you what I think of it all. I hope they burn to the ground, all the sites. Remember when they said Twitter was shutting down like in 12 hours? Whatever happened to that?
Yeah, that was never going to happen.
Yeah.
It was never, ever going to happen.
Anyway, this guy is like a beacon of light. He's like the one positive thing online.
I do not regret my Kaposa social media person of the year being Shinya.
That is a great call.
But there is one that could have been, and it would have been Keith Lee. The positivity, not only just the positivity of his content and his videos, but he's literally out there making a change in his community and changing the lives of small business owners and their restaurants and their families. So yeah, Keith Lee is the man.
Could you imagine if he found his way back into Bellator based off of TikTok?
Dude, this guy's gonna be like a big star. Like he could be on these influencer cards. Forget Bellator. Like he could be headlining cards. Keith Lee is
Fighting's Keith Lee expert, Eric Jackman.
Well, no, but he is right. I mean, that it is incredible. The guy's like, I typed in his name on Twitter. He's in a Chipotle ad or whatever that thing was. What about the fact, and some of this is just bad luck, but Keith Lee, Anthony Taylor, Dylan Dennis, all former Bellator guys who they're not able to capitalize off of, and now are, doing things, at least generating some sort of interest. Like the Anthony Taylor one is a crazy one to me. He was just sort of like a mid-tier guy, and now he's a mainstay on these cards. Dylan, say what you will about him. I don't know if the views, the likes, the tweets, the whatever translate into actual viewership numbers, but a lot of people know who he is and are somewhat invested in his story for whatever reason. And Keith Lee is like Mr. Wholesome. You know what I love about the Keith Lee stuff? It's all like, Keith told me to do this, and Keith told me, like, he's like everyone's friend. It's unbelievable.
He's everybody's best friend. Yeah.
And he's Kevin Lee's brother.
I think you touched on something. I think they needed to kind of break out of the confines of not necessarily Bellator, because I don't think that would be fair, but like the MMA structure of like fight on the undercard of a fight against somebody that nobody's ever heard of, and they themselves are somebody nobody has ever heard of. I think they kind of needed to break outside of that to achieve the things that they've achieved, even Dylan Dennis to a certain extent. But yeah, it's a hopeful and positive story for sure. I mean, Keith Lee is a mega social star, and I feel like he's going to hit the mainstream pretty soon.
Meanwhile, on the flip, you've got his brother, Kevin Lee, who I hope is going to return and hopefully he's healthy, signing with Dominance, announcing that he's now Muslim, and talking shit on my Instagram. What the hell? Kevin, I thought we were boys. He was all up. He's like, oh, you don't really, why are you showing love, or why are you spotlighting these clowns like KSI? You only care about their follower count. Like, I give a fuck. If that's the case, I would have had KSI on moons ago. Don't be bitter. Don't be upset. Like, what? I'm trying to show love to everyone. I have everyone on the show. What are you talking about? It's crazy. I just go on there this morning. I'm like, what? Motown Phenom, all of a sudden you turn heel on me? I thought we were boys. What happened? Oh, I know what happened. Hello, Ariel. With everything going on in Brazil, this is from Alfredo. Do you think the January 21st pay-per-view runs any risk of being moved or canceled? For example, I'm sure authorities have to provide a police presence at all sporting events. If the political unrest continues, I doubt they could provide it. Interested to hear your thoughts, or if you remember a similar situation happening at a past event. I mean, honestly, I am not the expert when it comes to this. The Brazilian Beast, Guilherme Cruz, would be the expert when it comes to this. I'm not going to pretend that I am an expert in Brazilian politics. Obviously, I've seen what is going on. It's crazy how reminiscent it was. And it goes, by the way, can I make this comparison? Dare I try? This goes back to what I said for the first question. If you show the world, if you show the public that there are no repercussions for crazy actions, guess what? Those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Guess what? Other people will copy you. Remember what happened on January 6th? Oh, that's okay? Let's do it. Now, the Jose Aldo component in all of this is too bizarre even for my own brain. But to answer the question, I don't know, honestly. What is Guilherme saying about this? My guy. I'll ask him and report back. Or maybe he's watching and he can tell me. Crazy time. What a start to 2023, right, guys?
What a start.
Can we just be done with 2023 already? I can't wait for 2024.
Max83. Hello, Ariel. My question is, can you clear up the structure of the UFC for me? I can't really find much about it. We know about Dana, Hunter, Mick, and Sean, but not about many of the other figures in the UFC. Is Epstein still around? And what does Joe Silva do now? Wow, there's a blast from the past. Much love from Germany, and a happy new year to you and the whole crew. Rick, what about Joe Silva right now? He's probably on his couch reading like a pile of comics, just laughing at all of this, right? I mean, he is like the happiest guy, the biggest pig in shit of all time. He doesn't have to deal with any of this shit. Joe Silva, of course.
Yeah, he cashed out his chips at the right time.
Oh.
He just got out, chilling, living the good life.
There was a period where I was asking him to come on for years, and then I just stopped because I was like, what? This guy has no interest. And you know what? I don't blame him. Who needs it? At the very top is Endeavor. You've got Ari Emanuel and Patrick Whitesell. I would say below them, once we start to get into the actual UFC structure, if you will, what is that called? You're good at these terms. You're very corporate when it comes to this stuff. It's like an organizational chart, New York Rick. What do you call it?
Yeah, org chart.
See, I said organizational. He says org. That's just the cooler way to say it. Dana, Hunter, chief legal counsel, but really, like, he is the straw that stirs the drink. He is the guy. He's the one negotiating. He's the one on the front lines. He's the dude. You know, I've said this before. Sent me a very nice text when I reported that he was joining the company. Never heard from him again. But of course, I'm not holding any kind of drug. What's going on here? Any kind of grudge, because people speak actually quite highly of him in terms of the ones who have to negotiate with him and, really get down to the nitty gritty. He's less emotional. He's less combative. He's just less like fiery. And obviously it's easier to negotiate with someone like that. So you've got Dana, then you've got Hunter, you've got Lawrence. Mick and Sean are the matchmakers, and they obviously have very important positions, and they have, they have divvied up the divisions. So Sean has X amount, Mick has X amount, Mick has the women, et cetera, et cetera. Lawrence Epstein is still around. Joe Silva is long gone. He left in late 2016, early 2017. And that's pretty much it. The company used to be a lot more robust, and then post-sale, a lot of the executives left. The Gary Cooks of the world, the Marshalls, the Lasniks of the world, they have left. There was the head of Canada, there was Tom Wright, there was the head of Brazil, Giovanni Decker. I mean, it was a massive, massive org chart, if you will, and now it's a lot more skeletal, bare bones. H. Dela Cruz 24. Ariel, thoughts on the power move that Vince made? Oh my. Where do you think this puts Paul, Steph, and Nick? This saga has been crazy that he would destroy WWE, then see it ran by someone, not him. I think he's looking to only sell if someone gives him a Dana White role, which puts him back in power. I mean, what a crazy last few days in the world of WWE. And I understand that not everyone who watches this show either knows or cares, but just in very quick, short terms, you may recall back in June, there were some reports in the Wall Street Journal that allegations were being made. There was an investigation into misconduct by Vince McMahon about improper payments to employees, relationships with employees, all this kind of stuff. His daughter, Stephanie McMahon, had taken a leave of absence just weeks prior. She's brought back as interim CEO. Then out of the blue, after more investigations, more reports, on a Friday, Vince just sends out a tweet that he is retired, that he's gone. Stephanie's named co-CEO with Nick Khan, also co-CEO. Her husband, Paul Levesque, is brought back as chief content officer. And then this like stretch of good vibes commences. Old faces are brought back. New people are brought in, signed, and it just felt like everything was clicking, firing on all cylinders. It was good vibes. It felt like the ship was back on its path, train back on the tracks, whatever analogy you want to use. And then end of the year, we start to get more reports from the Wall Street Journal that Vince wants back, that he regrets the decision, that he was given bad advice. Fast forward, he's back as of late last week. He's voted by the board as chairman once again. He's voted in as chairman. He brings in the former presidents of the company back on the board. A couple people leave. And then last night, and I understand that I'm going by this very, very quickly. It's a lot more complex. But then as of last night, we find out Stephanie McMahon resigning as co-CEO and resigning from WWE. No leave of absence, just leaving. Paul Levesque remains chief content officer. Nick Khan, my former agent, who I've been very open about, relationship, worked together long before his days at WWE, is now the sole CEO. Vince chairman, and they're going to sell the company, or they're exploring all their options. And then late at night, we get a report that they have sold to Saudi Arabia. When I saw that report, I did not believe it, because if you announce that you are for sale and that you've just, hired JP Morgan to help in this process, it's not going to happen that quickly. I also have my doubts, and maybe I'll be proven wrong here, that it would be the best move for them to sell to Saudi Arabia. I can understand the benefits after what just happened, where Vince is like, look, if I can't have this, you can have this. And if I can have this, I'm keeping this private because I don't want to have to deal with no SEC or, boards or anything like that. I'm keeping this in-house because I don't want people looking through my stuff. I could get that, but to sell it to Saudi Arabia, who, what is NBC going to negotiate with Saudi Arabia, a Saudi Arabian owned property for its next TV deal? Is Fox going to do that? How's that working for Live Golf? I didn't really believe it, and I didn't believe that it could happen that fast. Now we'll see what's going to happen here. I will say, was sad, as a fan of wrestling, sad to see Stephanie go, because I think, based on everyone that I've talked to, and I feel confident saying that, everyone respects her. I mean, I've rarely heard someone say anything negative about her. She seems like a great leader, a great person. I mentioned yesterday on Twitter, I've only met her once. That was in Nashville at SummerSlam. Had a very brief conversation with her. It was no longer than 5 minutes. 99% of the conversation was about being a parent and loving picking up kids from school and being there for your kids. Her kids are much older than mine, but that was it. And I couldn't believe how down to earth and how personable she was, but it confirmed everything that I had heard. And so I could imagine morale might be a little bit low right now with her leaving, wondering what the status is of Paul Levesque, aka Triple H, because people seem to like, the direction of the company with him involved. And what is Vince going to do now that he's involved? I'm open about my feelings towards Nick Khan. And I see some of these noobs and these freakazoids online being like, he's a company man. Like, based on what? I don't work for WWE. I can't hide from the fact that I used to work with the guy before WWE. I couldn't predict any of this, but I know him intimately. Yes, that is true. And I trust him. And he's the smartest person that I've ever met in terms of media business is concerned. And as I wrote yesterday, he's always 4 steps ahead. Like, he would forecast things to me before there was even an inkling of them becoming a reality. He's just brilliant when it comes to this stuff. Truly brilliant. Like, I don't use that word lightly. He is brilliant. And so with him still there, I have hope. Now, what direction they're going to go in, who they're going to be sold to, where they're going to go, I don't know. I did report today that the report that they have been sold to Saudi Arabia is false. They're still exploring all those options. Could it happen? Sure. Do I think it would be a mistake? Yes. And we'll see what happens here. But yes, there's a lot in flux. I see some people saying that they knew he was always going to come back. I mean, I thought that was it. And it is somewhat shocking after the good vibes of the last few months, and disheartening to see him now all of a sudden come back and it seems like the whole thing has been blown up. I personally think Paul sticks around, and I do wish that we had like a sliding doors thing where it was like, if none of this ever happened, would Stephanie ever have come back? And is it possible that it's like, all right, you're back, now I can go back to my leave of absence and be with my family. Is that possible? Sure. The whole thing feels very sort of tricky because at the end of the day, it is a father and a daughter dynamic. Like we forget that sometimes. Allegations, all this stuff, like that is his daughter and she's allowed to feel a certain way. And we don't truly know how she feels about this all, but you just kind of hope that it's not as messy as it may seem. But now she's leaving. I do wonder though, with Paul Levesque being healthy, why wouldn't you keep him around? Like the work speaks for itself. The reputation speaks for itself. Why wouldn't you keep him around? If you want to buy the company, why wouldn't you want to have him involved? Now, does the new company come in and blow it up? Why would you do that? When Endeavor bought UFC, they still kept Dana. They still kept Mick and Sean and all these people. So I would imagine they would want to keep the soldiers that made it as successful as it was around. Now, does that mean Vince sticks around? Does that mean Nick Khan sticks around? I don't know. But in terms of like the creative people, why wouldn't you want to keep those people around? So a lot in flux, a lot up in the air. I'm very open about the fact that I didn't like the product when Vince was around, and I liked the product a lot better when he left and Triple H was around. But as of right this moment, what we're being told is Triple H is still the guy, running the show as far as the content is concerned, the creative is concerned. So let's see. It's a little bit messy at the moment. It's a soap opera unlike any. And I know it's easy to, make the jokes about the previous angles of the family. I mean, it's all kind of played out over the years. This is obviously real life. But yeah. And I see some people being like, are you going to be as hard on Vince as you were on Dana White? Like, to me, it's not exactly apples to apples. But yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say? Do I condone that kind of behavior? Of course not. This isn't a pro wrestling show, but it hasn't played out the way that Dana White. There's no video footage of all this stuff. He did leave. And if any of it is true, and I believe the investigation proved that, there were payments and there was, I don't condone any of that. I don't like any of that. And I don't feel comfortable about, them being sold to Saudi Arabia as a journalist, as someone who takes pride considering their history with, how they've treated journalists in the past, let alone other human rights issues. So all of this is kind of crazy. And I've talked to a couple people behind the scenes, and, there is trepidation and there is anxiety and some despair. And there was some like, man, it was going so well. What's going to happen now? I don't know. It remains to be seen. The one part that gives me hope is that Nick is still there because, like I said, I personally trust him very much, just given my relationship, and think very highly of Paul. Don't know Vince, never met Vince. The history speaks for itself. The reputation speaks for itself. And, it seemed like the three-headed regime of Vince, Stephanie, and Nick was, Nick, Stephanie, and Paul was perfect. Everyone seemed happy. No complaints, felt like the good vibes were at an all-time high, and now it just seems like everything has changed. Everything has changed. What a wild thing. What a wild thing. From afar, it's like, if I can't have this, none of you are going to have it, and I'm going to sell it. Wild. What's the craziest part about the whole thing? We were talking about it all in our group chat, and what's the first thing that Frank said? I think we were talking about Stephanie resigning and Vince coming back and his Triple H saying, first thing that Frank said was what, guys? Does anyone remember?
Can we still do the Royal Rumble poll?
Yeah, how does it affect the Royal Rumble?
Not our picks.
That was the best. Yeah, I was like, yes, actually, Vince addressed the Royal Rumble pool.
It was so funny. You heard what I meant at lunch, right?
No, I didn't.
I told you that people were talking about how the creative may get influenced by it.
The way I read it was...
I know how you read it, but you were just looking for an opportunity to try to correct me on something. And then I spent 5 minutes wondering, should I clarify? Should I show him the article that I'm looking at? I was like, you know what, screw it.
Oh, it was so good. It was so good. Is the Royal Rumble pool still intact?
I did not say that.
How does this affect our Royal Rumble pool, for goodness sakes? In fact, our next question from Abe is about a Royal Rumble pool, but we're going to have to get to that in a bit because we do have our first question asker of the day. No, what did I just say?
What, are you feeling all right? This is what happens when you lie.
Wait, how did I lie?
Because I didn't say anything about the Royal Rumble pool.
I don't like liars, okay?
Exactly.
I don't like liars. Don't trigger me. No, we have our first guest of the day. Excuse me. I was trying to read the question at the same time as I was wrapping this up, but it is an interesting one. It's about the odds and whatnot. Anyway, we'll get to that in a bit. I'm very excited to say hello to our first guest of the day. She is coming back. Yes, it's happening. I think she's officially healthy, officially cleared. Let's get all the answers from royalty herself, King Casey O'Neill. There she is. Hello. How are you, Casey? Long time.
Ariel. I'm really good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Long time no speak.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a rough year for me.
How are you feeling?
I'm 100% now, as you said, so feeling much better. Back to training, back to fight camp, and just excited to, have a better year in 2023.
So you're 100% cleared?
Yeah.
Wow. When did that happen?
About a month ago, I think now. So that was like 7 months post-surgery. Pretty quick.
Wow.
I just hammered out the rehab and did everything they told me to do and got better really quick. And I'm very excited to see what my new knee can do.
Was that the timeline that you were told initially? Because that seems awfully quick coming back from an ACL injury, right?
Yeah, I was told 9 months to a year, but I was fast, so it's good.
Okay, and so we have seen reports that you're going to return on March 18th against Jennifer Maia.
Yep.
Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate. I haven't signed any contracts yet, but that's the fight I asked for, and she said yes, so it looks like that's what's going to happen.
Why did you ask for that one?
I just think that that's a good fight for me. Jessica Ai, who I was slated to fight in July, was a former title challenger and into the top 10 rankings. So it's sort of the same thing. Jennifer Maia fought for the title, and she's in the top 10, and she did better than Jessica Ai did in the title fight. So just like the next challenge that I want to give to myself is a girl who's like been there and done that, and see how I go against them.
Usually you come back from a break like this, an injury like this, you might want to ease into things, but this is arguably your toughest opponent. You don't want to ease into things?
No. I think that taking time off and going back to an easy fight will definitely stunt me and my growth a lot more than coming back and jumping straight back into the deep end. And I don't believe that I've lost anything. I've come back to training, and within a couple of weeks, I'm almost back to where I was. So I think that I'll be better by the time March comes around. I'm going to have a lot more to show than I did before, and I'm hungrier than ever, and I want it so bad, and everyone's going to see that in March. So
this card is taking place in the UK, in London, March 18th. I thought maybe you'd return in Perth. Obviously, you have the ties to Scotland as well, but did you want to return in Perth, or are you happy about this date?
Well, the UK and Australia are both bucket list places that I want to fight. Being born in Scotland and representing the UK and then living in Australia for half my life, both are pretty important. But the February card in Australia was just pushing it a little too much, I think. I feel like I wouldn't have been able to, really test out my knee and everything and then start a camp. And having an extra couple of weeks for the March card was a little bit more doable and still somewhere that I really, really want to fight. Plus, a lot of my family from Scotland who's never made it to a live fight of mine before is going to come. So that's going to be super cool and really motivating for me.
I love it. How did you injure your knee?
I was training for the Jessica fight. I was sparring and just like a really weird freak takedown sort of incident, and it just completely tore in half.
Oof.
And yeah, it was pretty strange because like you don't actually feel a lot of pain when you tear it completely because nothing's holding on. It's just gone. So you don't really feel like pain per se. So I thought I was going to be okay. And then the next day when I went to the PI and they'd done all the scans and stuff and they told me that it was like completely torn and that I was out, I really struggled to like come to terms with that. I think I tried to see 4 different doctors to try and get someone to clear me to still fight, because I was like, there's no way, like I'm fine. But ultimately, obviously I wasn't fine, and I listened to them, and I'm grateful that I did now. I was a little bit sad straight after surgery that I'd had the surgery and regretted it. But now that my knee is way stronger than it was before surgery, I'm pretty grateful that I went and got it done.
Why were you sad after surgery?
Just like knowing that I had to sit out, I felt like I'd really came into the UFC and built a really good name for myself and was on an active schedule, which I think we talked about before. For the first time in my career, I was finally on an active schedule. I'd been trying so hard to fight more than twice a year before that, and just never could really find opponents or anything. The Australia female pool is really small. So once I got into the UFC, I was like, I want to fight all the time. I always stay in shape and stay ready, but maybe that hindered me a little bit because I never sort of take myself out of fight camp, or before I never really took myself out. And I think that that's why I ended up injuring my knee. But just sitting on the sidelines for 9 months, or 7 months in my case, but knowing that you can't do what you love to do, and why I live in Vegas is to fight. So just being here and not really having anything to do kind of sucked.
Would it be fair to say, like, were there some dark days? Were there some depressing days? I can't imagine. I always think about that with a fighter. You're so active, you're so, in shape, and you, like, your whole life revolves around training, exercising, and then it all comes to a screeching halt. Just the body must be in shock from that, right? And the mind as well. How was it for you?
Yeah, I would say that was probably the most depressed I've ever felt in my entire life, for probably like the first 3 months, and then I would sort of pull myself out, and then it went through waves of like really good days and bad days, as you said, because it's not like you have surgery and then you just get better on. There's like things that like hold you up, and I actually ended up having 2 different surgeries. So I had my first surgery, and then sort of got back to normal, and then a piece of the bone chip, which they used to like sort of hold my ACL down, came loose and was like floating on the top of my knee and giving me a lot of problems. So I had to go back into surgery and get that pulled out. And then, so it wasn't like a smooth sort of thing, but we're like completely over the hump now, and getting into a better headspace, and being back at training has been amazing and made me feel so much better. And I think that a thing that I took away from the surgery was that life has to like have other things other than just training. So that's been a good thing to learn, and like start to find other things that I'm interested in and stuff like that. So it's been fun. Learning about myself has been fun.
But now the quick recovery is even crazier. The fact that you went under the knife twice.
Yeah.
Bionic.
Yeah. I'm not gonna like, I've seen it done faster, so I'm not like the fastest one that I've seen. People have like come back quicker, but pretty quick, and I'm proud of myself. I stuck to going to therapy twice a day for a long time, and then I was also doing a lot of therapy exercises on my own, and doing a lot of recovery stuff on my own too, so that I would come back super fast.
Did you stop watching MMA for a bit? Was it hard to watch MMA?
No, I watched everything. I think I actually started watching more than I did before, just because I couldn't sort of train. But maybe like 2 months after surgery, my little sister came out here and had like sort of a fight camp for her first ever fight. That helped a lot too, just seeing her and going and like helping her out every day and coaching her. And then obviously she fought and she won, so that was awesome. That helped a lot, and just staying in the gym. And I think that watching fights actually helped me.
Any truth to the rumor that one of the silver linings to all of this was the fact that you can watch this show in its entirety twice a week, as opposed to going to the gym, so you really were able to keep up with all the news?
I actually listen driving to and from the gym every day, so
there you go.
It was different watching at home, but I still got most of them in, I would say.
I appreciate that. Thank you. How is your sister doing? How many fights now?
She's great. She's actually sitting on the couch right over there. She's back for my camp. So She'll come to London with me and everything and be in my corner for the first time. She only had the one fight. She's been looking for another fight, but like I said, the Australia female fight pool is really small, so it's hard to fight consistently.
Does she have a cool nickname too?
Not yet. We're thinking of one.
Maybe Prince? Or is that weird?
Prince?
Yeah.
I don't know if she'd like that one.
Oh.
She's shaking her head. She doesn't
okay.
like
Well,
it.
there's King, Prince. I don't know.
Yeah.
Something like that. No.
We'll figure something out for her.
All right. All right. And of course, if she
maybe
needs,
Casey or something.
If she needs any Thug Nose gear, of course, we're happy to oblige.
She would love that.
I mean, what you've one time you got mad at me. You sent me a very aggressive text, thinking that I took you down. But in actuality, I put you in the prime time spot. Every time we do an interview, there you are, right there. Like you have the best spot. You missed that part. So
I jumped the gun on that one. I'm sorry. I had a fan message me and say that you took me down. So I was a little bit hurt because I thought we were, friends. But
yeah,
it's all good. Everything is okay in the end.
Are you happy with your position there? I mean, that is, in my opinion,
that's a good position.
That's prime real estate.
Yeah, I do like it.
Any truth to the rumor now with the comeback? Like you're going to try to up the ante, do something even more so to make your presence felt. I'm not against multiple pictures if we do multiple things. Is there something on your mind that you'd like to do to show your allegiance to this program, or do you think you've done enough?
I mean, if you've got any ideas, I'm happy to listen to them.
Okay, all right. I just didn't know if there were any repercussions for the stunt that you pulled last time. So no one got mad, right?
I mean, if I just keep winning, then they can't really say anything.
You're Teflon. You're untouchable.
Exactly.
I love how Australian people, or at least people with Australian accents, say ideas.
Ideas?
Yeah, instead of ideas. There's in the end.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I feel like it sounds the same as you, but I don't know.
Or like,
ideas.
Instead of saying no, you say ner.
No, I don't say no like that. I say no. I think it's the Scottish bit that stops me.
That's true. That's true. Thank God for that.
Yeah.
How do you feel about the state of the flyweights right now? There's a lot of people who think Valentina is ripe for the taking. Do you feel the same? Do you feel like maybe the next fight someone's going to take her out? Do you hope for that she's able to keep the belt as long as you're climbing so that you could be the one to take her out? How do you feel about the state of the division?
Yeah, I mean, I think it always takes a little while for a division to really grow in the UFC. And I think that flyweight's finally getting to that stage where there's really exciting up-and-comers in the division as well. And it's been fun to see and sit on the sidelines and just sort of map out who I'm going to be fighting next and when and stuff. So there's a couple of girls that will give her a really tough fight, but like you said, I would like to be the first one to take her out. So if she can hold on to it, that would be great. We'll see who gets the next shot though. Coming back off my surgery, I do want to fight in the top 10 and fight hard girls, but I do want to have a couple of fights before I fight for the belt, maybe even a main event if I can get one, to try out 5 rounds and stuff. So if someone fights for it and gets her before me, then I just have to get them. And I think that would just make the division a lot more exciting.
So you're not thinking title shot in 2023, probably 2024?
Maybe. I'm trying to have 3 or 4 fights this year. So let's see where the 3 or 4 take me.
Wow. Fighting in March, 3 or 4 fights, that would be quite the active schedule.
Yeah, I'm ready to come back. I've been missing fighting and I hate just watching. I like being on the cards. So there's a lot of good cards coming up and it's going to be a big year for me.
Also, I have seen your tweets. You have jumped on the Buffalo Bills bandwagon, it seems. And
well, I do love Josh Allen. I'll say that. I do love.
What's not to love? What's not to love? But you weren't always a Bills fan, right? You've recently jumped on the bandwagon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Packers fan. I'm still a Packers fan, but I just like Josh Allen, and then it's hard not to root for them when they're winning, and then all the stuff that happened with Damar Hamlin, obviously. So
wow, you really follow the NFL? Is this a sport that you like?
I follow it. I've been following it a lot more since I've been injured too, because I've had a lot more time. So that's been fun, and my boyfriend is like a diehard Seahawks fan, so being a Packers fan kind of rubs him the wrong way, but I love it even more for that. And then obviously last weekend.
That was a weird one, right? You guys were jockeying for position.
Yeah, he sort of had the up on me, so I wasn't too happy about that, but it's all good.
Why are you a Packers fan?
I just like Aaron Rodgers too. I'm more of like a quarterbacks fan. I feel like I just like certain quarterbacks. But Aaron Rodgers hasn't really been my favorite this season. He's kind of been a little bit of a sore loser, but
yeah. Josh would never act like that, by the way.
Yeah.
So now that the Packers are gone, you're fully Bills Mafia.
Yeah, I want the Bills to win the Super Bowl this year.
Oh my gosh.
So
A lot of people were saying that you were rooting for the Bills just to curry favor with me, that you were trying to get in my good graces. Any truth to that?
who said that? I
That's
never
what the
heard
people.
that from me.
Oh yeah, people were saying, oh, of course you're a Bills fan. You're trying to, get Ariel to be, supporting you publicly, all that stuff. So no, you're denying that.
I mean, I guess I'm denying it, but like if it gets more favor with you, then that's good.
I mean, it's a good choice. They've got a big game this weekend against the Miami Dolphins, playoff game on Sunday.
Yeah, we'll do good in that game for sure.
You go to Raiders games too?
No, I've actually only been to one game, and it was the Seahawks game live. I like watching from the house better.
Yeah. And are you a big Australian rules fan?
No, I like the NRL in Australia, but not the AFL.
Okay. Do you know about the Adelaide Crows?
A little bit, not really. I think they're an AFL team.
Oh,
right?
are they?
So
Okay.
I don't really follow AFL that much, or I don't really follow any of it anymore, to be honest. But when I was home, I used to watch the NRL.
Okay.
Or the State of Origin as well.
Or the what? The State of what?
The State of Origin. It's like Queensland versus New South Wales, 3 games a year.
Wow.
And they play. It's like the best players from Queensland to play. Best players from New South Wales, and they best of 3.
Wow, I never even heard of this. When does this happen?
Yeah. June, usually, like the middle of the year.
Okay. And it's always the same 2 teams.
The players like obviously vary because it's like people from Queensland, people from New South Wales, and they have a team and then play each other.
All right, so you're coming back March 18th, UK, O2 Arena, hopefully headlined by Leon Edwards versus Kamaru Usman 3, though we haven't had an official confirmation of that. The rest of the division is on notice. You're 100%. You have a stronger knee. You're coming back in record time. 2 surgeries. Didn't know about the second one. That's incredible. Your head is in a good spot. Physically, emotionally, mentally, you're in good spirits. And we're ready to resume what we were doing back in early 2022.
Yeah, I think we're going to beat what we did in early 2022, going for it all this year.
Okay. Welcome back. Very happy to see you back in good health and spirits. And I'm going to think about what we can do in the UK as an encore. I think that would be, I feel like it kind of makes sense, expected.
Yeah, you just let me know and I'll try and make it work.
All right. Thank you, Casey. Welcome back.
Thanks, Ariel. Thank you.
There she is, King Casey O'Neill, returning on March 18th against Jennifer Maia. That's a tough fight to come back to. Jennifer Maia, of course, a former title contender, and 2 surgeries in a short amount of time, injured her knee in April, obviously coming off the win over Roxanne Modafferi in Houston back in February, almost exactly a year ago. That's when that picture. We have the picture right over here. If you go to this, there it is, the zoom shot. Boom. Right there, you see it? I mean, historic stuff. Wearing the Thug Nose shirt to UFC Media Day. What's bigger than that? Right? What's bigger than that? So welcome back, and we'll see what's headlining that card March 18th at the O2. In a few minutes, we're going to be joined by Ryan Garcia, another king, by the way, back-to-back kings. Didn't even plan it that way. But speaking of boxing, something very exciting happened to me this morning, my friends. I wanted to tell you about that. So did I mention on the show my love of Big John Fisher, or was that just on Twitter? I'm not sure. But Big John Fisher is an absolute legend, and he's the father of Johnny Fisher, the Rumford Bull, and he's incredible on social media. He's prolific on social media. He's very funny, and he ends every single one of his social media videos with Bosh. And I'm still not quite sure what Bosh means. I think it's something that they say in that region, and it's just very entertaining. And one of his big things is he loves a good Chinese. Friday, Saturday is typically when he orders it. Trust me, I know all about it. He has a great big Chinese order, and he sits down and eats it, and I can't stop watching. It's one of my favorite accounts, and I think he has over 150,000 followers at this point. And so I tweeted maybe a week or so ago that one of my great, joys in life is to watch his videos, watch him order, receive the delivery, not even eat it. Just the joy that he has in ordering it is tremendous. And that was it. Tweet. Then it was a DM or two, and that was it. Then I wake up and I see the Matchroom Boxing account tweeted an unbelievable video of father and son speaking about me. In case you missed it, here it is.
Ariel, just want to say a massive thank you for all your messages of support online. Really, really appreciate it. When you're ready, come over to Romford. We'll get a bit of pie and mash. Better than that, we'll come to you in the US of A and bring the Chinese. Bunch.
Do you know how big that is? I mean, that's like Michael Jordan saying, hey, Ariel, let's go have a game of one-on-one. Hey, Ariel, I'm Tiger Woods. Let's go play a round of 18. Sitting down and having a Chinese with Big John Fisher and Johnny Fisher. Also, Johnny, the Rumford Bull, saying he wants to have a bit of pie and mash with me. I mean, what is my life? What has happened? First, I got Michael Smith explaining me how to throw darts. And now I've got the Fishers inviting me out for pie and mash and Chinese. Now, in case you don't know what I'm speaking of, in case you're living under a rock, I got to get Big John on, preferably in studio to have some Chinese. Here's an example of his riveting content. And I'm not being facetious here. I love this stuff. I can't get enough. I'm always showing it to my kids, my wife. Here's Big John Fisher recently ordering an amazing amount of Chinese food.
Yeah, can I make an order for collection, please? Right, could I have a special chow mein, a plain chow mein, egg fried rice, special fried rice, lemon chicken, sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style, sweet and sour pork Hong Kong style, sweet and sour chicken balls.
Yep, 6 or 10.
10. Sweet and sour pork balls. Could I have salt and chili chicken, salt and chili king prawn, shredded chili beef, beef with onions, roast pork Chinese style, roast duck Chinese style, a Singapore rice noodle, a portion of chips, prawn crackers, a large pancake roll, and a curry sauce, please.
Yep, anything else?
Oh, sorry, some mini pancake rolls as well, please. Mini spring rolls. Now comes the bad part. How much?
Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, that's £101.20.
Lovely, thank you very much.
That'll be ready in about 20 minutes.
Lovely, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, bye.
Bosh.
Bosh. La Bosh. By the way, 100 pounds 20. What is that? 100 pounds. I mean, what's better than that content? You know, it's $121. Not too bad. You know what's, for all that, you know what's most impressive about that? That place, able to prepare all that food in 20 minutes? What a spot. It's great content. What do you think about it, Frank? Isn't that riveting stuff?
I think it's riveting. No, are the portions small?
No.
Oh, man.
You got to look at his page. Massive portions.
Does he do this all in one sitting, one night?
All in one sitting. It's unbelievable. And now he started his own web series where he sits down with famous local people and has Chinese with them.
That's amazing.
God, what a character. Now, I think he's on a bit of a diet. He's on this new thing called It Starts Monday. And I do want him to look after his health and be in the best shape possible. It's a lot of food, and Chinese not exactly the healthiest of food, but I just love everything about it. Every time one of the videos gets posted on Instagram, I just comment Bosh. And I'm not a big Instagram commenter, but I just always have to write Bosh. Bosh. I'm not 1,000% sure what Bosh means. I think it's something from the region that they say over there. I'm fairly confident. I think I asked one of my friends at BT Sport about it, but all of it is just tremendous content. I think we need to have John Fisher. We need to have an all-influencer show. John Fisher, Keith Lee. Who else could we have on? Who are the ones who are spreading good cheer? Enough of this negativity, right? There's a lot of negativity out there. Anyway, shout out to John Fisher, Johnny Fisher. Shout out to the whole town of Rumford, city of Rumford. Shout out to the Chinese spot over there. All great people. I enjoy the content very much, and I'm honored. I actually don't feel worthy of the invitation, but I would love to take them up on it. I do see something here regarding the first matchup that I guess has been announced. Oh, is it a press release? I guess the first matchup of the, oh, here it is. March 10th. Usman Nurmagomedov against Spence and Henderson. Ooh, that's a good one. That's going to be a first-round matchup in the lightweight Grand Prix that was announced at the top of the show. Tofik Musayev and Alexander Shabli will also fight on that card. So that means that we could still get McKee versus Patricky. We're not going to get Usman versus McKee, and I like that. I actually don't love... I think the play was Patricky versus McKee. And later in the program, we're going to talk to McKee, 345. So stay tuned for that. That was the play, in my opinion. Just to get the ball rolling, I don't think you want to eliminate Usman or McKee in the first round. I think you want to try to build up to it as best as possible. And you've got, the McKee Pitbull rivalry, the history. Obviously, it's with the brother, but, Patricky's been involved as well. That makes sense. So hopefully they can build on all of this. And I would love to see it conclude within a year. So March 10th to end of December, I think that's doable, right? How many fights is in an 8-man tournament? You'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you'd have, that would be quarterfinals, right? Then you would have semifinals. So it would be 2 and then 1. Am I crazy or am I wrong? 4, 2, 1. 6 fights total, right? Am I right? 8. Divided by 2, 4. Yeah, 6 fights total. That can't be so hard. Unless I'm wrong. I think I'm right.
Would it be 7 fights total?
Yeah.
4 in the first round, 2 in the second round, the championship?
Yeah, 7. All right, 7. We could do 7 fights in a year. Or 9 months. Within 365. But I think it would be better if it would be within the year. Like within 2023. And then at the end, they could have an Instagram reel and they could recap the whole thing. What a year it was. What a year it was. All right, so that's still to come. AJ McKee from London to talk about his new deal. Also still to come. Brandon Moreno from Rio to talk about his upcoming title fight against Deiveson Figueiredo. That's the co-main event for the next UFC pay-per-view. That's January 21st. UFC 283 main event, Jamal Hill versus Glover Teixeira for the vacant light heavyweight title. In a matter of seconds, though, we're going to be joined by one of the best boxers on the planet, King Ryan Garcia, who we hope will return to action on April 15th against Tank Davis, who just fought this past weekend in Washington, was victorious. And that's the fight to make. And that's the fight that I said on Monday that I think could be the highest selling fight in America as far as pay-per-views are concerned this year. Bigger than Usyk and Fury, bigger than Spence and Crawford. Now we're finding out Spence is not even going to fight Crawford next. I mean, what a disaster that is. Fighting Keith Thurman, I believe it is. What is going on? What have we done here? You know what I mean? So I think this could be huge. Given their fan bases, given their records, given their age, given their rivalry, their ability to promote fights. And historically, it's the kind of fight that doesn't get done in boxing. It's the kind of fight that gets done after 5 years of public negotiations and drama and back and forths and tweets and posts and whatnot. They can get this done in relative short order. I think it would be a huge win for everyone involved. Of course, there are some roadblocks. Davis being a PBC guy, Garcia being a DAZN guy. These issues come into play quite often. And when there's a will, there's a way. And that's why I mentioned it to Scott. Obviously, it's harder when you have to co-promote. But why can't we get Bellator versus KSW? Wouldn't that be great? Why can't we get Bellator versus PFL? That would be the ultimate. Wouldn't it help all involved? Rising tide, lifting all boats. Wouldn't that be great? They need to find something. Then, I don't know if the Grand Prix are enough. They need to find a different hook. Like I've always said, back in the day, they had the women's division, the UFC didn't. If they could be the place, well, all right, we're going to co-promote. We're going to call up KSW. We're going to try to make a deal with them. We're going to try to split this. We're going to try to do it in some great venue. I don't know. Do we go to Poland? Maybe not. That's what people want to see. They want to see co-promotions. They want to see people putting ego aside, coming together, making deals happen. And that's what needs to happen for Ryan Garcia versus Tank Davis to come to fruition. Let's speak to Ryan Garcia. Here he is joining us. Excited to talk to him. There he is. Ryan, my man. What's going on?
Life is good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You're looking big, man. You're looking swole. What's going on? How much you weigh? Holy shit. What's happening over there?
I'm just a strong boy. I'm just super strong. I just, I'm growing. 24 years old.
How much you weigh right now?
About 150.
Okay. What's the biggest you've ever been?
Like 155.
Okay. Well, you're looking great.
Yeah.
Very excited to talk to you. Very excited
You
about.
look good too.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very. Thank you. Well, when I'm in the presence of royalty, I gotta come correct.
You always come correct.
Oh, thank you.
You're the man.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I was hoping to have you in studio. One of these days, we'll have you in studio. It would be great.
That would have been sick. Yeah, I was trying to do it, but didn't work out.
It's all good. You weren't in DC, right?
No, I wasn't in DC. I went to Rolly's fight for Tank to hype it up, but this time I didn't feel like going to DC.
Why not?
It's not New York, I just much rather go to New York to watch a fight than DC. But DC is cool, but I just didn't feel like flying out of there and going through all the security stuff, and I didn't feel like doing none of that.
You watched it though, right?
Of course, yeah.
What did you make of his performance?
A usual Tank fight. He's very selective on his punches. He needs to get in a good position to land, the shots that he's devastating with. I think that he relies on guys to burn out, guys with no power. Usually when you're putting pressure on them, their punches lose snap and, they lose focus. And that's exactly what he did. And he got the guy out of there. The guy didn't make adjustments to keep his left hand up or right hand up since he's southpaw. And he got caught with that left over the top. It's pretty obvious what Tank was going for. But Tank, to me, fought a great fight. He understands the game. And I thought he did great.
So if you were to give him a grade, like if you were a professor, what would you give him for that performance?
I would give him a B+, B-.
Okay, that's not too bad. Were you worried going into that fight? It was a weird thing because we were told like, oh, we've got an agreement, but he's going to take a tune-up fight. He slips on a banana peel, whole thing goes up in smoke. Were you worried that something might happen?
You know what? I was definitely worried. I was worried because I had went through so many hoops to try to make this fight happen for the fans after so much talking. Obviously, we've both been having for years, and finally getting to that point where the networks agreed to work something out, and then now all we have to do is find the right date. And then he says he needs a tune-up. I was like, man, this is like kind of risky because it's not that he could lose; it's the fact that he could hurt his hand. Things could just happen. Getting ready for a fight, and I'm like, dude, this is like to me too risky, but. He went and did his thing. He had a great performance, and hopefully nothing happens between now and April. But yeah, I thought it was a big risk. I thought that it didn't make sense to do. I wanted to fight in October of 2022 to keep the momentum going. I had just fought in July, and I said, I'm going to fight in October, and they told me they were very adamant. We're not going to fight you. If you take that fight in December. And I was like, wow, okay. I promised fans that I'm going to do this. And if I can't take a tune-up before that, or not a tune-up, but if I can't keep active, then whatever, I'm going to just go and fight Tank. All of a sudden, he don't want to fight in December. And then I'm like, all right, let's fight in January. He agrees to that. Then he says he needs a tune-up in January. Then he said, originally it was at a certain weight. Then all of a sudden, it can't be at that weight. Oh. So all these things I've had to do. And I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to fight in January. I'm not going to have something out of the blue happen to me. and I'm going to go straight for Tank because I truly believe I'll beat him. I've always have believed I'll beat him.
Is any part of you annoyed? Like he got the extra payday and you were kind of stopped from getting the extra payday?
Slightly annoyed, but again, there's nothing I could do. I got to just keep forward. I know what mission I'm on. I know, what type of gamble it kind of is to go straight for Tank. But to me, that's what makes people great when they could do things that most people won't.
So is it accurate that on April 15th, you are going to fight Tank Davis? Like, is this 100% a done deal at this point?
At this point, from my knowledge, yeah, it is.
It is?
Yeah, 100%. I've seen the contract. Everything's been set. I think they're just working on the undercard. And other than that, we both agreed to the fight. So, I'm ready. I've been dying for this fight, and I'm giving my all to make it happen. So,
where is the fight taking place?
Most likely Vegas.
T-Mobile?
100%.
And where will it air?
Air is going to be on Showtime.
Showtime.
And DAZN, in a way.
Wow. It's going to be on both.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the particulars, but I think you could buy it through DAZN or something like that. I can't really say the full details. I don't 100% know that aspect.
I guess the reason I'm asking this stuff is because, as you know, there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen here, right? There's promoters who don't usually work together. There's networks that don't usually work together. Is there any part of you that fears that there could be any more stumbling blocks between now and whenever it's time to like officially announce this? Or do you feel like you've cleared all of those stumbling blocks?
Yeah, I've cleared everything. The only thing that could happen is something on Tank's side where he's like, somehow he messes up or, I don't know, trouble in a way, but I don't think he will. I think he knows how important this is. I think he's gonna, straighten up and do his thing to the fight.
Are you confident that he wants this fight as well? That like he is sincere when he says he wants this fight?
I think so. I really do. I mean, sometimes I don't think so because he's not as loud as I am, but maybe that's just his personality. But I'm trying to push the fight. I'm trying to, get the fans hyped up. But I guess he doesn't take that route. He's just kind of a chill guy. So that's cool. I know he's going to be ready to fight though.
You just alluded to something. I mean, he got into legal trouble like a week and a half before his fight. Does that make you nervous that, that close to a fight, you could get into some kind of trouble and now you have this gigantic fight on the horizon and it could potentially ruin all the plans?
That is definitely a concern. I mean, I don't know his temperament. I think he might have anger problems, but you know what? I think that in that situation, I'm not going to really speak on that because, I don't know what's going on in his personal life in that dynamic, you know what I mean, about him and his girl. I don't know what they do. I don't even want to get into it,
Yeah.
I don't think it's right to hit anybody, a female, but I don't really want to speak on it too much because I don't know the full details.
That is fair. I respect that. How would you say, how would you characterize your feelings towards him? Like, is this a personal fight for you? Do you not like this guy? Is that why you want to fight him so badly?
I think for me, it's just a competition thing because I've always been looked at the guy that, people just assume that they could beat right off the bat for some reason. But, I think it's more personal for him. I mean, he carries a chip on his shoulder, but those chips don't matter in the ring. I know what I bring. I know what I've always known myself to do, which is go destroy people. So when it comes to a fight, it's like I carry it personal, but it's not. So when we get in there, we're gonna be firing punches. I know he's explosive. I'm explosive. I just think that he's underestimated me in a way, but even if he's not, I'm gonna beat him.
I had a debate with the guys on the show on Monday. I think that this will be the highest selling pay-per-view in America as far as boxing is concerned this year. I think it's bigger than Fury Usyk. I think it's bigger than Spence Crawford if that happens, but I'm losing hope that is going to happen. Like, I think considering your age, your fan base, both of your records, everything that you have going for you, this could be gigantic. I think it could do, in the million range if promoted correctly. Am I crazy? Do you think it could be number one?
I I don't think you're crazy at all. I think, like you said, it has potential. I think that, this is this has so much weight to it. Like we're so talented in the ring, the way we fight. I think that what else do you want? Two young undefeated fighters going at it in their prime, finally doing it for real. It's not like Mayweather Pacquiao where they took forever, or the things we've gotten in the past. This is the things they complain about, and I think that we're doing it. So if it doesn't sell well, I don't know what will. So you know what I mean. So I feel like this is the fight to do it. I mean, I'm excited. Even just if I wasn't even fighting, I would be excited.
And honestly, I mean, both of you, and I feel like you, and I'm not just saying it because you're sitting in front of me here. You guys deserve a lot of credit for making this happen because there's so many stumbling blocks. And historically, these fights, as you just alluded to, never happen in boxing. And especially at your age, with your resumes, with your records, people try to protect, they hide behind the networks, the promoters, the managers. You guys making this happen would be such a big deal. And to me, it would be like a big FU to all the older guys who aren't making fights happen for various reasons. Be like, look, the young guys who have so much more to lose are making it happen. What is your excuse? You know what I mean? Like
right.
every boxing fan should celebrate this fight if it happens and should really commend both of you for making it happen, because you can use a litany of different excuses for not making it happen and you're not. And I think that's pretty damn great and pretty damn revolutionary for the sport.
Yeah, I mean, I meant what I said after my fight with Fortuna. They were questioning on if it could happen. I said, if there's a will, there's a way. And I wanted to be a man of my word. I refused to let the fight go by, even though I had outs and I had ways to, say, they're messing with me too much, which you could make an argument they were. But guess what? I said to myself, I'm willing to make every sacrifice I have to do to make this happen. And I'm going to do it. And I'm going to win. So that's how confident I am. And yeah, I hope it's an example to the older guys, younger guys, everybody coming up, that when you really want something, there's always a way to make it happen. You just got to either suck up your ego. There got to be somewhere you got to give in. And I felt like I did. And this is going to be all worth it at the end.
By the way, when you say they were messing with you, do you mean about that stuff you were just talking about, the December stuff and all that, or something else?
Yeah, I just think that they were trying to give me ways to say, F this. I'm not going through all this, especially with the weight, with the changing of dates, trying to prolong my inactivity. Then, all this stuff is it's just a game, saying I'm on steroids. I see all the tricks, but they don't know who they're messing with. My mentality is strong, whether they believe it or not. I've been to deep places within myself, so none of this could actually affect me. And I'm ready just to eat them up. That's it. Do all you want, put up, make me go through everything. I'm going to come out on top.
What about his comments recently questioning your mental health and you using that as a quote unquote excuse? Do you feel like that was too far? Do you think that crossed the line? How did you feel about it?
I don't think it crosses the line. I just think that he doesn't really have much, he's not educated on that matter. On that matter, he's not educated because, people just don't know what it is to really be in that deep, mental torture until they go through it. I've heard this time and time again. I don't believe in it, and then when they go through it, they're like, "Wow, that changed my life." So when you get to that point, you just mature. I feel like I've matured past this, past where he's at. In his own mental mentality on the ways he thinks. I've already been there, done that, and I'm way past it. So, I just care for people. I think I care for people a lot, and I want people to, get better, just like Fury had to. There's so many examples of people going through and coming back stronger. And I think that I want everybody to really to have that opportunity. So I'm not going to knock him for his comments. He just has to learn for himself. And that's it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to speak bad on him, but I just know that maybe he's just not educated on the matter.
How are you doing these days mentally?
Amazing. That whole experience had made me so much stronger. No matter what I've lost, I needed to lose it so I could get stronger. And I think that I'm so happy that I went through it. I matured so much in my mind. I don't think so much as a kid anymore. I think more as a man and living by truth and just a deeper understanding of myself. And I think that's what I needed most.
Do you need to do things? Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Do you need to do things on a daily basis to stay on the right track mentally?
I mean, not really. Well, I mean, it teaches you a lot, right? Your mental. I mean, it first starts with your body, right? Your body has to be, cleansed, and then it starts with your, your personal relationships with people. Then it goes into yourself. So as long as you get those three things, you can pretty much navigate, your mental health. Those are the things that it stems from. And I just try to keep my body correct. My relationships with people. I love everybody, try to forgive everybody, be grateful for everything, and just really have a perspective of the glass is half full at all times and look at, not the problem, but the solution. That's what I do. I don't look at problems. I just look at the solution. If there's a thing in my way, well, what's the solution? What should I do? What's the truth of the matter? Don't trust my feelings, trust the truth. And that's how I live by now. And I feel much better. I feel more grounded and just sharper.
When you see other fighters, let's say like a Regis Prograis, use that as like a way to, poke you, does that annoy you? Do you feel like that's cheap?
I just feel for them. There's something wrong. Not something wrong, but they just haven't matured. It's a lack of maturity. And as men, they'll grow up. Maybe they're older than me, but they haven't matured mentally. And when you get to a level of maturity and, emotionally, you don't say those type of things. You just kind of learn how to, self-improve yourself. You're in love with that. You're not in love with bringing people down. I'm not in love with that. I'm in love with how can, I self-improve so I can make everybody else self-improve. Give everybody gems on things I discovered in my own mind and my own self. So I think I just feel for them. They lack maturity emotionally.
By the way, you beat Gervonta Davis, and you're confident that you will. Who's the big fight after Gervonta? Now, you got to keep climbing mountains, right? Like, who would be the next one on the list for you?
I just want to destroy all southpaws. It's something about southpaws. I just on a mission. And Luke Campbell, Fortuna. After Gervonta, I want to go after Lomachenko. And whichever other southpaws out there.
What is it about the southpaws? Why you don't like the southpaws?
I just love fighting them. I've been born to fight southpaws my whole life. I have no clue why. My brother was southpaw. Sparred him all the way since I was 8 years old. My best friend was the southpaw. He was about 180 when I used to spar him all the time. All my biggest victories in some of my amateur days were against southpaws. I don't know. I just don't lose to southpaws.
The southpaw killer.
Just call me that. I'm a southpaw killer.
I love it.
I'm really gonna destroy Gervonta Davis, and I can't wait for that moment to happen. People are gonna be like, this is surreal. I can't believe he just did this to this man. That he's like a mini Mike Tyson, but you got a little Lennox Lewis right here just whooping his ass. Like, that's crazy.
What do you think?
I can't wait.
What do you think? Like, what round? What round?
And I always say second round. Something I feel, but
that early?
You know what? He gets hurt. He gets hit early. And I don't think he thinks my power is really what it is. He just doesn't know. But if that doesn't happen, I'm going to beat him for 12 rounds because we're both high level. We both have a long background in amateurs. We both have an understanding of the game. Like, I know what he's trying to do. I've seen him fight so many times. So if anything, I'm going to make his face like disfigure after 12 rounds.
Wow.
I think either that or he gets knocked out too, but he will not knock me out. I promise you that. I promise you that.
And I feel as you get better and older and bigger, it's probably going to be hard to find sparring partners. And I see that you're a fan of Helwani boxing. You've been emulating my style. Actually, we have a side by side here. I want to know what you think of my technique. If you need me to come out, see, here I am. I mean, your technique is pretty good, but look at my movement over there. I mean, look at the hips, look at the angles. Yeah, what do you think of that? I mean, if I'm being honest, GC used one of my old clips. He didn't use one of my newer clips, but it's fine. I still feel confident in my abilities. What do you think? You think you need me out there? Some help? What do you think?
I need to go to your gym and help you out just a little bit.
Oh, you think I need help?
We'll get you a matchup with somebody.
You think? Wow, you think I could be on one of those cards? I could be one of those crossover guys.
Honestly, you probably could. The way that things are going right now, you're that guy.
Wow. Me versus Dylan Dennis. Who wins? What do you think?
He just drops out right before the fight. he realizes that your training level just got so good, and he just starts trembling. His nightmares come, and he just overcomes them.
That's the fight I should agree to, because it'll never happen, right?
Exactly, and they just see you as that guy he was scared of, and you're just known as the Dylan Dennis killer.
He says he can't find a team. Would you train Dylan Dennis?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, that guy is he's so strange to me. I don't even know what his deal is. I really don't. I don't know anything. He just the master troll. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I could even train. I don't even know if he's really training. I can't trust anything he does or say.
Right.
Like, what is he's gonna come to the gym, but then I come to the gym, and then I'm like, okay, he's not training. I'm probably gonna have to do a hard pass on that.
He was supposed to fight KSI this weekend. Will you tune into those fights? Like, do you watch that stuff?
Sometimes. I mean, if Jake's fighting, I'll watch. You know, I like Jake. Jake's been my friend for some time now. So I'll watch Jake. But other than that, not really. I don't really like to watch those.
Right. You like the actual real fights.
Of course. I mean, I've been growing up on it.
Right.
That's all I like to watch. Yeah.
And we're all good with all.
You like watching all those?
I love watching them. I came out with my. Oh, you mean the crossovers? No, I like the real stuff more. No, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'll tune. You know, Jake. Obviously, I've worked some of his fights for Showtime, and I have respect for KSI, but it's not the same. And then when there's a big drop off after those guys, no, I would choose fights involving people like you 1,000 times over theirs. I actually recently had my pound for pound list come out, and I saw you agreed with the list. So I got a lot of shit for my list, but you actually said that you agreed with it, right?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty spot on, honestly.
I'm going to read it so people know what I'm talking about here, because I was like, wow, I'm getting so much shit. And then I saw you give me props, and I was like, you know what? If Ryan Garcia agrees with my list, then I feel good. This was my top 5. Terrence Crawford, Alexander Usyk, Dimitri Bivol, Canelo Alvarez, Naoya Inoue. I would put Inoue skill-wise high, but he hasn't had the competition. He's kind of a victim of that. What do you think?
He's a victim at being at that lower weight class, but in a way, to me, you don't see talent like that. I mean, the last time I seen talent like that, maybe Manny Pacquiao in his prime. Speed, power, just out of this world. So I agree with that, and I think your list is it's very logical.
Thank you.
Makes the most sense.
Where are you on the list?
I don't know. After I beat Gervonta Davis, I don't really care about being on this, to be honest. I just care about winning. So sooner or later, as I win these big fights, they should put me on there. If not, I don't. Honestly, I don't even care.
You don't care.
I don't care about this. No.
Okay. No. Well, they can't deny you. Once you start beating these guys, you'll be in that conversation too. And all good with Oscar? You guys cool?
Yeah. Me and Oscar are cool. Yeah, we're all good.
Did he really buy abs? What's going on over there? What's happening?
I guess he did.
What's happening over there? He said it himself. He said he paid a lot for the abs. I didn't know if he was joking or not. What is going on? Is that true?
He's that serious. He's living his life. When I seen that, I was like, oh shit. Like, bro, he hit that gym crazy.
I didn't even know you could buy abs. What is going on? You can actually insert abs?
I guess so. I think it's called ab sketching or etching, whatever that. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I read something like that.
Much love, Oscar. Okay. So you could tell me right now, April 15th, I could book the travel. It is happening. April 15th, Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis, one of the biggest fights in recent boxing history. You feel 100% confident. Nothing's going to happen. It's going to be a done deal. They're going to announce it. You're going to do a press conference, the whole thing.
100%. I can tell you right now that it's going to happen. And be ready. It's going to be great.
Press conference? Do you know what it is?
I'm gonna get hyped. I'm gonna get hyped when it actually gets announced. But
okay.
I could confidently say that we have both agreed, me and Gervonta.
And do you know when they're gonna officially announce it? Like officially, press release, like everything. You know when that's happening?
I've gotten word like in a week and a half.
Wow, that's soon. That's soon.
Yeah.
Press conference?
Yeah. I don't know that, but.
Okay, I just want to see. I want to see you guys up there on the stage. I want.
Me too.
You know what I mean?
Too. I want all that too. Trust me. If anybody's been waiting a long time, it's me.
Yeah. All right. Well, you're the man, Ryan. Can't wait for it. Wish you all the best.
I love you, man. I want you there. I want you there, front row.
I'll be there. You have my word.
I just see me beat him while everybody's face just like, like they're just looking out like, what just happened? Like, how did he get knocked out? I just want you to be like, man, that's my guy.
That's my guy right there.
I just knew that he was that guy. And, you know, when everybody turned their back against him, thought he was going to lose, he won.
I've had your back.
At you like,
I've had your back.
See, you have had my back. That's why I'm like, you know what? I need guys like that right in the front row, just in the trenches where everybody's like, you're going to lose. And me and you are just like, nah, we're going to win.
Yeah, F you.
You got this.
You know what?
Exactly.
If the deal's not done yet, tell the boys at the Zone you need Helwani there working. You know, I'll go in the locker room. I'll interview you before the fight. Like, come on. I got a tux. Why not? Tell the boys at the Zone.
Exactly. All right. I'm going to do that.
All right. Listen, you want a big fight? You want a big fight feel? You call Helwani. All right? I don't just show up for any fight.
You bring that vibe. You want to know why? Because you never quit, even when they bullied you for no reason. You're just a guy that's out here grinding. I respect people like that. I can see through the lies.
Yo,
you know what?
Listen. Oh my gosh.
I like you.
You've just vaulted up my personal pound for pound list. You're number one after this little thing right here.
You know what? It's gonna be that way. So you're just predicting the future.
I love it. I love it. You're the man, Ryan. Much love. Can't wait. I'll see you out there.
Let's go.
I mean, what is that all about? That is incredible stuff right there. Ryan Garcia telling me he essentially said he's not fighting unless I'm there. Is that what he said? That's what I heard. It's a lot. I'm flustered right now. I'm blushing. I don't really know what to think about all of this.
A lot of negotiating power, you know. Ask for a couple extra tickets on the side.
Let's go. We'll do the show from out there in Vegas.
I like where your head's at.
Why not? That's a big time fight. And by the way, I'll clip off you jabronis saying it wasn't a big time fight just a couple of days ago. Do you understand what's happening here?
I mean, saying that we said it wasn't a big time fight is ludicrous.
Ryan Garcia, listen, DAZN, I'm open for business. Independent Helwani is open for business. You want me a part of this? Showtime. Forgot about Showtime. I'll be there. What do you need from me?
He was saying the pay-per-view would be on both.
Yeah, it's happened before.
Oh, okay.
Lewis Tyson happened on HBO and Showtime. That was a big one. 2001 in Memphis. Did you watch that? What I loved about that one was it was Lewis Tyson and they like is on Lewis Tyson and the IS and Lewis and the ON and Tyson. So it was like is on. I always thought that was really clever. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
It was big. Really enjoyed that. Yeah, let's work on that. I mean, I feel like we need to start, you know, being at some of these big fights, you know, give them the rub.
Yes.
Wow. Ryan Garcia just said when he knocks out Tank Davis, he wants to look at me in the front row, point at me and say, "We did it. Not I did it. We did it." Like I'm the Adrian to his Rocky. That's basically what he said.
That's what it sounds like. You are the Adrian in this situation. Amazing.
Imagine if he went and he's like, my boy Helwani, he's the only one who believed in me. I mean, during the pandemic, I was hyping up Garcia. He was a beacon of light. He was like the Keith Lee of 2023. Back in the pandemic, him putting out his videos going, and you had to show the first time I put on the Helwani boxing gear. Fast forward a week, and I was crushing it on that thing. You know what's crazy about you resurfacing that video? I actually put it on. There was something about that headband thingy, the Helwani boxing thing that I was all about. It like revolutionized, kept people in shape. We need to get into it. And I didn't touch it for a long time. And then I brought it back a week ago. I found it. I didn't want to touch it because it reminded me of the early days, the dark days of the pandemic. And I found it and it was like riding a bike. Of course, I don't know how to ride a bike, but you get the point. It was very easy. All right. It was just like, great. All right, April 15th, we'll see you out there. Now, before we get to April 15th, of course, January 21st, UFC 283, the big quadrology. Is that what it's called, Frank? Quadrology?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Trilogy, quadrology. Between Deiveson Figueiredo and Brandon Moreno, it is going down UFC 283, Rio de Janeiro, the long-awaited, much-anticipated return to Rio. We've got the great Brandon Moreno from Rio joining us right now. There he is. Brandon, how are you?
Let's go. That's me. we are here in Rio. I was watching your boxing technique, man. It's very cool. It's very awesome. Man, I love it.
You see how fast?
Man, that's so quick, man. I'm impressed.
Thank you, Brandon. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you. By the way, is everything okay over there? I'm seeing some video, like a lot of crazy stuff happening in Rio. Are you safe and sound? Is everything okay?
Man, I don't know, but at least right now in the area where is my Airbnb, everything looks like very fine. Everybody looks very happy. So yeah, man, I don't see nothing crazy yet, and hopefully everything will stay like that.
I had people asking me, and I'm not smart enough to know these answers. Like, is the card in jeopardy? Have you heard of anything? Like, is there any worry that this stuff, that the security will be needed elsewhere? Like, have you heard that it might be in jeopardy or no?
No, man. I mean, maybe I'm alone in my own like fighting world, but no, man. I don't hear like nothing bad yet. So everything is fine right now.
Okay, great. And by the way, when did you come out there?
Today is Wednesday. I arrived to Rio last Monday. So we came. We took the airplane in Sunday. We flew to Houston, then straight to Rio de Janeiro. It was an easy flight, to be honest. Like 8 hours, I think so.
Okay.
And we came to the Airbnb. Everything is very comfortable. The weather is very nice. I mean, it's humid, and every day all day you feel like a little bit sticky, but nothing crazy. And it's a huge change because in Vegas right now it's very cold.
Right.
But I don't care, man.
And so you're away from your family. This is this past Sunday or last Sunday that you came? Like, have you been there over a week now or just a couple of days?
A couple of days.
Okay. I wasn't sure. Okay. So it's not too bad. You're going to be there for like 2 weeks. Are you staying afterwards or are you going back home?
No, man. I prefer to go straight to my home after my fight because we have our daughters. So, for example, my wife is coming next Wednesday to Rio for the fight, and I'll be like you say, I'll be here 2 weeks in total. So, man, even right now, I miss my daughters too much, so I prefer to go straight to my home after the fight every single time.
Of course. And by the way, you did the promotional tour with him. You had to do the face-off. How was all of that, being around Deiveson for all that stuff?
Man, it's very weird. It's weird because, yes, we did the media tour and everything, and it's always the same, man. It's since the first fight with him in 2020, then Arizona, then Anaheim. Everything is so fake with him, like his character and all that stuff. He tries to look like the bad guy, but man, the people can't see the fakeness on him. So yeah, he tried to intimidate me here in Rio in November, but I was like, man, I don't care. I mean, what can you do? We fought 3 times each other already, so you.
How did he try to intimidate you?
Not, man. I mean, the same. Like you saw, like the middle finger, and I remember I was in the restaurant of the hotel, and I was eating a sandwich with my coach, and the guy came with us, and he stayed like maybe like 20 seconds, just of watching me, and that's it. But he was doing, but he did nothing. Like he just tried to do like nothing, and I was like, man, like what are you trying to do? Like I don't understand. What's weird, and definitely I feel uncomfortable because he wasn't trying to fight me or whatever. He was just watching me. So what's weird, but it's fine.
Are you tired of this guy? Like, are you looking forward to January 22nd, where hopefully like you can go in a different direction?
I feel tired, of course, but I felt more tired of him in my last fight against him.
Wow.
The fight against him in Anaheim, I feel like done with this guy. But now, after the fight against Kai Kara France, my mind had a new view. on my career. So I rest a little bit of the same game plan with Deiveson, the same face, the same kind of promotion of this guy trying to intimidate me and whatever. So, man, of course, I'm still tired of him. But, man, I'm excited. Right now, I feel a different vibe than the last fight. I feel so excited to fight against him again and be the undisputed champ of the company. And, put a nice speaker on my legacy with this fight.
So why do you think that you feel like excited this time and the last time you were feeling tired of him? Is it because you just had the one fight in between to make you think of something else?
Yes, man, 100%. Last fight, for example, was like the 3 fights in a row against him. And man, after the title in Arizona, everything changed, man. Everything changed. The compromises with the media, my responsibilities, the attention. Everybody were like watching me, and man, that was a lot of pressure for me. I mean, I can't lie to you. So that was a lot of pressure for me. But now, again, yes, after the fight against Kai, like have another view, another situation was very good for my mind health. So, man, I'm excited, man. I just wanna go to the octagon. I can make weight right now if I want.
Wow.
I just wanna fight, man. I just have the desire to fight again.
You're close to 125 right now.
Yeah. The weather is helping me too much because I'm sweating a lot. Every single training session here, I'm sweating like a lot. Like I'm losing like 4 or 5 pounds every. So I that's why I need to drink a lot of water because I mean I'm very close to the weight right now.
Have you had the acai over there yet?
In last November.
I know Jason.
November,
Jason told me that you had like he went like 5 times. Jason House, your manager.
Every day.
Yeah.
We went to the acai place every day. Man, it's delicious.
It's
and
incredible.
It's different, man.
Yeah, it's so much better,
incredible. Right? You need to try acai from Brazil one time. Do you eat it before or not?
Yes, when I came for a few of the UFC fights, there was one trip where I think I had it 8 times in 3 days. I was obsessed with the granola, the banana. From BB Sukos, that's the spot, right? Amazing.
Oh, man, that spot is really good, man.
Amazing.
How was your poop?
I mean, it's a little much, but you feel like it's the God food coming down upon you. Like you feel refreshed afterwards, right?
Yeah, man. Acai from Brazil is different.
It's incredible. Now, I have to ask Brandon, there was obviously a lot of talk. Can you hear me, by the way, or no?
Stand by 1 second.
Can you hear me, Brandon?
No, we can't hear you.
What happened? There you go. You hear me?
Now.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. There was a lot of talk, obviously, about who you'd be training with for this fight. And obviously, you were with James Krause with the last fight. Now he's in a much different spot. UFC has said you can't train with James Krause anymore, pending their investigation into his potential gambling activity. So who did you train with for this fight?
Yeah, man. So it's crazy how like a lot of people try to be very sensitive, and I really appreciate that. Like with James and all that stuff, and all that conversation. But man, I mean, it was hard when everything started. Of course, everything was a little bit hard. I was in Kansas City with the new came in social media. So I had a long conversation with James. He told me all the situation, and I understood. But in that moment, I decided to turn the page like quickly and decide what I wanted to do. So I remember the new was out like Wednesday or Tuesday. So next Monday I was in Vegas. Nothing, man, was hard, but the good part, I mean, obviously a lot of bad things happened, but the good part was the game plan was already done. So, man, I was ready to go by myself with my coaches, like go straight to Rio and take the fight, right? Because man, I promise. I mean, maybe it's because I'm excited, or maybe it's because I'm on diet. But man, I'm ready to fight. I all this training camp, I felt like the best training camp of my life, because was hard, but at the same time was a very smart training camp. So man, I was ready to fight. So, but I was talking with Jason, and we have a like kind of deep conversation. Like, hey man, like I understand you feel ready to fight and you are ready to go straight like that, like with your coaches. But man, I feel like we need somebody with experience, because you never know what can happen in the middle of the fight. Like something bad happened in the middle of the fight, so maybe you need a guy with experience to calm all the situation down. A guy with experience, a guy who keeps his mind very cold and gives you the best instructions in base of the situation. So there, I decided to work with Sajif, the coach from Fortis MMA. He's very close of Jason, and Sajif came with Jason and started to talk with him. Like, and he said, like, hey man, like I don't want like any credit. I don't want like nothing. I just want to help, because I know all the hard work Brandon is putting on this fight. I know the special Brandon is for you. Even for the friendship I have for James. I just want to help. So man, I decided to try. One day he came to Vegas. We trained together. He told me all his thoughts about the fight, and on all his mentality about the game plan and all that stuff. And man, I feel very comfortable with him. Was very simple to work with him. I decided to work with him, and man, we closed this training camp in the best way possible, man. My sparring looks very sharp. My training sessions, my cardio is on point, man. I have a few tricks for Deiveson in the next fight. So man, I'm ready.
Wow, I didn't know that. So Saif Saud of Fortis MMA, who I think is one of the most brilliant minds in the game and maybe doesn't get enough credit, you were working with him. Is he going to be in your corner on January 21st?
Yes. So my corner will be Hector Vasquez, my jiu-jitsu coach. Pedro Joya is my Muay Thai coach from Puerto Vallarta. Israel Silva, my new wrestling coach, and Taif,
wow,
as my head coach. Yes.
Now he's based in Dallas. What are you going to do moving forward?
So man, right now we thought the decision to don't move too much now.
Yeah.
Because I went to Kansas City. I was training there, and then I moved to Vegas. My mind, I don't know if it was ready to move to do another change. So I decided to keep it working on Vegas. Saif was agree with that decision, so he was coming to Vegas to help.
Wow.
So and he bring Ferdy Garcia. He was helping with with my sparring. I have my own people too in Vegas, and that's it, man. I actually we built a really good training camp there in Vegas.
I know when the news about James came out, you posted something about in the future, hopefully it gets resolved. Are you hopeful you'll be able to work with him? Are you confident this will get resolved, or you're unclear?
Man, you never know right now, man. The situation is very serious. I did that post because I love him, man. I mean, I love James Krause, and when I need help, he helped me a lot. He opened his home with his family and helped me with the gym, with training. And man, we got the interim title together. So man, I love James Krause. If and I say this before, I mean, at the end of the day, if he did that, that was bad, and he will need to pay in the future. But if not, hopefully the luck can put everything in order and clean his name. So man, I just need to wait. It's about time, I think so.
Okay, and last thing on this, are you still able to communicate with him, or not right now? Like, how's he doing?
I mean, for all this for all this thing about the rule, like you can like train with him and whatever. I try to be like very careful with that. But man, for example, in Christmas, I just send a message like, "Hey, coach," or like, "Merry Christmas, enjoy with your family, and hopefully I can see you in the future, whatever." And that's it, man.
Okay.
You're back on.
Oh, hello.
We have to adjust your cable in there. We'll need to get you another mic. Yeah.
Hello.
Just it's on now. No.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Sorry, there's a problem with my microphone. I appreciate you answering the questions. I know it's not easy. Can I ask about the Jordans that I saw on your Instagram on a lighter note? Who gave you those? Are those original Jordan 1s?
You know what? So Jason with the same guys from Space City Collective in the stores in Houston. But I meet them. I think last year I went to the store and I meet the guys. They are very cool with me. We made a really huge relation. So they send me send me shoes a couple of times, and yeah, man, both. So Jason with them, they sent me the original ones from the original Jordan ones, and right now they send me that. These ones are recent. Are very cool, and I'm starting to collect sneakers, man. I have like 1 year collecting sneakers. Are very cool.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Let's go.
Okay, sorry about that. And what about the Bowser Lego that you have? Did you make that?
Of course, man. Obviously.
Geez, Louise, how long did that take? That's insane.
Man, you know what? So right now, because the fight is very close, so my training session are like 1 or 2 per day, so I have more time. So man, I finished that one like 1.5 day because I have a lot.
1.5 day.
I have a lot of time doing it. It's very cool, man. That one is one of my favorites for sure.
How many pieces?
Like almost like 3,000 pieces.
And is that in Brazil that you did that or back home?
No, in my home.
Okay, because you can't travel with that. That'd be a pain in the butt.
Of course, man. I need to pay extra to go with all the Lego set with the box. So yeah, I made that one in my home. So yeah, I don't know if you remember, but I told you like, hey, I don't have like a lot of time right now because I need to travel. I need to do the meet and greets, the signings and whatever. But the last couple of days, actually the last week in my home in Vegas, I take the time to build all of my Lego sets. So yeah, man, the Bowser one is really cool.
Incredible. You're on fire. I see on social on fire. Even your McLovin Halloween costume. That was incredible. Was that your idea? That was amazing.
That custom doesn't take a lot of time, to be honest.
No, that's true. That is true. But the shirt, you had the shirt. You had like the whole thing. How did you get that shirt? It's the same one.
My wife bought that one in Amazon.
Amazing.
Was very cool. And the glasses and
did we lose him?
He froze for a second.
Everything, man. I just posted the picture.
It was amazing. Well done. Well done to you. It's going to be quite the scene over there in Brazil. It's going to be hostile. Sometimes they get like very fired up over there. You don't mind, right? You don't care about that sort of thing. Water off your back.
I don't care. Man. I mean, the people say that, but I mean, first of all, I mean, the people feels very comfortable with me. I'm from Latin America, so we share a lot of different traditions, how we communicate each other. And second one, man, I don't feel Figueiredo has a good relation with the Brazilian people. So let's see what happens. I'm prepared for the worst scenario, but I don't know, man. I think at the end the Brazilian people will be with me.
Wow, you think they'll be with you? That is huge. Official prediction?
I will finalize this guy in the third or fourth round for sure, man. I'm ready to do it.
And that's it. And then we're done. Exclamation point. We move on with our life.
We move with my life. Don't worry, guys. Moreno versus Figueiredo. No more. I promise. I'm putting all my effort for that. And let's see what happens, man. I mean, obviously, Pantoja is there. Who other one? Another contenders are there. So let's see what happens.
Nicolau.
Right now, I'm like Mateus Nicolau, of course. Manel Cape.
Yeah.
I think those ones are the closest ones I think right now.
Okay. Well, always a pleasure, my friend. Thank you so much for coming on. Be safe out there in Brazil. Good luck to you on January 21st. Can't wait for it. Thank you as always for the time.
Thank you so much, brother. Have a nice day, all right?
All right. We'll see you soon. There he is, the great Brandon Moreno in Rio joining us. A huge fight for him. Comedy of errors here with my microphone. It's coming in and out, by the way. I don't know. Can you still hear me? Yeah, the headphones.
You're on program just fine.
You can hear me though?
Yep.
All right. I was told, and that's a huge fight. I was told there was a press conference in Las Vegas. What did I miss here?
It appears that Dana addressed the media. We don't have the video just yet.
Okay. He talked about the incident. I guess we're going to show the video in a bit. I'm seeing some of the notes here from Aaron Bronstetter that Dana White made a surprise appearance at Media Day this afternoon. White, the focus of Media Day should be on the fighters, their training and getting ready for their fights. What happened on New Year's Eve is my mistake, not theirs. And if one of the fighters wants to voice their opinion on it, then by all means they can. I'm sure you guys have seen the TMZ video and seen my interview. It was obviously a horrible personal experience and there's no excuses for it. It's something that I'm going to have to deal with and live with for the rest of my life. One thing that I do want to clarify that I didn't talk about on TMZ because I didn't expect it and didn't see it coming are the people defending me. There's no defense for this and people should not be defending me over this thing no matter what. How about that? All the criticism that I've received this week is 100% warranted and will receive in the future. And you know me, especially when the people that I don't like start coming after me, nobody fires back more than I do. Everybody has an opinion on this and they're right to have their own opinions. I was very opinionated on this too, and I still am. My reason for being here today is that I wanted you to focus on the athletes and not me. What should the repercussions be? You tell me. I take 30 days off. How does that hurt me? Me leaving hurts the company, hurts my employees, hurts the fighters. It doesn't hurt me. I could have left in 2016. I've been against this. I've owned this. I'm telling you that I'm wrong. But listen, we've had plenty of discussions internally, Ari, ESPN, Ari Emanuel. Nobody's happy about this. Neither am I. But it happened and I have to deal with it. Here's my punishment. I have to walk around for however long I live. And this is how I'm labeled now. My other punishment is that a lot of people, whether it be media, fighters, friends, acquaintances who had respect for me might not have respect for me now. There's a lot of things that I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life that are way more of a punishment than what I take a 30-day or 60-day absence. That's not a punishment to me. The punishment is that I did it and now I have to deal with it. I know a lot of you. I don't know what you do when you go home. I don't know what you're into. Nobody knows you better than your kids do. They know everything. So whatever perceptions people might have about you, nobody knows better than your kids. This is a personal family matter that played out in the public, and our biggest focus was our kids. You want to talk about people being disappointed? Who's going to be more disappointed than your kids are? And that's what we've really been focused on. I think we're going to get those comments via video, right, GC?
Yeah, as soon as we get it, I will let you know.
Well, I mean, I see it everywhere, so we can get it from anyone, right? As a press conference, I see it all over the Twitter feed. But yeah, let's try to get that post AJ McKee, of course, and watch it and And again, I think you have to give Dana White credit. Dana White is not going to come out and punish himself. They said that on the First Take segment. Like, he should punish him. Like, no, that's not how this works. You don't punish yourself. And as I said last week, I'm giving him credit for coming out and owning up to it, not making any excuses, and now even saying, stop defending me. So what do all you fighters have to say who are defending him? All you fans out there who are defending him, this is the right play. The right play is to say, don't defend me. This isn't acceptable. This isn't something I'm proud of. This is something that I'm going to have to live with. That's the right play. I find it pretty amazing that Dana White has now addressed this for a second time and the company won't address it. Now, you can say he is the company. He's not Endeavor. He is the UFC. You'd still love to see an Endeavor comment of some kind. But again, and I don't really think anyone was clamoring or campaigning for him to do this. So I'm going to give him credit for it. I am going to give him credit for it. And I do think it takes a lot to do that. And I will also say that I do think the constant chatter about this force the second, the second set of comments, today's. But I want to watch it and give you my full thoughts. And, I'm reading this in real time. Let's watch it. Let's see what else happens. An interesting development. That's at the Media Day in Las Vegas. So we'll get to that in a bit. For now, though, let's say hello to our final guest of the day. Still to come, of course, the rest of On the Nose, GC's picks. And we're also going to watch that video and react to it fully. Yesterday, we got the announcement that AJ McKee is re-signing with Bellator. He is not going anywhere. He is back. Multi-year deal, multi-fight deal, exclusive deal. And we found out earlier today he is going to be a part of that 8-man lightweight tournament, which kicks off March 10th. He's not on that card, but he's a part of the field. And there's $1 million at stake. Lest we forget, he won the 45 tournament last year, 2021. So he knows a thing or two about these tournaments. He's joining us from the UK. He's there with his boy, Anthony Pretty Boy Taylor. Here he is, the mercenary AJ McKee. What's up, AJ? How are you, my man?
What up? Another day in paradise out here.
Man, I see your boy, Anthony Taylor, getting into some scuffles over there. Were you there on that scene? I saw that scene over there. What's up with this guy? He's always getting into scuffles. Were you there? I think I saw your dad there. Were you there too?
Nah, Pop's not there.
Okay.
I'm here. That's
you were
fine.
there right next to him? So maybe it was you.
Yeah, I was in the back in the cut, you know what I mean, doing what thuggers do.
Did it get physical? Like, I saw some pushing, but did it get worse than that?
Nah, it's all entertainment, you know what I mean? It's man knows how to get under people's skin, I will say. And it's a good strategy, I suppose, especially leading into a fight. So yeah.
Who would have thought Anthony Taylor would be a mainstay on these crossover cards, right? Isn't this a crazy thing that he's carved out for himself? It's pretty impressive.
That man to talk his way into any fight.
That's right.
That's guaranteed.
Maybe him.
I'm honestly surprised he get in the ring with Floyd that one day.
You really?
I would have if I was him.
Yeah. I mean, crazier thing. Yeah.
Nice little double leg, you know what I'm saying?
And Floyd has fought much lesser fighters, so crazier things can happen. But we're here to talk about you. You've re-signed with Bellator. Why ultimately did you decide to re-sign?
Well, there's another $1 million at stake. There's another $1 million, the 155-pound division. I've been kind of getting my feet wet in a little bit. So, they came with an offer that I couldn't refuse.
You had one fight left on your previous deal, right?
Correct.
Did you strongly consider just fighting it out, testing the market, seeing what is out there? My understanding is there was a lot of interest from all the major players. Did you consider just taking that step and, all right, let me just see in, and maybe eventually I come back, but at least I know what is out there for me?
Yeah, I kind of did. But I kind of was given the opportunity to kind of go and talk a little bit and see. So I don't know. Once I did that, and then I came back, I was like, look, there's some people that are interested, and they're like, you know what, we're gonna make this work. And we sat down, the team and I, and we figured it out.
Wow. So that's actually pretty impressive. They actually gave you the ability to find out what the temperature was like out there for you?
A little bit,
Wow.
but I feel like it was boiling a little bit too much. So they're like, let's get it done.
Oh, so maybe they thought you would look out there and there wasn't going to be some interest, but there was a lot of interest. So they were like, oh, okay, we need to wrap this up.
Yeah, I think just strategically it makes sense if I stay. You know what I mean? I'm homegrown with Bellator. I've been raised there. You know what I mean? My entire career has been there. So, thus speaking, I'm not going to go anywhere unless I have to. You know what I mean? It's no secret that UFC is writing bigger checks than UFC. So it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? For the fame, I mean, fame don't pay bills.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll see.
So I remember when we spoke, before the last Patricio fight, and I guess some of the comments made some people unhappy over there. And if I would to bet back then, I was like, man, he's going to test the mark. Like he's gonna leave. Are you surprised, kind of like how things have changed, or deep down, did you always think that you were going to stay?
Kind of a mix of both. You know what I mean? Especially when I began to fight out. I was on my way out, and then coming full circle to where now it's like, all right, we got that close. You know what I mean? So, it's like any game. You know what I mean? You got to have some moves up your sleeve. But yeah, for me, I'm happy where I'm at. I've been intrigued with this 55-pound tournament, especially being in the division. So, new weight class, new kingdom, new territory, and that's what I'm looking forward to, is taking over that division.
So you feel the love, you feel happy, you feel like they're taking care of you, you feel good about everything.
No complaints from me.
Okay, you like the deal?
Yeah, it's solid. It's solid.
Okay, and can I ask how many fights?
I believe 6.
Okay, so you're around for a bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Couple years.
All right. Well, congratulations. Can I make one criticism? Can I just offer one criticism? Is that okay?
Handles.
They're not going to like this, but I think you'll like it. I felt like they should have made a bigger deal about the announcement. I wanted to see a cool, snazzy video. Like, you know what I would have done? I would have had like all the talking heads like me being like, AJ McKee, biggest free agent, and then it shuts down. Noise. He ain't going nowhere. AJ McKee back. Biggest free agent signing, but like, come on, hype us up. What, a press release at 4 o'clock on a Tuesday? Come on, yeah, straight into it. Like, come on, dog. Like, we could have done a little better than that. Am I being too hard?
Nah, I mean, Bellator ain't about the hype. We about the business. That's what we're coming for, is the business. So,
but you're about the hype. You're about the hype. You're an entertainer. You're a showman, right? You just paid $100,000 for a samurai outfit.
That was personal, though, Ariel. That was personal. Imagine if Rampage had his first Japan outfit. You know what I mean? Imagine how much bread that'd go for right now.
Yeah.
So me not being a champion, going into the main event there and so forth, I was like, why not? You know what I mean? This is part of their culture, part of my culture. Like, this is something one day I could show my grandkids and be like, yo, look, like, Grandpa did that. Like, this is it. You know what I mean? And if I ever wanted to resell it, I know 100 bands is the minimum.
Wow. So,
but I don't think I'll sell it.
So that outfit that you wore to the ring on New Year's Eve, that legit cost $100,000.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I gotta go pick it up. I only paid for half. I wasn't gonna get to do the whole 100 bands. Like, we didn't speak. He spoke no fucking English, and I'm trying to communicate with this dude what's going on and how I need this done. So I wasn't going to just cough up 100 large like that real quick. I'll give you half. And he's like, no, you can't wear it. I'm like, bro, I'll give you the money. Like, it ain't about the money. You know what I mean? Like, I just need to make sure that everything on my end is taken care of properly so that I'm satisfied. And, yeah, 100 large.
And who made
25 kilos. That's where I got to go get all the paperwork and everything else.
It's a guy in Japan, though?
Yeah, it's authentic. It took a year and like 3 months to make.
Wait, so when did you first reach out to him?
When I was out there.
So he was
quick on them fingers.
But like, he was working on it for a year. So he was working on it before you approached him about it.
No. It was already made.
Oh, it was
already made.
Wow. How did you find out about it?
I looked up 3 different samurai shops. There was a place that you could rent one from. There was a place that just had them to purchase. And then there was like a historic place that had like actual worn, you know what I mean? Like, you better spend some millions. I wasn't doing that.
Wow. And was it hard to put on?
Yeah, it was like legit samurai suit. You start at the legs, you go legs, waist, from waist, you go sleeves, then armor, and then helmet, and then mask. It's like a whole process. You can't just like put it on.
Sure.
Think, you know what I mean? Like it's like part of their culture and stuff, the way you treat it and so forth. So I wanted to make sure everything was just done properly. You know what I mean? I don't want to offend nobody, you know what I mean? If that was a possibility and so forth. So I just wanted to make sure everything was done to full force.
And looking back, the whole experience, getting to do that, fighting Japan, New Year's Eve, winning, all of that, like one of the best moments of your career?
Yeah, man, Japan was lit. That's one of my favorite places outside of London. Like I would say it's neck and neck. Outside of fighting, I would say London's my favorite place, but including fighting into everything, Japan is it, man. Like the people, the culture, like, you know what I mean? They just support the fight craft so much. Like they love it, like the entertainment aspect of it. Like they appreciated me walking out in a samurai suit, like full armored. Like they were loving it. You know what I mean? And then even the crowds, like there was no screaming. You know what I mean? Like they cheered when Satoshi was going for triangles. I was like, damn, I could hear in my corner. Like it was a crazy experience, but it was definitely an experience I'm trying to do many, many more times. But the first one for the books, I had to go big. You know what I mean? And 100 bands is what it cost me.
Man. And that was out of, like, Bellator couldn't pay for that? Come on. I mean,
I should make
Viacom's got deep pockets.
Hey, it's a write-off. It's all good.
That's true. Was Rampage there with you?
Yes, he made the whole process so much easier too, because like they was giving me a little bit of like smack about like wearing the mask and doing this, and I'm like, is it a culture thing? Y'all don't want me to wear the mask and the helmet, or like, is it something that I need to know? Like, you know what I mean? I'm gonna have some problems with some people I do.
Right.
And they were like, people just want to see your face. I'm like, everybody knows who I am. Like, I'm one of the only black dudes on the card. You know? Like, so it was a fun experience. I love the fans. The fans were awesome. They were bringing me all kind of jelly beans and gifts.
Wow.
It was definitely an experience of a lifetime.
Did you get to party New Year's Eve with Rampage?
I did.
What was that like?
It was fun. That's not the first time I partied with Rampage. First time I partied with Rampage, I was like 17.
Oh my god!
So I kind of already knew the effect.
Oh, that's in his heyday.
I was a little youngster running around the club.
Oh my gosh, I can't imagine what that was like.
It was crazy. That's what I say, man. I've been around the fight game so long. I didn't see so much. It's been a wild journey.
That is amazing. By the way, fighting in a ring, what'd you think?
It was different. It'd take a little bit of getting used to. I just, you know what I mean? There were a couple of times, like when Satoshi took my back, I tried to put my arms up on the thing, and Jason came in. I don't like how they could stop us and bring us back into the middle. That's OP, like out of pocket. Just can't. You know what I mean? I don't know. That could change the fight drastically. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like being stopped.
Did you feel at any point like honestly, because even Coker mentioned this, did he hurt you early on? Did you get worried? Were you rocked?
No, it was good. Solid.
All good.
Taking no risk, no damage. You know what I mean? I literally got home, unpacked, packed my snowboarding bag, and went straight to the mountains.
Wow.
Like, got some fresh pow up in Big Bear, and it was over with.
I saw you hobnobbing it up with Patricio there, drinking out of the cup and everything, and him drink. Like, were you guys pals now or what? What was that all about?
I mean, we cordial.
You were in the same locker room too, right?
Yeah.
No issues?
There's a time and a place for everything type stuff. I really think the trilogy is gonna happen. It should happen. It's just a matter of time. You know what I mean? We got some time on our hands, but I got other business to take care of right now. And his brother's in the tournament, so maybe I'll go fight Big Bro. You know what I mean? And then come back to Little Bro again.
But there was no drama. No drama at all. You guys
Nah, we cordial. You know what I mean? We cordial. business. You know what I mean? It's business, Harold. We actually had like a little conversation prior to like weigh-ins and stuff, because the whole like real beef started because he like I wanted him to sign a poster. I had him and I on the front page of a newspaper article, and he put a big ass X over my face and signed it.
Wow.
So for me, every poster I seen with him on it, I was Xing his whole face out, putting horns on his head. Like I could be petty too, you know what I mean? In other words. So yeah, he approached me and he was like, you know what? He was like, I didn't know that newspaper was you, which I don't believe, but it was the fact that he came to me and he apologized for it. You know what I mean? He's like, I didn't mean to disrespect you like that. I'm like, man, I understand. Like, no hard feelings. Like, we get in that moment, you know what I mean? We all gassed up, getting ready to fight each other. You gotta kind of fuel the fire a little bit. So,
wow.
Yeah, he apologized and we kind of settled that. And yeah, like I said, no hard feelings. I think it's still a fight that people want to see. It's a fight I want to do. Hopefully, it's a fight he wants to do, and I think it'll be a big viewing fight.
I agree. I saw that. I said to Coker when he was on earlier, I was like, there's two. AJ's the star of the tournament, obviously. Usman's incredible. There's two fights that AJ needs to start the tournament with. It's either Usman, you either do the title fight off the bat, or you try to build up to it and you do Patricky versus AJ and you play off of the rivalry. Well, I just found out Usman is not fighting you. He's fighting Benson Henderson. So now they got to do you versus Patricky. Like, that has to be the first round fight. Am I crazy?
Nah, smart man.
Okay. So is that the fight?
I don't see why not. I don't see why not, you know. I've already fought the little brother, so let's go see what the big brother has. And him being a former champ as well, I think is a good introduction to the tournament. And it's something Brazil can get behind. It's something America can get behind. It's something everybody can get behind, not just AJ McKee fans, but fight fans in general, you know. It's a feud between families at this point, you know. And like I said, I'm always with a family affair.
Yeah, that would be great. Do you know when you might fight again?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Till then, I'm close. You know what I'm saying?
That's your thing. That's your main thing? That's what you love to do?
That and drive fast cars. But I try to stay out the fast cars because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And snowboard or skiing?
Snowboard all the way. Gang.
Really? And no skiing?
Yeah. Skiing? Come on, bro.
What? That's freaking tough. Snowboarding is tougher, but skiing's pretty tough.
I don't like my feet being able to do whatever they want like that. That's sketchy. And then I be seeing video clips of people losing skis and hitting trees. Nah, I'm good.
That can't happen to you? That can't happen to you when you're snowboarding?
I mean, yeah, you could get unbinded. Like, your bindings would pop off, but still, like, the chances of that happening are rare. I've had it in like the 3 years I've been snowboarding. I've had it probably happen once. I was mid jump and my shoe came out and I was like, oh, and I just sat to my butt. Like, skis, you can't do that. You know what I mean? You sit to your butt, your other leg's going to catch the edge and you do the little spin around thing. Yeah, no, not fun.
By the way, what's on your palm? Is that Arabic?
Yeah.
What's going on there?
What do you mean what's going on?
What is it? What does it mean?
This one's loyalty. This one's faith. So everybody's hand I shake, I give them faith.
Wow. Is that new?
Faith to do us right. Not really. Oh. This one's old. My homeboy that did this died.
Oh,
and
man.
Then yeah, he passed away through COVID. And then this one I got done in Long Beach at the world's oldest tattoo shop.
Wow. Recently?
Yeah. It was before the Pitbull fight, actually.
The second one or the first?
I believe the second.
Does that hurt on your palm?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's so tender, right?
Yeah. I mean, I got a high pain tolerance. I do get punched in the face for living aerials.
That is true. That's a good point. By the way,
don't hurt too bad.
Are you excited about the big KSI Dylan Danis fight this weekend?
Is he actually going to show up and fight?
Nah, I'm just joking. He's not fighting.
I don't like talking about him, bro. I feel like
I'm sorry.
It's a waste of energy. You know what I mean? Everybody giving him a platform, man. Bro don't want to fight.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry.
Can't mention him to me.
You like KSI?
It was so fun. KSI, cool. He's cool. I'll fight KSI.
Oh, okay, yeah, I bet you would.
I'm trying to fight box. I want to fight anybody, dude. I'll fight anybody.
What were you gonna say? It was so funny.
Oh, Dylan Danis one time he mentioned me in a comment, and I commented back to him. And then I don't think he liked what I said, so he pulled his comment down.
Oh,
like,
no.
better. I'll get that.
Yeah, 10-7.
Out for
yeah.
So,
all right, who's the guy that Anthony's fighting?
I don't. Idris.
Okay. Do you even game plan for these guys? Like, do you even watch footage on them, or are you just like,
go fight?
Yeah, just go fight.
They're streamers, bro. They're YouTubers and stuff. Go fight.
Right.
Like, what are you doing, Ant? Go beat this dude ass. Like, period. There's nothing to say. If you don't go out there and fight, bro, I already told him I'm kicking his ass after the fight. I ain't come out here all the way for you to embarrass yourself and to embarrass me. I could be fucking snowboarding right now. You know what I mean? Like, don't waste my time, man. So he know what to do. He got a job to go do, and I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be fun.
Are you the only one in this corner?
No, Baby Slice is here as well.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. All right. Well, congratulations. I'm very happy for you. Kind of came out of nowhere. Again, I'm a showman too. I would have liked if they hyped it a little bit. And I expressed this to them. I was like, come on, guys. Tuesday at 4, like, let's get a cool video. Let's get some, like Jake's video with PFL. That was a good video. Did you see that one last week?
Kind of, not really.
All right. Well, something like that would have been nice. But regardless, you're back. That's big news. Tournament, maybe Patricky Pitbull. I love everything about it. And then eventually we get to you versus Usman. That's a big time fight right there, right? I mean, he's good.
If he gets past Benson.
Oh,
if he gets past.
You don't think he does?
Can't overlook my Benson, bro. Benson is a dog. He's very well rounded.
Yeah, he is.
You know what I mean? Very well rounded. And I think anybody that's well rounded, there's a problem. You know what I mean? That's honestly one of my dream fights, is Benson and I. So it might be him and I in finals, but if not, I don't care who it is. You know what I mean? I'm coming for $1 million and 8 names on another title. Period.
Love it. Congrats, man. Good luck out there to you and Anthony.
Peace and blessings.
There he is. AJ McKee, the mercenary, back with Bellator. Big time stuff.
Huge
stuff. $1 million tournament. He can be the first guy to win two $2 million tournaments. Let's see what's happening here. A lot of people. How many people? Oh, a lot of text here.
What did they say?
Well, a lot of different stuff. By the way, what's going on in the Forest game, Mr. GC? Have you been keeping tabs? Oh my God, he hasn't been keeping tabs. When he's keeping tabs, he comes with
there are other things going on.
Come on.
Forest up 1-0.
What? Really?
Third minute, yeah.
Who scored? I mean, usually you have this.
Boley.
Who?
Willie Boley.
Oh my God.
18th minute.
Oh my gosh. Forest up 1-0.
Yeah, you were going through some technical difficulties with Brandon when there
was a lot of stuff. What about Frank in the middle of the interview? Like, I thought we were going to power through. He just walks right into the interview, and
there was no power throughing.
There was no power. I thought we were power through.
No, power through. Yeah, this was an unknown technical difficulty.
What do we think it was?
That little button under your desk.
You think I was pressing it?
No, I think the cable started to slide out or something.
You think this is my fault?
Nobody is saying it's your fault,
wow.
But when you start talking like that, you sound awfully guilty.
What?
I mean,
you think I can?
I didn't say any of this.
This is the cough button. By the way, can you hear me right now? Can you hear me?
The cough button is bypassed right now.
Ah, that's what happened.
How about your thank you, mysterious Frank?
What? Thank you for
fixing it for you.
I mean, oh, okay. So you want me to thank you for doing your job? Actually, for fixing something that's related to your job, embarrassing me in front of the future champion Brandon Moreno.
I think he was coming any moment now.
Wow, I was going to do it until you brought it up.
Fair enough.
That's crazy. I could tell he was getting a little bit annoyed. He was like, "Look, guys, I come on here, first interview for the big fight, talking about James Krause. Your microphone doesn't work."
And he's making all those faces.
He's like, "Yeah, what's going on?"
Yeah, like the last time you did it, like when you were like, "Can you hear me?" He was like, "Yeah, let's go, come on."
Jesus fuck! They just scored Wolves.
Ugh,
it's all your fault.
Even checked. We should have.
God dang!
Why'd you have to ask, man?
After all that, they literally just scored. Anyway, we don't care about the cups, right?
Especially not the Carabao Cup.
Yeah, what is the Carabao Cup?
If I wanted to win one, I would want to win the FA, but forget the Carabao.
It used to be called the Milk Cup.
Some call it the EFL Cup now.
That's true. The hardcores, I think, just stick to that. All right. You said we have the Dana White clip.
We have his opening statement.
Oh, we don't have the full thing?
Well, the full thing is 14 minutes.
Wait, him talking for 14 minutes?
Yeah.
Is it just him talking straight for 14 minutes?
And then he takes a couple questions.
I mean, I kind of feel like we should watch it.
Efforts are being made to get the full one right.
You're efforting this right now.
Wait, but so I'm just curious. I'm not joking now. He came up, and you may not know the answer because I know it's happening right now, but are you saying that he came up, he answered questions, he had a statement and then he answered questions?
Yeah, I mean, do you want to watch this opening thing? I mean, he literally says in it, I am coming up here to...
I would love to see the whole thing and react to the whole thing. We don't need to do it right now. We still have a lot of stuff to do. We've got your picks. We've got on the nose, blah, blah, blah. But I do think it's best to see everything so then we can really have an opinion and then we can maybe move on.
I agree.
All right.
Efforts will continue to be made.
Please continue to effort this.
All right. Here we go.
I'll circle back.
Please. Do you want me to finish on the nose while you're doing that, or do you want to go?
Let's do that.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to continue with the questions. How about that?
But first.
Well, no. But first is usually attached to the picks. See, this time you're wrong.
All right. I admit I was wrong.
All right. Fair enough. Let's go back to the questions. Abay says, hello, Ariel. 2-part WWE question today. Thoughts on the Royal Rumble? I know you want Sammy to win. I don't think Sammy has to win. I think it would be cool because then you could do Sammy versus Roman. But I also do think you don't need Sammy to win because you could just have Roman, turn on Sammy and then something happens. But yes, I mean, there's Sammy, there's Cody. I guess there's The Rock. I do too, but do you think the company goes with him? Could Cody, Rocky, or anyone else return? Also, is GC planning on placing a bet? If so, I'd say Sami Zayn plus 200, Rock plus 300, Wyatt's is a good wild card at plus 3,000. Secondly, given how successful Clash at the Castle was, any thoughts on why WWE chose O2 for Money in the Bank in July? And are you planning on attending? P.S. With the news of Vince returning, unfortunately, I'm having nightmares of another Roman Reigns versus Lesnar WrestleMania main event. Much love, your boy Abe. I don't think that is going to happen. I do think there's value in being in London as opposed to Cardiff. And so I think that there's value for them going there. They did the Cardiff show. Now they'll go to the O2. I think that's really cool. That's great for the UK fans. I do hope to be there. I think it's July 1st. And I do think Sammy winning is the best bet. As far as GC, I don't want to speak on his behalf, but I do think that we were planning on doing a pool, right? Where we each pick a number. I think it was going to be me, GC, Frank, New York Rick, and there's been some talk of Joe entering. And we each pick 6 numbers, right? And the winner gets the pot. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we need a divisible number by 30.
Is Joe interested in this?
He's considering it.
He's considering it. All he has to do is pick 5 numbers, right? No.
Fumbling over his words in excitement is what.
Wow.
Yeah, he picked up his phone immediately.
Yeah.
He's doing research?
Yeah. Doing a little tape study for.
All we have to do is have a pot with 30 pieces of paper, right? And numbers, and we each pick out the number. Or do we do a draft style where it's like, all right, you pick a number, like you say 3, I say 9, he says 14. How do we do it?
Oh, interesting. I kind of like this draft idea.
I think so too, because then you can look at history, right?
Yeah. Also, if we're just going in and grabbing numbers, like there's a chance that you could really get the short end of the stick there.
I say we do draft.
Yeah. I like the draft idea much better.
So you can have the first pick and say, I want 3 because I think that, historically 3, or I have a feeling, whatever it is, right?
Rick is aggressively shaking his head now.
Why? I actually thought that that's what we were doing.
It kills all the fun. The randomness is the fun.
You don't think us picking numbers based on strategy or history?
Dude, I'm not. All right, you know what? You guys do that. Give me random numbers. I don't care.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
The
You
aggression
can't-
is
I understand not having a
palpable.
resolution, but just to
You
turn
can't
on
stick
us like
around
that.
for 6 numbers? Like, what is that all about?
Well, you think I'm going to sit there and do research into which 6 numbers are the highest numbers for WWE Royal Rumble?
You don't even have to do that. Just pick your favorite 6 numbers.
Draft.
Just
put me on auto draft.
Just pick your favorite 6 numbers.
Joe is excited.
I'm good.
This.
If we're doing random, we have to do like 1 through 6, and then you get those, and then you do 7 through 12. Like it's got to be somewhat fair.
Or no, I think there's two options. There's just the big pot. We all pick out a number, or
what if someone just ends up stacked in the 20s?
Then that's the way it is.
God bless.
For the record, my vote is the draft.
I heavily vote draft.
Frank?
I had 2 votes. They'd both be for the draft.
Frank?
I also would like the draft.
I'm outvoted. Put me on auto draft. I'll take whatever's left over.
Wow.
You're not the only one involved here. Joe, speak up.
No, well, the numbers are already in favor.
Got it.
Well, here you go. What is going on? Just wait. What is Joe's vote?
I'm in.
Okay.
Draft.
Okay. What in the world? Someone is
breaking news.
Oh, wow. No, it's just stupidities. I mean, there's a lot of stupid people online right now. No, I'm just seeing this article from Barrett Sports Media claiming that I was the one that reported the Saudi Arabia sale and deleting the tweet. I didn't retweet. Listen to this article. This is an incredible article that was just sent to me. This is amazing. CNBC host David Faber has refuted reports that the WWE has been purchased by the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund. Okay. After the resignation of WWE co-CEO Stephanie McMahon late Tuesday evening, rumors began to swirl that the company had been purchased by the same fund that bankrolled the upstart Live Golf Tour in 2022. In a since-deleted tweet, MMA reporter Ariel Helwani tweeted, WWE has been sold to Saudi Arabia's public investment fund. The company will go back to being private, unknown if Vince McMahon will return to head of creative, but it's expected by somebody. I never tweeted that. Who wrote this? I didn't tweet that, you moron. That was someone from DAZN, Steve Mulhausen. That wasn't me. The fuck? During Wednesday's show, Faber refuted those reports, blasting Helwani. This is amazing. And other journalists for prematurely jumping the gun on any potential sale. There was a tweet overnight from somebody saying that the Saudis were going to buy. That tweet got deleted. That wasn't true to begin with, but it has had the effect sending the stock up a bit more. Faber continued by saying there are prospective buyers, but they are unclear on whether Vince McMahon would actually sell the organization. The Saudi thing doesn't appear to have a lot behind it right now. Again, that tweet has been deleted, I believe, from earlier, from some gentleman associated with wrestling and marketing overall. What? After deleting the tweet, Helwani has clarified there is no deal in place and WWE is still exploring all options. And then they posted my tweets. And in my tweet, I wrote, worth noting that the original tweet stating it was a done deal has since been deleted. Not because I deleted it, you fucking moron, because the dude who reported it deleted it. What in the world? The sad state of affairs. And Barrett Sports Media is actually a legit media entity that has actually reached out to me recently to do an interview with me. Guess what? Not happening now. Wow. I would love to ask the person who wrote this to apologize because it's pretty freaking damning because as we all know, still batting 1,000, but it says by BSM staff. That's crazy.
I did an interview one time with Barrett Sports Media.
Yeah. Troy's brother, right?
Yeah.
Farkas. Should we ask for a public apology from them? What should we ask?
That's up to you. I mean, it's defaming you.
Do you realize how crazy this is? I didn't report that. I'm the one that reported the accurate stuff.
I love how people say all these things with conviction. Like there was another video saying that you were in bed with a WWE.
Oh, that was great. Yeah, this guy, Ariel, he's in bed with WWE. And, oh, yeah, he didn't ask Triple H a single question. Meanwhile, like half of the interview was about this stuff. Like, what did you want me to ask? We're not getting into all this again, please, for the love of God. Weird stuff. What a world we're living in. Okay, back to the questions. So we're going with draft, right?
Definitely going with draft.
Okay.
Are we going to put it on the air, or it'll be behind the scenes?
No, we're doing
draft lottery type thing.
In the interest of full disclosure, we have to put it on the air.
Great.
Newman. Hello, Ariel. Hello, Newman. Although the UFC is starting off 2023 with yet another fight night at the Apex, there appears to be a light at the end of the tunnel for those of us who can't stand to watch Apex events anymore. I love the Apex. I don't know what you're talking about. The March 11th UFC fight night is currently scheduled to take place at the Theater at the Virgin Hotels in Las Vegas, which has a seating capacity of 4,500 people. I'm hoping that this will be their new venue to hold fight nights in Vegas instead of the Apex. Do you have information? Yes, I've heard that. Is it going to be the new Vegas spot? I don't know. I'd be shocked if they completely remove the Apex. Maybe it's a couple here or there. But yeah, let's be positive about it. Let's remain positive. John in HB, which I guess is Huntington Beach. Hola, Ariel, with the Jake Paul now in PFL news, which puts him in bed with ESPN, do you think he'll be asked to tone down going at Dana? That is a great question. I'm going to say it's a great question. I mean, I feel like Jake does what Jake does, and their deal isn't with ESPN for life. And obviously not as lucrative as the UFC deal. I would just say that hasn't happened yet. Could it happen? Potentially, but it hasn't happened yet. Would it shock me? No. To be honest, it wouldn't. By the way, GC, I got a question for you. Jake Paul has a stake in Better, right?
Yeah.
Do you feel like they will raise any issues, any conflicts about someone with a stake in a betting company having a stake in an MMA company and potentially competing for said MMA company? Like that could be a potential conflict, right?
It feels like it, yeah, but also no, because sportsbooks are just going to make money regardless. Like it's not like they need a certain outcome. No matter what, if people are betting, sportsbooks are going to profit.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like no. I wonder if Better, because PFL has the deal with DraftKings right now. I wonder if there's anything with Better in PFL at some point.
It is worth noting that back in the day when the Fertittas owned the UFC, you couldn't go to a station casino and bet on the UFC. So maybe Better just won't put PFL lines up.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't know enough to speak on it, but you do make a good point. There could be a conflict of interest there.
Yeah, I wonder. I haven't heard anything. I think they were talking about it yesterday in Massachusetts. I wonder, but that is an interesting one. Ariel, you alluded to a dart accident happening before the show on Monday. Wondering if you could talk a little more about how the two darts got broken and who's to blame for the damages. My bet is Mysterious Frank. Wow. He's had a tough day, guys. Lay off him, all right? It's from Rami. Joe was kind enough to set up the dartboard. I think I went to the bathroom. I came back and he said we had one casualty. I think one of the darts hit the lights or something. Something like that?
No, the floor.
Oh, it hit the floor. That's right. It hit the floor. Then I went and shot one and it fell, but it didn't break to the point of no repair because Joe was able to fix it. And then Corporate Alex took a try and hit the wall twice, which is pretty incredible. I don't think anyone has hit the wall yet. And then we even had a little tourney between Joe and GC, and I think Joe won. Did Joe win that one?
No, Connor beat me.
Wow.
Wow. Changing stories that quick.
No, legit. I really didn't remember.
Undefeated, undisputed champion of the dartboard right now is currently...
It's very therapeutic. I enjoy it.
It was close. It was close, though.
It was a very close match. I will say that. It was a back-and-forth exchange. I mean, just two heavyweights going at it, but I did come out on top.
There was a whiteboard.
There was a whiteboard involved?
Yeah.
Which then got me thinking, what I'd like to do is every time someone comes in studio, guests, we have them throw, what should it be, 3 darts? Just 3? And then we start creating a leaderboard of all the in-studio guests and seeing where and we'll film it. We'll take, I don't know if we could do it on air or maybe just like on our phone afterwards and then post it, something like that. But I think that'd be a fun little gimmick. What do you guys
think? It's
think?
kind of like Top Gear.
I don't know what that is.
Car show that used to be on BBC. Every time they had a guest, they'd have them do a lap and they would keep track of who the fastest. No?
Do you think we should do it? No, I don't know.
Yeah, I think you should. I think it's awesome.
All right. We've got some quick fire questions now. Patrick McCray, GC, merch update, please. Again, I don't pick the questions. I think it's the same guy every time, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the exact same thing. We have done everything we can possibly do, and it is out of our control. People above us, above our pay grade, are the ones making the decisions, and I mean, I haven't gotten an update in quite some time now. Want it to happen.
I believe there's
someone
working
to happen.
I believe there's someone at the company who's working very hard on making this happen for us. I've been told that. So let's see if it comes to fruition. Eric Haber. Shalom, Ariel, and Happy New Year. I'm curious as to where you rank Tyson Fury in the all-time great heavyweight boxer list. Wow. Getting up there. Certainly if he remains undefeated. All-time heavyweight. Top 5? I would put him up there, top 5. And by the way, a lot of people are mad at me that I didn't have him in my top 5 pound for pound. He was 6 for the record, but they only asked me for 5 right now. And like I said, I had the list up there. Crawford, I think it was Crawford. What the hell? I'm going to forget. What did I say again? Wait for it. Wait, there it is. Crawford, Usyk, Bivol beat Canelo, so he's 3, Canelo 4. Inoue 5. Some people were mad that I didn't have Fury on there. Some people thought that I should have Inoue higher. But again, Inoue reminds me a lot of DJ, Demetrius Johnson, in that he's great, but he is kind of a victim of the opponents that he's facing. Like, he doesn't have the names, he doesn't have the resume, he doesn't have the roster. Unfortunate at his disposal, but, you know, I feel pretty good about that list. Jimmy, hey, Ariel, thank you for all the amazing content. Just curious when you will immortalize Kayla. I thought you had promised her the last time you interviewed her. Did we do that? Did I promise her that?
No.
I don't know if I promised her that. Did I say if she like mended the fences with Ali, I would do it?
No.
I did say we do have a Israel Adesanya picture that I need to find a spot for. Remember I told him I would put him up there.
Facts.
We do have that printed. So that's going to go somewhere. Kayla deserves to be up there, for the record. I just have to find the spot. So many people in our good graces. Jamal says, Happy New Year to the gang. My question is if the crew and their families have any special New Year's food traditions. I don't. Do you guys?
Yeah, I do.
Wow. What is it?
Black-eyed peas for good luck.
Serious?
Spinach for money. Yeah.
Wow.
I do it every year. It's like a Southern tradition.
Yeah, but my parents used to do that.
Yeah, I kind of hate black-eyed peas because of it.
And cabbage, right?
Yeah, I think cabbage is in there. I want to say there's a third one, but
Squash.
of late it's just been good luck and money. Black-eyed peas and spinach.
Cornbread.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What's the cornbread stand for? Signify.
Health. I don't know.
I actually like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't do it, though.
Oh, okay. New York Rick, do you got something?
Nada.
All right. Thanks for that.
What do you expect from him? He's being honest.
I like that we went full screen for that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make one up. No.
I mean, do you take out? Do you make dinner on that day? Like, what?
Nah, there's nothing. It's a regular day. I was asleep by 10.
No, yeah, make the day. No. This is on New Year's Day, not New Year's Eve.
Right.
Oh, wait. He said New Year's Day?
Yeah, I do it on New Year's Day.
Well, he just wrote New Year's food traditions. So to me, I was
ringing the New Year.
Oh, no. Less than nothing. Big money. Hi, Ariel. Spare you the New Year wishes since it's the second week in January and way too late for that. First off, congrats to GC and the Georgia Bulldogs for their epic 10-7 performance against TCU. Some are even saying it rivaled the Helwani-Pimblett domination of a few weeks ago. Wow. My contribution today is more of a statement of gratitude for the Bills organization, the first responders and medical professionals, the city of Buffalo, the entire Bills Mafia, in regards to the overall handling of the frightening Damar Hamlin accident during last Monday night's game. I can't think of a better city, team, and fan base to represent the American spirit in times of struggle and feel honored to be from there. Although 2023 has been off to a rocky start, let's acknowledge one miracle that has captivated the country and appreciate the power of positivity in the world. Thank you and go Bills. My God, Big Money, you have given me goosebumps. I couldn't have said it any better. I love the people of Buffalo. I love the people of Western New York. And they truly are special souls. I mean, they have been through a lot over the past year. I went through it. The team has been through a lot over the past year. And it's just incredible how they're so positive. They are so resilient. They are true fighters. And I know other communities, other cities have great relationships with their teams. I'm not going to dismiss that. But that community, considering everything it's been through, and considering what the Bills mean to them, and considering everything that that franchise has been through, the 4 Super Bowls, the ups and downs, all that stuff, it would really be one of the most beautiful things that I've ever witnessed if they can finally do it. And I said this to a friend of mine who works for the Bills, Kelsey Sweet, who I've mentioned before, who's just salt of the earth, incredible human being. My whole life, I wanted the Bills to win for selfish reasons. I wanted it so I can, celebrate my team, so I can, say that my team is the Super Bowl champions of the world. I could gloat. I could do all these things. I could buy the merch, all that stuff. And now, for the first time, I feel like I don't want the Bills to win for selfish reasons. I really want the Bills to win for Buffalo. I want it for those people. I want it for that community. I want it for that team, that organization. I know people don't like the word deserve. They deserve it. They really do. And I think it would be such an incredible story. I saw this morning that Damar Hamlin has been discharged. Such an incredible story if they can make it happen, if they can finally get over the hump. Just 4 more wins, guys. 4 more wins. And you are immortalized for life. 4 more wins. It would be truly amazing. I want it so bad. My kids were asking me, like, Bills or Knicks. And to me, it's Bills right now. It's Bills in terms of like who I want to see win a championship more. I've not seen either win. But let's be honest, people in New York, they've got the Yankees, they've got the Rangers, they've got the Giants. They've been able to celebrate. And I know people aren't fans of all of them, but chances are you're a fan of at least one. Unless you're, I guess, a Jets-Mets guy. But if you're a Jets-Mets guy, you're probably a Rangers, maybe an Islanders guy. Anyway, chances are the great people of Buffalo haven't had anything to celebrate in terms of, champions of the world, champions of their respective sport. And considering everything that has happened, I would love to see it for them. They are incredible. And the fact that I finally got to visit and experience it, I feel a great kinship to that community now. And I want it so bad. I had to take a break from watching the Patriots game on Sunday because I was so nervous about how they were playing. I just had to go take a walk.
Even after the first play?
At the end of half, I had to go take a walk because there was an interception. They were tied going into the half. I just wanted so bad.
Can I admit, I'm like afraid to text during the game.
Yeah, probably with good reason.
Smart
move. Unless it's positive. I mean, that's probably for the best. Yeah, no, it's my son asked me if I could stop yelling.
If they make it.
You know what? There's a part of me that's almost dreading it.
Like a wreck? Because when last year when Georgia was in the national championship, to say I was living and dying with every single play would be understating it. Like it was almost not an enjoyable experience.
Yes.
The game itself. Once we won, it was incredible. But like I was just so nervous during the game.
There's a part of me that's dreading it, especially, trust me, I'd love nothing more. Please don't get me wrong. But if they win the AFC Championship and then there's a 2-week break, I'm obviously going to revel in it. It's going to be so cool. But God, I just want it so bad. I wish that we can almost like do a simulation, see what happens, and then rewind the tape, and then I could live it out. You know what I mean? I just want it so bad. I just want to see them win once, just once. For them, really for them. They are such great. What a class organization. Sean McDermott, Brandon Bean, all of them. Josh, Stephon Diggs, like what they do for the community. I am very proud. In fact, I have my Let's Go Buffalo shirt here with me, my sweatshirt here with me. I am very proud. See, the thing about me, I pick class organizations to be a fan of. The Bills, Nottingham Forest. Well, I guess it doesn't really work for the Knicks. I haven't been the best.
Is it just those two?
Yeah, pretty much. Summer body, no need. All right. Hello, Ariel. The MMA world seems to forget people, especially female fighter, quite quickly. Do you think that the return to Tatiana Suarez will be as big as it should be? Do we have information about GDR, which would be a great matchup against Shevchenko, also for a comeback? I reached out to Tatiana. I heard it's not quite 100% done. She doesn't love doing media. It should be a big deal. It's also been 5 years since her last fight, 4 years since her last fight. So, a lot has changed in the sport since then. So I think it will be a big deal to some. And then I think that she's going to win, look great, and then it's going to be an even bigger deal. After, like, oh, wow, she's back. GDR I've heard nothing about. Will the Beast, Buenos Dias, Ariel, 3-parter here. Will this year, being the 30th anniversary of the UFC, do you think that the one-night tournament format will be brought back in November? No. If it is, do you think any ranked fighters take a chance participating in the tourney? It's not coming back. Who would you like to see? It's not coming back. Gracias and be safe, my friends. I mean, it's just not coming back. I'm sorry. No chance. Maybe not no chance, but I would be absolutely shocked. Ahmad, salam alaikum, Mario. Wa alaikum salam. I have missed this segment for the past few weeks, and I'm happy we're here again. Loved finally seeing you interview KSI, as I am a fan of both. My question is, did the interview change the way you or the crew perceived him, either as a person or a boxer? Much appreciated. Obviously, boxer, like, that can't really change the way you perceive him. I will say, I've never really been dismissive of KSI. I've never really been dismissive of all of this. I remember the first time I heard about Logan, KSI, their first fight, it was actually through my guy, Abby Subban, who works for Junkie and has an older son who was getting him into it. And I was like, what? This is weird. I think New York Rick and I spoke about it during the Crust First days. Am I right, New York Rick? Didn't we talk about this? Like 2000?
Yeah, we definitely did.
The first fight, right? And we were like, what is this? Yeah. What is going on here? I don't think I've ever said it's crap or I don't like it, don't appreciate or support it. But obviously, like, if there's if there's Garcia Tank or KSI, like, it's no brainer. But, as a pro wrestling fan, like, I appreciate the showmanship. I appreciate all of it. And as long as the matchups are somewhat fair and it's not, someone fighting a 30-0 boxer, like, you feel relatively comfortable with it. I do give him credit for training and getting in there. I knew more about Jake than KSI. I will say I really enjoyed KSI. I really, really enjoyed him. I thought he was very personable. His laugh is infectious. He's just a fun guy to talk to. And then I saw afterwards was all the stuff with Jake and him back and forth. Who knows about all that stuff? But as far as him, like, I will tell you, I am planning on tuning in just because I kind of enjoyed talking to him. I did. And I do think him versus Jake Paul would be a massive, massive fight. Did you guys change your stance on him at all? GC, Rick?
Yeah, I didn't really have a stance on him.
Okay.
Going into it, but like you said, like, his personality is pretty infectious. Love the laugh. He seems like a positive dude. So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm a fan of him now, but I like him. I'll tune into the fight and cheer for him.
Ditto. Had no real opinion. If we're making the comparison, it sounded like the person was saying he likes KSI and Jake Paul. If we're making the comparison, it seems like he's trying a little less hard, but I don't know. That's just how it came across.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like KSI. He seemed like a solid man, but who knows? I know nothing else about him, other than he's a YouTuber and that he beat up 2 bin men in his last fight. So
it is wild when you look at his early videos and it's like, wow, this guy was really just doing FIFA videos and now he's worth millions of dollars and selling out arenas. It's a wild community. It's a wild scene. And I think the hate just comes from jealousy. I really do. Because they're not taking, if anything, like, they're not, that's the main thing always. I always repeat this. They're not taking spots away from anyone. In fact, they're giving people, like an Anthony Taylor, they're giving guys who don't, have a spot or maybe wouldn't have made as much money. They're giving these guys spots. They're not taking away anyone's spot. Now, totally can see if it's not your cup of tea, you don't like it, you feel like it cheapens the sport or whatever, but feels like when the fighters hate on it, it's just from a place of jealousy. They went the conventional way, the traditional way. They're not getting as much money, as much fame, as much attention. And they're like, what the fuck? Roundhouse MMA. Hello, Ariel. Hope you and the rest of the crew are having a great start to your year. Beneil Dariush is making headlines right now and sparking a large debate within the MMA community as he stated that Dustin Poirier should really consider retiring if he doesn't want to fight rising contenders. Just wanted to get your thoughts on this statement, whose side you're on here. I personally think Dustin has paid his dues with the company and should be able to fight whoever he wants, even if it's guys or isn't guys like Jalen Turner, Fiziev, Tarukian. Yeah, I mean, I tweeted, this is the worst take of the year. And when you read the full statement, it's like, all right, I understand he's hedging a little bit. But like, if there's one guy that you can't question, it's Dustin Poirier. I mean, he is, first of all, an OG of the game. Second of all, has fought them all, has not backed down from anyone. I mean, come on. He's looking for big fights. I don't really think he's squatting on any spot, to be honest. He's just not that guy. He's not that guy that you can call out like that. Especially, by the way, when you just said, I'll be down to fight 10 guys, I don't care, blah, 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 blah. And now you're calling out Dustin Poirier for, I guess, not being too keen on fighting you. I don't know. Didn't love it. Dustin, to me, infinite respect. Forget about what I think of him as a person. Just like the way he's conducted himself throughout his career, who he's fought, when he's fought, all that stuff. He's not that guy. I don't like the squatters, but he's not a squatter. And so like this idea of like, you need to retire unless you're going to fight these guys. Like, what? He just fought Michael Chandler. What are you talking about? Yes? Someone want to say something? No.
I mean, are we taking trash talk literally now? Like, it was a call out. Like,
didn't love it.
Dissect, like.
Well, I mean, I was asked the question.
He doesn't actually want him to retire. I don't think he cares one way or the other.
You know, here's the thing.
Honest.
Beneil is so like, he's so straightforward that I actually think he did mean that when he said like, hey, you should retire if you're not going to fight the guys. I actually don't think that it was trash talk. I actually think that he was saying in the quote, I'm not trying to talk shit here, but I think X, Y, and Z. Because Beneil isn't a trash talk.
The best shit talk is when you say I'm not trying to talk shit and then you talk shit. That's the
but
best.
But is Beneil that guy?
I mean, he's had some bangers lately.
What bangers?
He's found his voice a little bit more.
What, when he called out Elon Musk? When he gave props to Jesus in Abu Dhabi? Like, what are the bangers? Tell me what the bangers were.
I'm not about to go through his
No, listen.
reel. But yeah, he's
give
had
me
some
one.
quotes
Give me one
I mean,
banger.
my thing is just like, I think everybody's reading a little too literally into this. It's not that serious.
100%. By the way, I wrote worst take of the year, like sort of tongue in cheek. And then I looked back at the tweet. I was like, Jesus Christ. It's like 1 million responses to it. And people being like, well, actually, it's, I'm like, all right, chill out.
They're just as bad too, though. They're just as bad.
As me?
Actually is on top of the.
Oh.
Well, you taking it too literally is one.
What
level.
too literally?
Then
I just said it was worst take of the year.
Who are I mean, it's not. It's just trash talk. It's not that serious. And then the people piling on top with the actuallys on top of that, they're just as bad. So all around, bad marks for this. Not that serious of a tweet.
And by the way, someone wrote to me, how could you say it's the worst take of the year when we've had like Jamal Hill and then all that other stuff? I was like, yeah, you're kind of right. Nowhere near as bad as a take. I just thought, I was like, there's other ways to get Dustin's attention, but you're not going to fight. And is he a rising star prospect? Like, do we put Beneil Dariush in the same category as the Jalen? Like,
he tried to get Dustin's attention, and Dustin said no thanks. Literally said no thanks. Like, not interested. Sorry, bud. So, I mean, it's just another trash talk.
By the way, can I just say something? I actually like the fight.
Great fight. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Dustin's the one who doesn't want to do it.
Wow. Clip that off.
Who's a bigger Dustin Poirier fan than me? Who?
I don't know.
Can't find one.
Me.
Yeah, maybe. But I am a big fan of Dustin. And he doesn't need to be defended. Let's not take it that seriously.
All right,
it was fine. It was trash talk from Beneil.
More on the lightweights. King Tyler, Shalom Ariel, and crew. With none of the top 15 lightweights officially booked besides the champion, the division is a blank canvas. What fights would you like to see made? I think the optimal matchups are Oliveira versus Poirier 2 and winner gets the title shot. Not bad. Gaethje Fiziev, love it. Dariush Makhachev if Volk wins, or versus Tsarukyan if Islam wins. Tough. Yeah, I think Dariush deserves a big fight. And then to wait until February, like he last fought in October, that's a long wait for Dariush. So maybe Tsarukyan, but again, tough. Chandler Moicano, fun. Gamrot Turner, very fun. I'm down with all those. No mention of Mr. Conor McGregor. He writes, can't wait to see these bangers. Headline is sold out Apex. Anyways, looking forward to a great 2023 with you all. as are we. They're all very fun. I have no problem with them except for Dariush Makhachev, because that means Dariush has to wait a long time. But where does Connor fit in all this? Last one. Hi, Ariel. I am a Canadian school teacher, longtime listener. However, since your first in-studio interview with Jared Gordon back in January of 2018, I've been showing clips here and there to my students in order to raise a discussion about perseverance, determination, respect, and positive attitude. Your story alone is something that many of my students admire and have been able to relate to. My question is, if you had one piece of advice or two to give to these students, 13 to 15 years old, what would it be? Man. There's a lot. Well, the one that always comes to mind is one that I've repeated, and it's, you only have one life. So go out there and dream big and try to be the best person that you can be and live with no regrets. However, that's more for someone who's in college, who's starting their life, who's choosing what they're going to do, who's choosing what career path they're going to take. For a 13 to 15-year-old, I would say, and obviously easier said than done. It's easier to say as a 40-year-old as opposed to a 18-year-old or 15-year-old. But one thing that I struggled with was confidence when I shouldn't have struggled with it, when everyone around me was not giving me any reason to struggle with it. But I always struggled with self-confidence. And so I would tell any young kid, young teenager, number one, believe in yourself. Have self-confidence. Know that everyone doubts themselves, struggles. Everyone is like you. No one is above questioning themselves. So it's not like you're different. So just don't worry about that crap. Don't sweat the small things. It's okay. If you didn't do well on that math test, life is going to be just fine. Don't worry about it. I used to stress over these things. And again, I know it's easy for me to say, but I would stress so much. And it's like, what was the point, right? Have fun. You only get to be a kid once. Put things in perspective. Have fun with your friends. Enjoy these times. You'll never get them back. Play sports. Be a part of a team. Camaraderie is very important. Teamwork is very important. Being part of a unit, a group, a community. My favorite times as a kid was being a part of a team, basketball team, traveling, being the captain, going on different trips, different schools. Was incredible. Some of my favorite memories. Try to do as much as possible. Try to be a good person. Don't be a bully. Look out for your friend who might be feeling down. Put your arm around them. Stick up for them. Defend them. Include them. And just have fun. 13 to 15, those are primetime years. Also somewhat awkward years, somewhat kind of figuring yourself out years. But they could be great times if you're a good kid. You listen to your parents. You follow the rules to, the best extent possible. And if I could just say one more thing, please do me a favor. And I know it's very, very, very hard. Try to stay away from this. I'm going to try my damnedest to not give my kids a phone, to wait as long as possible. I've already told them, I got mine at 21. I see no reason why they can't have theirs when they're 21, meaning they could wait. Now, I know everyone else, like when you're grade 6 at this point, you have a phone, and I think that's crazy. It is very scary what the phone, what social media, what YouTube, what Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, all these things can do to a kid's mind in terms of their attention span, in terms of what they watch and what, like yesterday, perfect example of this. My son tells me that Ronaldo scored in his first game for Al Nassr. And I was like, wow, he played? I didn't see that. Show me the clip. Shows me the clip. And I'm like, what the hell? Ronaldo scoring for Al Nassr. Then I see it's Ronaldo in a Juventus jersey, but some guy changed it to make it look yellow some way, somehow, and everything is yellow. And in the title of the clip, it's Ronaldo scores in his first game for Al Nassr, and it has like some 6.2 million views. And I was like, this is fake. This is fake. Now, obviously not the end of the world, but it just shows how dangerous this stuff can be. He's talking to me about, Andrew Tate's Bugatti. Like, my kids are 10 and 8. They shouldn't be duped by this stuff, but they are because they're exposed to it. And when we were younger, we weren't exposed to it. What we were exposed to was Mike Tyson's Punch Out and Saved by the Bell on Saturday mornings. That was it. They don't know what it's like to sit in front of the TV and watch a 30-minute show. and be like, oh, Fresh Prince is on at 8:30 on Monday. Let me watch this. Oh, Wonder Years is on at 9 o'clock on Wednesday. Let me watch this. They have no idea what that's like. They don't know what it's like to wait, to be patient, to watch a show. It's a little alarming. It is. So I hope that this isn't going to be introduced to kids at a young age, even though it probably is, because it affects their attention span, their patience, their brain development, all those things and more. I know that's longer than one or two pieces of advice, but good to get that off my chest. All right. Thank you very much to everyone for the questions. Fascinating times in the world of MMA. Fascinating times in the world of pro wrestling as well. Dana White's situation with the UFC. Vince McMahon coming back. Stephanie McMahon resigning. Oh my gosh. Crazy, crazy stuff. People claiming that I'm reporting things that I'm not reporting. All hell is breaking loose. Now, GC tells me we do have the full Dana White clip. Is that accurate?
Full Dana White, from right when he sits down to when he says, "You guys are done with me, thanks."
Wow. And he answers questions.
He does answer questions in it, yes.
Okay. So I'd love to see this. Have you seen it?
I have not seen the entire thing, no.
And is this an unannounced appearance, or he just kind of showed up?
If I'm not mistaken, they're doing media
day, but I don't know if it was like...
Yeah, I don't know if his was... I think this was unannounced, and he showed up, and essentially the message was to focus on the fighters and not on him.
All right. Well, here we go. And is this courtesy of anyone?
This is from MMA Fighting, so
okay,
we are good to roll.
All right, here we go. Here's Dana White earlier today, around an hour and a half or so ago, addressing the media for the first time since the incident on New Year's Eve in Mexico, where he was seen on camera striking his wife, slapping his wife after she slapped him, caught on camera by TMZ. Back and forth they went. He addressed it once when the news broke on New Year's Day. Nothing since, nothing from Endeavor, nothing from the UFC company proper. But here he is an hour and a half ago in Las Vegas.
So I just wanted to come out today and talk to you guys on this media day with the athletes that, you know, the focus is on them. These guys have trained hard and got ready for this fight. What happened on New Year's Eve is my mistake, not theirs. And obviously, nobody's more about free speech than me. If one of the fighters wants to come out and voice their opinion on it and whatever it might be, then by all means. I'm sure you guys have seen the TMZ video and seen my interview. It was obviously a horrible personal experience, and there's no excuses for it. Something that I'm gonna have to deal with and live with for the rest of my life. And one thing that I do want to clarify in this thing that I didn't talk about on TMZ because I didn't expect it and I didn't see it coming is the people that are defending me. There's never an excuse. I'm sure you guys have read some of the same stuff that I've seen. There's no defense for this, and people should not be defending me over this thing, no matter what. All the criticism that I have received this week is 100% warranted and will receive in the future. So, and you know me better than anybody. If, especially the people that I don't like start coming after me, nobody fires back more than I do. Whatever anybody has to say, everybody has an opinion on this, and they're right to have their own opinions. I was very opinionated on this too, and I still am. It's crazy that I'm sitting here even having this conversation with you guys, but yeah. So my reason for being here today is I just wanted you guys to focus on them and not me. Any questions?
I was going to ask you. We're taking questions. I guess the big question that everybody wants to know,
for a sec,
like you said,
before we get to the questions. So it's a lot different when you watch it as opposed to when you read it, and we'll get back to the rest because I think, like if we would have just had that, I don't think this would have been complete. It doesn't. Am I crazy for saying when you read it, it feels more impactful than when you see it? Am I wrong for that?
No, I think you're right.
I'm going to see more. I'm just trying to process. I respect that he says people shouldn't be defending. That's a new wrinkle to this. And I think that's a message mainly for the fighters on the roster, but also you would think for the fan base, for the workers as well. And him saying, that, people who I don't like, I don't know who he's referring to there, but, people who are criticizing me, whatever, it's warranted, I'm sure he's stumbling there a little bit because he's biting his lip. That's not his style. But again, we have heard Dana White address this. And to think that he is going to punish himself or that he should be the only person who addresses this, to me, feels a little unfair to everyone else. It feels somewhat cowardly that no one else is willing to address this except for the guy involved. Now, again, full marks. Not easy to go up there. And we'll see what else he has to say. But I don't think anyone was clamoring for him to come back and say any of this. I think they wanted to know what the company thinks of all of it. Now let's see what else he has to say.
Full apologies. And I like your statement there that it shouldn't be defended at all. But are there going to be any repercussions? People are saying, he's a big public figure. He's big, charged this big company. Nobody's really talking about it. Are there any repercussions?
Can we just pause something right here? Once and for all. Sorry, I'm going to keep doing this now. We're going to get into one of these. I am so tired of what the people are saying. I am so tired. We got to be better than that. Sorry. We got to be better than that. Either you think or name who is saying. But the people are saying thing is a constant at UFC press conferences and in particular, and I'm so tired of it. So tired of it. Okay, continue.
Self-imposed repercussions.
Yeah, well, I mean, what should the repercussions be? You tell me. I take 30 days off. How does that hurt me?
Pause for a sec.
I mean, I told you guys.
This is exactly what I was trying to avoid. And is this annoying for you guys, the pausing?
No.
Okay. He shouldn't be the one punishing himself. He shouldn't be the one answering the question on what the punishment should be, in my opinion. That should be to someone who is in a position to make these calls. You don't ask someone who committed the quote-unquote crime what they think the punishment should be. That's not how it works. That's not how it's ever worked in any walk of life. So it's fine that we ask them the question, like, do you think you should be punished? Do you think? But ultimately, it's not up to us. It's not up to him. It's up to the bosses. It's up to the people in charge.
When we were going through COVID could last 10 years. I could set it out and, you know what I mean? What would be the problem? It's much like COVID, actually. Me leaving hurts the company, hurts my employees, hurts the fighters. Doesn't hurt me. I could have left in 2016. You know what I mean? I don't know. What's do I need to reflect? No, I don't need to reflect. The next morning.
Sorry, I disagree with that statement. Just, that's not my personal feelings, so I disagree with that statement. I think that the ship will sail very, very nicely without him at this point, and you can make the argument, you can make the case that he's more of a deterrent at this point than not. Sorry, continue.
I woke up. You know what I mean? I've been against this. I've owned this. I'm telling you that I'm wrong. And but listen, I mean, we've had plenty of discussions internally with Ari, ESPN. Nobody's happy. Nobody's happy about this, Neither am I. But it happened. And I have to deal with it. And what is my punishment? Here's my punishment. I got to walk around for however long I live. Is it 10.4 years or is it another 25 years? And I gotta, this is how I'm labeled now. My other punishment is that, I'm sure a lot of people, whether it be media, fighters, friends, acquaintances who had respect for me might not have respect for me now. I mean, there's a lot of things that I'm going to have to deal with for the rest of my life that are way more of a punishment than what? I take a 30-day, 60-day absence? That's not a punishment to me. The punishment is that I did it, and now I have to deal with it. And more importantly, you guys know how I feel about other people's opinions of me, and I've said this before, and I'll say it again.
Again, I appreciate the fact that he has to be introspective here, but just because you live with something, that doesn't mean that it's you could say that to any criminal then, like, oh, you're going to have to live with the fact that you hit that person while drunk driving. No, you have to pay the consequences. You think everyone who, drives drunk and gets into an accident feels good about it? No, they don't. And they'll be labeled as such for the rest of their life. There's still consequences. Like, it's not just the feelings world that we're living in here. And I certainly don't think he subscribes to that. So again, I think we have to recognize and respect the fact that he is up there facing the music and he's being introspective. And I think he is being, to a certain degree, and we'll see if someone asks him, like, hey, you're still doing F It Friday, this gambling thing, all that. I think to a certain degree he's being genuine, but it's not on him to decide the punishment. And I do think a 60-day punishment, if that's what they deem to be necessary, if that's what they deem to be impactful, if that's the case, then I do think it would be prudent. But this idea that we're going to ask him to punish himself or want to know what he thinks the punishment is, or this justification that because I have to live with my actions, that's punishment enough, doesn't fly, because it doesn't fly in any society. That's not the society we live in. Oh, I recognize I made a mistake. Like, just you or I. If I did something like that, I'd probably be fired from every job I have. So I'll have to live with it, but also face repercussions. Please continue.
Nobody, I know a lot of you. I don't know what you do when you go home. I don't know what you're into. Nobody knows you better than your kids do. Okay? My oldest is almost 22. So for 22 years, he's grown up in a house with me and my wife and the rest of our family. They hear and see everything. They know everything. So whatever perceptions people might have about you, nobody knows better than your kids. And as long as my kids know exactly who I am, they know exactly who their mother is, and that's what's important to us. This is a personal family matter that played out in public, and our biggest focus was our kids. You want to talk about people being disappointed? Who's going to be more disappointed than your kids are? And that's what we've really been focusing on. I mean, as far as her and I go, we both apologized. We apologized to our kids, and trying to move forward.
Is there anything moving forward that you think you can do in terms of, you just have such a high profile position, right? Like in terms of advocacy, as you said, this is wrong, this is bad. Is there anything that you think this would be a great point to start to, a message against it, supportive domestic violence victims, anything along those lines?
Yeah, we've created a lot of awareness, this was, and that's not something that I'm trying to, but I've been married to this woman for 27 years. We've known each other for 40. We've been friends for 40 years. We've been married for 27 years, and like I said, anybody who's married knows being married is it's a job. It's something you got to work at every day. Her and I have been through some shit, but we're still together. We have 3 great kids, and the biggest focus for us is our family. I guess it's like I don't know. I'm trying to think about what it's like. I don't know. There's been a lot of awareness, and I haven't hid from this thing. I haven't ran from it. I've taken it head on, and from day one. I don't know. I don't know what else I could do. Sure, if I could help anybody else in this situation. I said it before, and now I'm saying it after I've done it. You don't ever do it. Don't defend me. Don't anybody defend me. There's
But he also
there's
said,
no reason.
Pause, please. He also said there's no coming back from it, and people have been reprimanded for it, and that's not happening here. And what is the message? I hate playing this Monday morning quarterback, or at least this media, purveyor here, where I'm criticized. But you want to know what I would ask in that situation? What are you going to do the next time one of your fighters does this exact same thing? How are you going to be able to reprimand them if nothing happened to you? What happens if one of your employees does this? This is what I would ask. I don't know if anyone did ask this, so kudos. But that's the main thing here. It's about what type of message you are sending to the rest. You clearly feel bad about it. You clearly think it's a bad thing. But if nothing is happening as a result of this bad thing that happened, then, how bad was it in your eyes? right? Because we are taught that when bad things happen, there are repercussions. What are the repercussions here? Oh, the repercussions are internal. Like, we don't know. I mean, we don't know. What he's talking about is, like, we don't know any of that stuff. As he said it himself, we don't know about what happens behind the scenes. So, falls a tad flat. Let's continue.
To even try to defend me. And I don't want any of our fighters in this position where they feel like they have to, unless they want to come out and say, he's an asshole, or, whatever their feelings are about this. I'm all about free speech, so.
Last thing for me, Dana, I know it was incredibly unfortunate timing, I guess, in terms of the launch of a slap league. I mean, do you think that's going to impact what happens with that, or is it good to go? Or what?
There is no good or bad timing for what I did. You know what I mean? There's irony, very ironic, but there's no good or bad timing for what I did on New Year's Eve.
Dana, obviously, when something like this happens, you've got to take it day by day. I'm sure plans are changing.
You never answered the question. I think the question was going to be like, what's going to happen, right? So let's see. But wasn't that the question? I think that's the question.
What it felt like it was going to.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Changing about how you deal with it, but sitting here today, do you think, oh, maybe I should have done this differently? Maybe I should have put out a statement rather than go to TMZ? Is there anything you would have done differently?
I would have stayed home New Year's Eve. If I could go back and change anything, I'd have stayed home on New Year's Eve, yeah. But no. I don't know. Do you think so?
I don't know. Maybe an official statement, but if you said that in TMZ, it's the same words.
I did an interview on TMZ. I literally, what else was there to say?
No, I agree.
I mean, you could literally write an official statement from my TMZ interview.
You mentioned it's a personal matter.
Not that he wouldn't hit her, it's that he wouldn't go out on New Year's Eve. That's the thing that he would change. That's pretty crazy to hear.
By the way, I love GC chiming in here. Thanks.
I mean, that's crazy to me.
Right. Now, okay, so again, you see what the defenders would say, right? The defenders would say, well, he's saying that because then he hit her. But no, that's ultimately, like, you could go out on New Year's Eve. You could have a good time. You could even drink. It's you going out wasn't what led to that.
He could just say she didn't deserve to be hit. I can't believe I did that. I'll never do that again. Instead, it's I should have stayed home.
Right. Great call, GC.
I respect that, but I'm curious, is everything okay with the family? Is it a process?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's the thing nobody's asking about. Hey, are you guys okay? Is everything? We finished our family vacation and we came home, and yes, we're good. I mean, obviously, we're still dealing with, with the kids. My oldest isn't happy with us, you know what I mean? And it's I'm sure it's embarrassing for the kids, that this thing played out. And again, I can tell you this, and a lot of people will take it however they want, will believe or won't believe, but it's never happened before. It never, ever happened before. So obviously for my kids, it's a big deal.
How tough was that conversation with them the day after and just in general?
I mean, just like we did, before the TMZ interview happened, we sent them the video and we got them on the phone, and we did the best we could.
Thanks, Dana. Hey, Dana. I was just wondering if you have
By the way,
reached out to
side
any
note,
of the
I'd love to know who shot this. Is that a crazy thing? Like, how did this happen? How did it get to TMZ? Did TMZ pay for it? Did TMZ have to show it to Dana for, like, what a weird turn of events, right? Because it wasn't like, I don't know. It wasn't like on a security camera or something like that, but minute detail, but yeah, who was that person? Anyway.
fighters on the roster, especially the ones that have dealt with domestic violence before.
And also, by the way, sorry. Why were they filming Dana in that moment, right? Like from afar, like what are the chances that you'd be filming him and that happens? Strange, right? Isn't that weird?
And then the DJ calls his name out too.
In the middle of the clip, it seems like, right? Dana.
Yeah, it's like very odd.
Yeah, weird. All right.
I haven't reached out to any of the fighters. This is my thing. This is my thing between me and my family. And whether you're a media member, a fighter, or whatever you are, you saw my interview, and that's my position on it, and you're hearing my position on it today.
But again, missing the point that you are a leader, right? That you need to, it's not just like, this is my thing. You are a leader of men. You are the boss. There has to be some sort of message that this won't fly, that this won't, this won't stand. So, all right, sorry.
Dana, thanks for coming out. Obviously, both sides carried a little bit of fault, but I thank you for coming out here, and seems that you're taking a lot of the blame. You don't want people to defend you. What do you say to the people that are wanting to put the blame on your wife, that your wife started this, and that was ramifications of her?
Yeah, no, there's only one side of this. It's my side. There's never a reason or an excuse for what happened on New Year's Eve to ever happen, period. And like I said, I'm 53. I'll be 54 this summer. Never done it. I mean, never put my hands on a woman in my life other than my sister when we used to try to kill each other when we were little. You know what I mean? But other than that, this is the first time that it's ever happened, and I guarantee you it will never happen again, and nobody should be defending me. There aren't two sides of this story. There's only my side.
Thanks, Dana.
Thanks.
Wait a second.
Dana.
Wait a second. There's only, what? There are two sides to the story. Doesn't his wife have a side? Right? That's a weird statement. All right.
Yeah,
How much left, by the way?
In 2014, you said you don't bounce back from putting your hands on a woman. How do you bounce back from this as a leader in the UFC and at home as a husband and a father?
You don't. You don't bounce back from this. What? You don't ever bounce back from this, For the rest of my life, like I said, however long that is, people are going to label me that. You know what I mean? I did it. I did it.
How do you repair things at home?
You don't bounce back from it. You wake up every day and try to be better than you were yesterday, and you make sure that never happens again. Whatever steps you have to take to make sure that you're never in that situation and that never happens again, that's what I need to do. And it's a fact. I mean, there's a couple things in life that you don't bounce back from, and this is one of them.
Wait a second. Is my understanding of not bouncing back different than his? My understanding of not bouncing back is like things happen. Like you don't bounce back. You lose your job. You lose this. You lose that. Is his definition of not bouncing back just that you have to live with something, like that it just sticks to you? Is that not a weird kind of defiant definition of not bouncing back? Like when he said it in 2014, wasn't the interpretation of not bouncing back like, yeah, you can't play in the NFL, or you shouldn't play in the NFL, or you should lose out, you should be punished? Am I wrong?
No, I agree with you here. Like
his definition,
bounce back. Like you've lost your job, you've lost everything, you've lost your wife. Like your life is sort of in shambles, and you don't bounce back because of your actions.
What? That is the weirdest thing. I think what he's trying to say is like it sticks to you forever, but like sounds like he's bouncing back just fine, right? He's hanging out, he's gambling, he's out here, he's out there. Like, I am trying so hard to not be a dick here. I truly am. And I'm not trying to like just nip it, but like we're sitting here watching this really seminal moment, like a very rare human moment that we're getting from Dana White. And I, again, will respond and say that he deserves credit for facing the music, but like he says these things and you're like, what are you talking about? Like it almost feels like he's living on some other planet from all of us. Not bouncing back to me, you, or any common man is you lose out on stuff. You are punished. What is the punishment? Otherwise, it just seems like you're moving on. Otherwise, it just seems like a bad night. Okay. Almost done.
It's a fact.
Hi, Dana. Thank you for coming out. I know it can't be easy to face us all. I want to know if there's going to be any changes going forward with fighters that are in this similar situation, if there's any changes to procedures, or now that you've gone through it, if you're going to have any different take on that.
Well, I don't have a different take on it. I mean, it all depends on different situations, you know what I mean? But hopefully everybody's seen what's going on with me, and hopefully this never happens. But at the end of the day, we're all human beings. We all make mistakes, and you know, all you can do is try to recover from the mistakes that you make in life. And yeah, I don't know. I'm sure it'll be on a case by case basis. I mean, we got a lot of people around here that make a lot of mistakes, and I'm one of them. Thank you. Yep.
Then just one. Other than everything we can see, is there any damage financially, talking any sponsor or anything financially, any damage for the company?
No, I don't think I don't think so. But you know, still early too, so we'll see. Done with me? Have a great day. Thanks.
You know, valid question there at the end. I guess didn't really answer the slap fighting thing. Again, I'll repeat for the 400th time because I know people say, like, you know, didn't have to sit up there. No one's, I mean, he didn't say anyone was forcing him to, and I don't think he would if they were even forcing him to. I would almost bet that someone said you should probably address the media. So, you know, you obviously should get credit for that. Doesn't seem like there's going to be any repercussions. Doesn't seem like anything is going to change. And it doesn't really seem, at least as of right this moment, that Endeavor is going to say anything. And even if they do say anything, I think at this point, it's going to just be, you know, a statement. And if we get that, even if we get that, but it seems like nothing's going to happen. I feel like the takeaway here is nothing is going to happen. Do you guys agree with that, or do you have a different take?
Yeah, I mean, he said it himself. Punishment is to live with it.
Right. How do you feel about that?
Still have to do.
Right.
Still have to do. If you got punished, you would still have to live with it. But he claims that is his punishment, and I feel like that's as far as this is going to go.
Rick, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, as far as directly addressing, do I think anything more will happen? My stance has been unchanged. I think this was a move to kind of try to proactively address the media and not have to deal with it moving forward. Kind of say, here's the last, we'll speak about this and move on. But I think it will depend on what new happens, right? We just saw a women's group come out and say that they wanted him to be removed. I think public pressure and things like that are going to be what moves the ball forward from now on. I don't think that we will hear anything more from Endeavor or Dana White unless forced to, right? This feels like okay, we're going to address this and now move on,
right?
Type of mentality.
I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. All right, so yeah, go ahead.
Just one more thing on the idea of like the crime is the punishment. I mean, that just can't be
right.
Stance. Like that is so out of line. I understand why you could potentially try to spin it that way, but in the world we live in, that's just not sufficient.
I mean, in no walk of life, in zero. I mean, yeah, it's a lot. You know, on the whole, you could be like Dana White addressed the media and said there's no answers or no defending, and there's nothing that I could do to warrant any sort of sympathy. Blah 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 blah. Great. Like on the whole, it's like okay, cool. But then when you actually sit and listen to some of the stuff, you're like, what? This feels like a different world. This is not the world that I live in where there's repercussions and punishment.
It's what you said, Ariel. Like I mean, even someone of your stature, if this happened to them, you're fired from every outlet that you work with. Like if anyone, you know, normal, this happens at their workplace. I mean, they're fired without question, and they'll have to answer for it for every single job interview they go to afterward. Obviously, he's in a different category, but just to live with it just seems like an insane thing to try to sell as your punishment.
Weird. All right. Well, I wasn't expecting that, but glad we're on the air to talk about it all. Unless anyone has any final thoughts, let's get to the picks, and then we'll call it a night. Okay. It sounds like no final thoughts.
Sounds good to me, man.
Do want to mention, Frank, we have some breaking news on a lighter note. Come on, you Reds, headed to Wembley. Do you see that?
I'm a little bit disappointed that we weren't able to watch it like in real time.
Penalty
4-3
kicks?
final. Oh,
Penalty kicks. I mean, this is magical stuff. Headed to Wembley, along with Newcastle and Manchester United and Southampton. Some way, somehow beat Manchester City. I mean, it's great. What a day here. What a day here at MMA HQ.
Pinnacle of English.
You know what?
English football.
I was just about to say that. Thank you to the Carabao Cup for this.
I mean, we've been talking for months about how much we want Forrest to get this done, and to be able to move on is massive. Semis?
Might have to go.
Finals, we will definitely have to be in attendance for sure. I mean, it's the Carabao Cup. It's the EFL Cup. We can't miss on that.
So thankful that we have found this team. I mean, I genuinely derive joy from watching this team and being a part of the community. It's a beautiful thing. In all the darkness that is going on around us, so much darkness, so much negativity, the ray of light that has been Nottingham Forest has truly been a gift. All right, quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook, and I wonder what Forest winning was slated as. Well, speaking of a ray of light, super wild card weekend rapidly approaching. Bills, Dolphins. I heard Tua's out. Slam them. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, is the place to go. New customers can bet just $5 and get 200 in free bets instantly. Plus, all customers can get a no-sweat bet each day of the wild card round this weekend. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEMMAHour. New customers can bet $5 on the NFL, get 200 in free bets instantly. That's code THEMMAHour. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario and Ohio. Bonus issued as free bets. One free bet issued based on amount of initial losing NFL bet up to $10. Eligibility, wagering, and deposit restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms. Let's get into it. First UFC of the year. The Parlay Pals are back. The 3-pack known as the Parlay Pals. Different kind of 3-pack. All right.
Three Musketeers.
Yeah, what do we got? By the way, still never even addressed because it happened right after we said goodbye on Monday. Kelvin Gastelum's off fighting this weekend.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Now steps in. We didn't address that.
It literally happened like 10 minutes after we said goodbye on Monday.
The light heavyweight debut for one Sean Strickland. Back-to-back. We end the year with a UFC Apex Sean Strickland main event. Start the year with one as well. Does it get any better?
Yeah. Who said 2023 is a bummer, right?
Best.
Yes. Who said 2023 is a bummer?
UFC 50 and I think 51, Tito Ortiz going back-to-back. There were no fight nights in between. I know Figueiredo headline, but there was a fight night or two in between. So it's quite the feat, although there's multiple weeks in between here, just as there was back in the day with Tito Ortiz. Still notable, Strickland -110, Nasruddin Imavov. So you guys know the drill, right? We do the draft thingy, the little lottery. Frank's still on the sidelines, but we've welcomed participation if you'd like to, jump on the winning train that is the Parlay Pals, and we'll see how this goes.
Let's do it. Let's randomize the order. First one of the year. Who goes first? Rick takes the honors. The very first Parlay Pals pick of 2023. Rick, I will come in second. Connor, Ariel bringing up the caboose there. UFC Apex 67.
Oh, yes. I missed this music.
Save the music. This one's going to be quick.
Oh.
Okay.
Umar Nurmagomedov. We're done. Move on.
All right.
By the way, what was the cap? -1,000 or minus?
Yeah, -1,000. So KSI's off the table.
I mean, it's a great one. Yeah, what is KSI?
Wow. Umar, -950 now.
I know.
Right under the
I cannot believe how much this line has moved. This is absolute insane.
What was it? What was it before?
I mean, he opened at one book at -200 and has just been dropping steadily ever since. That Nurmagomedov name value is heavy. Renan Barcelos, tough opponent.
-950. All right. Just straight money line?
Truth. Money line.
Just straight money line. All right, I will head over to, you know what? I'm going to keep this low since we already got a -950 on our hands. I will take Claudio Ribeiro, Abdul Razak Al-Hassan, under 1.5, -215.
Oh, man, we're going with the 1.5s and all that?
I mean, it makes me nervous. Depending on what you're going to pick. I mean, we got to get these odds down a touch.
All we need to win. All we need to do is win.
I know, but winning like a -190 isn't as cool.
Is it? No one
What are you gonna
remembers.
go with? What are you going to go with?
I think we know the answer to that.
What is it? What is the
What do
the
you think
answer?
he's going with?
Yeah. What?
I don't know.
I thought we knew what we were.
Yeah, I thought you knew what you were going to do there.
I have no idea why I said that.
I'm gonna go with. I think I'm gonna go with one that you're gonna be surprised by.
Hit me.
I'm going to go with the Pride of Poland, Mateusz Rebecki. Why? Why are you shocked?
Minus 740.
I mean, I think that's a great play.
I'm glad.
GC, where are we at with this parlay? Tell me that.
Well, because I took the under 1.5 on the Abdul Razak Al Hassan at minus 215, the parlay gets the minus 120.
Okay, we're fine then. We'll take that.
Minus 120 is still like, I mean, I feel like that's still respectable.
It's still respectable, but I mean, I was strongly considering a fight doesn't go to a decision on Ribeiro Razak Al Hassan. That would have gotten us to minus 233. I'm going to take the bullet here. I'm going to stick with the under 1.5.
Listen, I don't think you should be a hero. Take the easy pick.
I cannot do a minus 233 on a 3-leg parlay.
Why?
I appreciate you
It's
doing
ridiculous.
that. I got to admit, this is the first time I was tempted to put some coin flips in there. Like I was like, there's some that I have a
This card is
lean
like
on,
weird.
but I'm
There's
feeling good.
there's a ton of coin flips, and then there's like the minus 740s, the minus 950s, the minus 330s.
Yeah, there's a lot of those. I feel good with mine. I don't know about you guys. I'm just trying to win here. What are we at? 4 in a row?
4 in a row.
Let's try to get. What was our record? 7?
Yeah, I think it was 6 in a row we hit in the early.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, losing we had 9. We avoided that double digits. Listen, I'm a hero either way. I either win and I save the odds, or I lose and I bring Frank back for the Brazilian pay-per-view. And
That's a great way of looking
he's
at
super
it.
excited. Yeah,
I like
it's
that.
all
I like the way
positivity.
you look at that.
2023. Happy New Year's. I'm turning a new leaf.
I think I do have a New Year's resolution.
Get back in the Parlay Pals.
Yeah, but it's bittersweet because I don't want you guys
so you
to
can
lose.
cheer directly against us. Want me to lose money?
I've been sitting in this
Also,
room.
you have no control over that.
Right. By the way, guys, I've been sitting in this room for so long. I was just staring at the clock, and the clock was just going crazy. Like it's like an old school clock. Is someone controlling it back there? Because it just went crazy, and then it just settled on 5:25. But it just went nuts. I was like, "Whoa, am I
How
seeing
much
things?"
prime are you drinking in there?
What? It was
This is the
crazy
real
what just
thing. This is the
happened.
real thing. I was in the podcasting studio. That's something with our clocks here. I was in the podcast studio, and it does that same thing.
Oh my god! I thought I was tripping right now.
I have a feeling it has something to do with like syncing, right? To like, world time. Like it resets, it recalibrates itself.
I don't know what it was.
That's what I
but it
assume
was
is
nuts.
going on there.
All right, so there's the parlay. What do we got as far as the full gamut here, GC?
The full gamut. As
I want to know if you got anything on KSI.
I do not have anything on KSI. I'll go ahead and just bury the lead right there. There's nothing on KSI. But let's get into these singles here. Let's kick it off. So I am going to be taking the over 1.5 at a playable price for a women's MMA fight. And when you look at these two ladies' records, yes, Cachoeira does have the knockout power. Yes, she does not go to a decision all the time. But 5 of her 8 UFC fights have gone over the 1.5. And then Sijara Eubanks, I mean, come on. Like 9 of her 10 have gone over the 1.5. 8 of those have gone to a decision. She's a minus 250 favorite in this one, which I actually found surprising. But she's able to control Cachoeira here, get this to the ground, rack up the minutes. I think we hit this over 1.5 easily. So I feel pretty good about that one, getting a women's MMA fight at the 1.5 at a playable price. Next up, these next two are kind of like a science experience. If you listen to No Bets Barred, the flyweight unders, is that going to be a thing in 2023, or was that just a special thing for 2022? It's the perfect time to test it. Charles Johnson, a little bit enemy of the flyweight unders nation state right now. He's cost us 2 flyweight unders in the span of 4 months. This can be the third one he cost us in the span of 6 months, and we're having to pay juice for this price. This is a very good test to see whether or not flyweight unders are going to be a thing in 2023. Plus, the very next fight, Nascimento Hernandez, we're taking the under there. So here's what we're going to do. We have these 2 flyweight fights. Hopefully, we go 2-0. If not, we go 1-1. Then we go to next week, flyweight championship of the world.
Whoa.
Take the under there. That's going to decide if flyweight unders are a thing in 2023. A little science experiment. We're just going to ride it, see what happens. Should be exciting stuff, though. Not going to give you a full breakdown. This is just science. Moving on. Your man, your guy,
Yes.
You can't talk about him enough, Mateus Rebecki. I mean, just going into this situation, I just think Nick Figueroa, I'm just not sure if he's ready for this fight yet. Mateus Rebecki, I mean, he's 16-1, been fighting real high-level competition. Every single one of his opponents has been over 500. He looked great on the Contender Series. Nick Figueroa on the other side, I mean, he's 6-0. 4 of the fighters that he's fought have been under 500, and 2 of his wins are against the legendary Jay Ellis. If you're a Tapology guy, you know about Jay Ellis, 16-106 all-time in his career. Also, Figueroa, he's never lasted longer than 4 minutes in a fight. Don't really know if he can go deep in these things. Don't know if he's just crushing cans down there, whereas I see Mateus Rebecki as a really solid fighter. So I think he gets this done, and I think he gets it done inside the distance, which brings us to our next one. Figueroa, he's never gone over 4 minutes. I think this one is going to be fireworks from the start, and I do think it ends under the 1.5, so I took that at -105. Next up, another fight that I likely think is going to be fireworks. I mean, I think this is a one-hitter quitter in this one. I'm going to take Claudio Ribeiro over Abdul Razak Alhassan. I mean, these are just 2 wild strikers, 2 certified KO power punchers. Alhassan has never won if the fight leaves the first round. Ribeiro, all 10 wins have come by KO, 8 of them coming in the first round. I think they're just going to come here, stand, and trade, and someone is going to get dropped. And in this situation, I mean, Ribeiro is the much younger fighter. I think he's the faster fighter. He's going to be the bigger fighter, 3 inches of height, 4 inches of reach. I got him at plus money. He's still very playable, -105, -110. So I just feel like at these odds, someone's going to get knocked out. I'll side with the guy that's younger and faster in this situation. Moving on. Puna Soriano, Roman Kopylov, under 2.5. Kopylov, he doesn't have a ton of power, but he does have quite a few finishes on his record. But honestly, I'm playing this one for Puna Soriano. I think he's going to really enjoy not having to fight a wrestler in this situation. And I think we're just going to get a striker's delight. I mean, we saw him against Nick Maximov, got taken down 11 times. That's not really going to be the case here. I think they're just going to stand and trade. And I do think Puna Soriano, while Kopylov is probably the better striker, the more accomplished boxer in this situation, definitely the faster guy, I think Soriano has a massive power advantage. He's a super tough Hawaiian dude. He's not going to go down. I think he's going to be the one that put Kopylov out, which brings me to a prop that DraftKings offers. Puna Soriano finish only. So if it goes to a decision, then this is just a push and I get my money back. But I do think Puna Soriano is going to find that chin. I'm paying just a little bit more than his money line. He's only won 1 decision in his career, so I don't really love that. And I think if it does go to a decision, Kopylov has probably found a way to keep it at range, just out-jab him, avoid that power shot and find himself a decision win. But I think Soriano is going to find that shot eventually here. Moving on to the co-main, Dan Ige, 50K. I will take him on the money line. I mean, he's had a tough go of it lately. I understand that he's lost 4 of his last 5. Damon Jackson has won 4 straight. But I mean, Ige, he's been fighting the best of the best. If you look at those losses, Evloev, Josh Emmett, Korean Zami, Calvin Kattar, Damon Jackson has not been fighting the same level of opponent. I think this is a step down in competition for Dan Ige. And I mean, his back is against the wall. Where does his career go from here if he catches a loss here? I mean, we're really talking about, maybe being out of the UFC at that point. It's a really tough one. And in this fight, Dan Ige doesn't have the greatest takedown defense on paper, but I do think if he can avoid this going to the ground, he is the much better striker than Damon Jackson. I think he has got the better cardio. I think he's patient. Both these dudes are dogs, but Dan Ige, obviously a dog, never been finished in his career. Pick 'em odds. I feel like this is one of those bets that you're going to look back afterwards and you're going to be like, oh, man, that was a fantastic bet. Or, oh, man, that was a terrible bet. I feel like that is one of 2 ways this one goes, and hopefully I'm saying that it was a great bet on the other end of it. Moving on to the main event of the evening, late replacement, Sean Strickland comes in. I'm going to take the over 2.5. It's a little bit juiced up, -205, but I mean, just watching Sean Strickland fight, he doesn't have a ton of knockout power. I know he got starched by Alex Pereira, but so does everybody else. I feel like this is going to be similar to the Cannonier fight, similar to the Jack Hermanson fight, and it's just going to be 25 minutes of them trading on the feet. If anyone's going to go for a takedown, it's going to be Imavov, but Sean Strickland has proven takedown defense over a large sample size. I think he keeps it standing and just does what Sean Strickland does and just kind of makes it look like a 25-minute sparring match. I mean, that's another thing is I have no idea what Sean Strickland is going to look like coming in here. I mean, since the Cannonier fight, if you take a look at his Instagram, he's been riding motorcycles, been up in the mountains, enjoying the holidays. You know, I don't think he's been on a strict regimen. You know, he gets 5 days of notice, whereas Imavov has been in a strict training camp. He's been taking this incredibly seriously, and that's why I'm also taking at very close odds. I'll be taking Nasruddin Imavov money line. Feel pretty good about it. Like the over much better. But I do think at those odds, I thought Imavov was going to be a little bit bigger of a favorite. 2 parlays. I played Umar last week, though that says Usman. That's a typo. Played Umar last week. I mean, the odds are quite larger now. Javid and Nascimento are still the same. A little prop parlay. Rebecca Fierro does not go to a decision. Alhassan Ribeiro does not go to a decision. And Vieira Pennington over 2.5. That one pays plus 105. And now last year, I used to do the air fryer parlay, right?
Yeah.
I got my air fryer, though. I needed a new gimmick. I just moved to a new neighborhood. Finally got good restaurants around me in this new neighborhood. And so I present to you the Longhorn Steakhouse parlay. It's just down the road from me. I mean, let's get a fine eatery. Here's the rules to this. It's got to pay 2 units. It's got to be plus money. 2 units so I can take, my roommate, my friend, my girlfriend, someone out to a nice steak dinner. 2 units, that's enough to cover, some firecracker, chicken wraps, start the evening nice, maybe get the, main course, a nice ribeye, move on to the chocolate stampede. It should be great stuff. So this is the new gimmick. Give me a nice steak dinner off of one of my parlays. Got to be big plus money, just like the air fryer. But it's something fun that I'm going to start.
We're all going to go?
Oh, I mean, at that point, it's going to need to be 5 units. Like, are we all going to get outlaw ribeyes? What's the deal there? And then last but not least, starting this weekend, join the MMA Hour vertically. We are now the biggest league on the app. We have surpassed everyone. We've got over 1,800 members in it. It's like a full season-long fantasy, January to July. It should be fantastic. We're going to get a trophy or a belt. I can't decide. These are just some mock-ups that we made.
Wow.
Should look pretty cool, but there will be something for the winner. I can promise that. I've been in discussions with Verdict. There will be something for the winner. Biggest league on the app. Should be awesome. Go up against me. Everyone else in the league. Should be fantastic.
All right. There you have it. We have been here far too long.
Far too long.
Good luck to you. I am tired. I want to go home. I'll leave you with 3 things. Number 1, the reporter who claimed that I wrote that thing has apologized on Twitter. I would like a public apology. Thank you very much. Number 2, we're playing Manchester United. A little bit nervous, but all good. Number 3, I'll leave you with this quote from Kaposa, the great Kaposa Graphic Hitman, when Dana White said that, there's no bouncing back. Great quote, I thought, from him, a great tweet. He never even bounced, though. ESPN, Endeavor, TMZ, they all caught him before he hit the ground. Well said, Kaposa. Amazing that we live in a world where, as the president of a company, you can come out and say, my punishment is just living with this. That's it. Imagine if life worked that way. My punishment, hey, everyone, I'm going to come out, I'm going to be the man. And he does a great job of saying, like, I'm owning up to it. But again, that's not how this works. That's not how life works. And apparently that's how things like this will be dealt in the UFC. Can't wait. And I hope it never happens. But you know what's going to happen. Something happens involving one of the fighters. How are they going to handle it? The punishment is they have to deal with it, right? That's it. That's the punishment. Not how it works. Guys, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks to the crew. Thanks to you, Frank. I thought you had one of your better days on the show. Oh, see. Did you do that on purpose?
I think he does it on purpose, yeah.
Well, I got a text from you in the middle of the show, Frank.
Oh.
Why not just say it on the air? We're like literally on the air right now.
I just didn't want to give...
It's a screen grab from someone named Sean Sullivan. Oh, on the YouTube chat. Frank gets punished more than Dana, to be honest. Do you feel that way?
No. I have to live with it.
Yeah, you have to live with it. You have to live with it. You have to live with the microphone not working during the Brandon Moreno interview. It's just the way it goes. What a day, my friends. Wow. Scott Coker has probably surfed, gone for lunch, probably gone on a tour of Honolulu, since the last time we spoke to him earlier today. But he was the first one on the show, and I appreciate him coming on to break that news. Very cool. And I'm looking forward to the tournament. Congratulations to all involved. Congratulations to AJ McKee on his new contract. And I hope they do AJ McKee versus Patricky Pitbull. Casey O'Neill is back. Congratulations to her. Looking forward to her return on March 18th. What about Ryan Garcia throwing it out there? Wow, that was something. The Adrian to his Rocky. Wow, that was beautiful stuff. Thank you very much to him as well. And thank you to Brandon Moreno. That was great stuff. Looking forward to that fight. And how about that news that he's working with Saif Saud? Interesting stuff. Pay-per-view next week. Back on Monday. Same time and place. Until then, way safe. I'm out of here.